ChessBase इंडिया पे फिर शोर है कैंडिडेट्स का दौरा शुरू हो गया विदित प्रैक्टिकेशन तीनों तैयार है ट्रॉफी के लिए जोश दिखा रहे हैं वैशाली और हम्पी भी मैदान में दुनिया को अपना हुन दिखा रहे हैं कन्नाडा में सागर अमृता यहाँ हर्षित और समय के संग लाइव स्ट्रीम में करेंगे चर्चा हर मूव का करेंगे चाचा कैंडिडेट्स की हर बाजी करेंगे ये नाइस अटेंशन होगा हाई वोल्टेज टॉप लेवल चेस का मजा स्ट्रेटेजी और माइंडेड गेम्स और फिर से एंड अगेन होगा धमाकेदार परफॉर्मेंस चेक में बजेगा शोर होगा प्रेडिक्शन का जोर कौन बनेगा विनर किसकी होगी हार कनाडा में सागर अमृता यहाँ हर्षित और समगे लाइव स्ट्रीम में करेंगे चर्चा हर मुंह का करेंगे जांच कैंडिडेट्स की हर बाजी करेंगे एनालाइज टेंशन होगा हाई वोल्टेज टॉप लेवल चेक स्ट्रीम में करेंगे चर्चा हर मुंह का करेंगे जांच कैंडिडेट्स की हर बाजी करेंगे एनालाइज टेंशन होगा हाई वोल्टेज
Use the code ChessBase to get 10% discount, guys.
When you begin your journey of building an opening repertoire, how nice would it be to get a glimpse of what each opening looks like through the eyes of a super GM? It would help building your opening repertoire and understanding the vast world of chess openings. It is exactly with this thought that a Super Grandmaster's Guide to Openings with Anish Giri was made. This video course includes Anish Giri's deep insights and Sagar's pertinent questions to the Super GM. In Volume 1, all the openings after 1 e4 are covered. This includes the Ruy Lopez, Italian, Petrov, Scotch, French, Sicilian, Caro-Kann, Perk, Modern, and much more. In Volume 2, we have all the openings after 1 d4 like Queen's Gambit, Nimzo-Indian, King's Indian, Grunfeld, Benko, Benoni, and others. We have also covered other lines like the English and Reti and even b3 in Volume 2. Along with explaining the nuances, each video also has a story narrated by Anish on the favorite game he played in that opening and his memories related to it. It is extremely valuable to hear the thoughts of a player who is currently considered one of the best opening experts in the world of chess. Getting this video course will elevate your knowledge of chess openings and will help you make informed decisions on how to go about building your opening repertoire. If you have always struggled with openings, this video course would be a perfect primer for the first phase of the game.
Alright guys, welcome to Candidates 2024. We are in round number 12. Yes, yesterday was a tough day, definitely tough, but it's only going to get easier. Last 3 rounds remain. Today we are having an amazing guest. Any guesses in the chat? Dronacharya awardee. Guys, here we go. Let me just have him over here.
Hello?
Hello. Hi, Ramesh. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm amazing and very, very honored that you're here. Such an important event. Your insights we're going to get to know, Ramesh. But before we begin, what is your whole, take on everything? Yesterday was a lot of heartbreak actually in that one day. We had Vidit losing, Praggnanandhaa losing. We did not expect that. At the same time, in women's, it was a really amazing day, but we really want your guidance because you are definitely known as a person who is very detached with results. And it's very essential, for us to get to know how you manage and how do you look at this? How do you look at yesterday? And yes,
Yeah, first of all, thanks for this opportunity. Yeah, it was not what we expected yesterday. As you mentioned, there were two disappointments, one with Vidit and the other with Prague, both losing with the white pieces. And in case of Vidit, he had managed to come back time and again after difficult moments. There were many ups and downs in his results, many heartbreaks, and every time he managed to make a strong comeback, defeating Hikaru and others. So that was very tough on him. I just wish in the last two rounds he'll be able to um make a good statement by getting a very positive result. And for Prague, yeah, yesterday the opening chosen by Hikaru was a surprise,
ah,
and Prague kind of slowed down and did not react well, probably. And a loss with the white pieces in such a crucial round is kind of a setback. But let's see, two more rounds, and hope we can make a strong comeback.
yes, as you mentioned about everything, it's a very important tournament, and for last three rounds, if you get upset over your loss, it can be really dangerous, right? For such a crucial round, which is today.
Yeah, it's thing is like we cannot afford to get upset. It's very important. We have to live with what we have been dealt with and make the best use of it. We still have two rounds and plus one or plus two from here in these two rounds will be kind of a pain bomb after the last yesterday.
Yes, absolutely, guys. Today I will take you to the pairings. Ramesh, we can check it together.
When
Here
you
we
Yeah.
begin
go.
your journey of building an
These
opening
are the
repertoire,
pairings for
how
round
nice
number
would it be
12.
to get a glimpse
Hikaru
of what
versus
each opening
Alireza,
looks like
Nijat
through the
versus
eyes of a super
Gukesh,
GM? It
Caruana
would help
versus
building
Vidit,
your opening
and Nepo
repertoire and
versus
understanding the
Praggnanandhaa. Oops,
vast world of
very
chess
sorry for that.
openings.
I was just reading the pairings, but here we go. Some
Yeah.
blunders today. Some other stream had started, Sagar had scheduled another stream with the stream key and all that. So we had some blunders today. But guys, everything's slowly getting normal here. Here are the pairings once again. Hikaru, Alireza, Nijat, Gukesh, Caruana, Vidit and Nepo Prag. What are your predictions for the pairings, Ramesh?
Okay. Normally, I don't make predictions because
Ah.
most of get it wrong. But not only that, it's not fair on the players as
Hmm.
a professional. I mean, for the audience, it's perfectly fine to make predictions. They may have their own heroes they look up to, and they want their heroes to win. So they don't have to be objective in their predictions. They can just go by their emotions and wish their heroes win every time. But as professionals, like each of these eight players, they have been working extremely hard throughout their life to come where they have come so far. And so my wish is like, may the one who plays well win. So whoever deserves to win should win.
Wow.
So predictions, whoever plays well, they should win.
That's very objective, and that objectivity does show, the detachment, which is in a good sense.
Yeah, because it's like we may have our favorites. Like I would personally want Prague to win the tournament, and if someone else plays better, They deserve all the success, and I'm fine with it. And Prague also, I mean, I believe we will just take it as a good learning lesson. There were many instructive lessons here for all the players, I guess, and also the trainers who are helping them. We have to just recalibrate and move forward.
Absolutely, very well said that was. And yesterday, Sagar also mentioned that the players are so exhausted, so tired. It's now seen in the interviews. They're not able to, towards the end of it, the calculations, generally the way they would share the variations in the first half of the tournament, it's way different. So, such a difficult, tiring tournament, of course, for trainers and everybody as well. I want to take a note on women's pairing as well. Lagno versus Tingjie, Anna versus Vaishali, Goryachkina versus Humpy, and Nurgul versus Tanzongi. So Vaishali yesterday beat Goryachkina. I think it was the first time she was able to beat Goryachkina, right?
Yeah, and she had a mm, disaster in the middle rounds, losing 4 games in a row, and that was very unexpected. I think probably the nerves got to many of the players. We can see the role of nerves with many players. It was getting to them,
Yeah.
and in such a tense tournament where uh, very high stakes for many of the players and the whole world watching, so it's not very easy for the players overall. um, but a good thing she managed to have 2 back-to-back wins, though the first win against Nurgul was not very convincing. She was almost on the verge of losing with the black pieces, but
Mm.
suddenly she made a comeback and won the game. But I guess you need some luck as well after 4 losses. And yesterday it was a much better effort against Goryachkina, and she played a very good game and won deservingly. I hope she'll make a hat trick today.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to mention that we can look at that because after 3 losses, if she's able to do that today, is great. But anyway, striking back 2 games is also not easy. We have been seeing in the men's section for Nijat, he's having such a tough event. He lost with
Yeah.
Alireza. I think it was a very early game. How would he? I mean, I only keep thinking how would he be feeling about his score or results, or does he stay detached? But then how I don't understand what he must be
I
going
don't
through.
think anyone can be detached with the results,
Hmm.
but we can just try to be moderate in our reactions, because if we give in to our emotions too much, and when things go right, everything is fine, we feel great, we feel confident, and so on. But when things go wrong, and which can happen unexpectedly at this level, because most of them are fantastic players, so anyone can regain their form or play a good game on any given day. So when that happens against us, when things go wrong, and if we give into our emotions too much, then there'll be the residue in our subconscious mind, and which can have a negative impact in the following rounds. So we have to somehow, like we take bath every day, we apply some soap on our skin and the dirt goes away. So we have to do some kind of a cleansing process in our mind also to take the
Wow.
negative impacts on a daily basis, especially during such high stake tournaments. And for Nijat, it was already known that it's going to be a tough outing for him, because most of the players were very high rated than him. So there's this a huge gap in the rating, at least on paper. But from his games, at least in the first half, he held out very well. He did not lose much. But I think one loss it all is all it could take to lose that control we have over ourselves. Then things can go downhill very quickly.
True. I mean, when you say it like it's a cleansing process, and it sounds very easy actually, which is not. But the way you put it can make it easy and can help people to also understand how to look at that. So great that we have you here. And Praggnanandhaa, last time when he had lost, he had strike back with the black pieces against Vidit with that Trilopez f5, which nobody's going to forget that line that he went for. So today we are very excited what's going to happen on the board. The games are about to begin, guys. But Maharshi Ray says Ramesh is the ideal personality to have here today. Absolutely. He's giving us this time at 12 a.m. It's just simply amazing. Very, very honored. In fact, I would just quickly like to show you his photo over here when he won the Dronacharya award. It's such a privilege to have him here. So today, what are we expecting on the boards with Praggnanandhaa Nepomniachtchi? Nepomniachtchi is white, Prag is black. E4 or D4?
No, Nepo has played C4 as well. So, but in this tournament, surprisingly, most of the games are opening with E4. Only few games have opened with D4 or C4. Most of the players are sticking to E4. That's kind of surprising. I was expecting more, at least like somewhere like 50-50 between E4 and D4. But predominantly, most of the games are beginning with E4.
E4.
So maybe Nepo will not want to take much chance and start with E4.
And as you say that, we have E4 on the board over here in Nepo versus Praggnanandhaa. Also, by the way, do you know this, like Vaishali and Prag? So one of them finishes the game, they go back to their room, yeah?
Yeah.
So nobody
By the way,
waits
I'm
for
in
each
Chennai.
other.
I'm not in Canada.
You're in Chennai.
Yeah.
Did somebody say Ramesh OP in the chat? But we have moves over here. E4 on this board. Nepo versus Prag. We'll quickly check the other boards as well. We have Nakamura playing with E4, E6. Oh, we have French here. I remember Prag had played French with Caruana. And maybe this is the only second game of French or what? ED5, ED5, Knight F3 in candidates. Yeah. Exchange. So
Yeah.
maybe that can we say that Nakamura would be like, when this exchange happens, can we say that he's going for a draw, or too early to say something like this?
No, I don't think he's going for a draw. He's just taking the life out of the position. You can say that for sure.
Okay, so
It's very
Nakamura
difficult for black to create something in this case. But clearly Nepo shows hit. Sorry.
No, go on.
Clearly it shows like Nepo is not going to try much very hard in this game.
You mean Nakamura, yeah? Nakamura versus Firouzja. So he should be...
No. I mean...
in Prag
okay.
versus...
Yes.
This one is Nakamura versus Firouzja. And here we are Prag versus... Nepo versus Prag. So after E4, E6... Oh, Prag also goes for E6. Today, in one round, we are having 2 French games already. Wow.
And you can see like what happened.
What? It's the same opening on both the boards. Knight F3, exchange variation, Knight C6, Knight C3. And in Nakamura Firouzja, okay, little
he
different.
Played C4. Knight of 3 BD6 he played.
C4, just for the sake of we are looking from black side French to compare. Knight F6. This is the difference. So C4 here. Now he goes C5, Bishop E7, and Queen A4 check. Tell me something, that this C4 and C5 is played very quickly, though a move like B6 is going to come and attack this chain. But why is this preferred for white?
No, I think okay. So Hikaru also is simply trying to take Firouzja out of his comfort zone, and this is what the players are doing. If you see both Nepo and Hikaru, they both have done exchange against the French. Both Prag and Alireza, they were kind of in a must-win situation with the black pieces. So they chose French, and they were expecting probably the classical with Knight C3 or the advance like Fabiano did. But in both the cases, the opponents are very experienced. Hikaru and Ayan, they both are very experienced, and they understood it's better not to give any chances for the youngsters to complicate. So they are trying to get a very solid position with white and mostly take them out of the preparation and also any attacking chances. So in case of Hikaru, he just gave queen a4 check. Okay, so he can defend the check in three ways. One is knight c6 or the pawn on c6. These two are very logical, and bishop d7. Now, if they play knight to c6, then he may go for knight e5 or bb5 ideas to try to exploit the pin.
Yes.
So, in case of bishop b5, he may play bishop d7, and there is not much. So, probably he can go knight e5. So, here the point is, in case of bishop d7, we can take on d7, and we can say we have a pair of bishop advantage. So this is the small nuance, but I'm not sure this is any better for white. But at least he can say I have pair of bishops. So probably for knight c6, that's what he has in mind, to go knight e5. And in case of c6, then the queen a4 will be misplaced on the queen side. But probably he is trying to provoke this move, so he can get maybe bishop f4, and this is a very nice diagonal for the bishop, and probably he will have to go back with the queen, and he is denying the c6 square for the knight.
Yes. Oh.
So now he has to find a better way to develop. So for example, like he can also start with bishop d3 or queen c2, one of this after c6.
Bishop d3.
Yeah. So basically the point is, now if he goes knight d7, then the bishop c8 will not find it easy to develop.
Yeah.
So if he tries to develop the bishop and then the knight, for example, after bd3, now he doesn't have bishop f5, the active square. That's why we play bd3 first. And if he goes bishop g4, we have knight e5 ideas.
Yes.
Because knight d7 has not yet come. So, but in all this case, I'm not very sure white has something, but probably Hikaru also won't mind if this game ends with a draw, and then. But I'm a bit surprised. I thought Hikaru would be more ambitious because he has
white and he's playing with Alireza.
White, last white in the tournament, and also a chance to fight for the first place. But he has chosen this. Probably he feels Alireza, if he does not get any initiative or attack out of the opening, he can outplay him positionally in the middle game. Probably that is his way of looking at it.
Yeah, also Alireza is taking lot of time at some points. Towards the end, he's making mistakes. But as you say, one game could be completely different. He is also striking back at some moments. But going to Prag's game, if we start e takes d5, e takes d5, knight f3, knight c6, knight c3, knight g e7 is played. Is this normal? Knight g e7?
No, even knight c6 is not very popular.
Even knight c6 is not very common.
So knight f3, normally they go bishop d6 ideas.
Bishop d6.
Yeah. So the point is, if they play bg5, we don't have to play knight f6.
Okay.
We can go knight e7, and later we can go f6, knight f5, f6, bishop h4, knight f5. These ideas, and we can go for long castle.
Oh, that
g5
is so
h5,
cool.
g5 h5 we can go. So that is why he's not committing knight f6 initially.
So then
normally they'll play bd6 here, but in this case he has chosen knight c6. This itself is not very common. And knight c3 again played very quickly. So I'm a bit surprised that Nepo had was so confident with this move. Probably he wants to get bishop f4 and knight b5, or because the knight on c3, after some point he will not feel very comfortable. He may want to relocate at some point. So maybe knight e2, knight g3 can come later on. So that option is always there.
So is the like more natural seemed c4, but that for knight c6, like how c4 c6, but that's not a good idea to continue with. Yeah,
Normally, with
c4.
if the bishop has been committed to d6, maybe that's a good time to play c4, like in the other game,
Got it.
Hikaru.
Huh.
So if bishop d6 has been committed, maybe it's better to go for c4. But here knight c6, then c4, we may get after dc4, bb4 check options
dc4 and then
without
bishop.
blocking the queen attacking the d4.
Yes. So that's
So
why
the
he
bd6
went knight
blocking.
c3.
Yeah, and knight e7 is
Yeah, what is
very
knight e7? Because here again, now bishop d6 he doesn't have, right? Because of okay,
knight
knight
d5 he
d5
can.
bishop. You don't want to get into this direct blunder. So knight
Yeah.
g e7, then it's clear that he is going to develop his bishop on g6.
No, that is one possibility, but we don't have to do it per se. You can also delay the bishop development, and let's say you can put bishop g4, queen d7, long castle, and anyway go f6, g5 with the bishop on f8, f6,
Oh,
g5, h5.
this is cool
Attack.
because it felt like, oh my god, this opening exchange variation is going to be a draw. That's what like a feeling. But there are
Yeah.
so many deeper ideas where black can definitely try with f6, g5 and things
Yeah.
like that.
So
A3
here we don't.
possibly.
If we want to play very solid, you can consider g6, bishop g7. But if you want to be a bit more ambitious, maybe it makes sense to develop the bishop c8 first, either to f5 or g4, and get queen d7 long castle ideas.
Yeah, I like this. Queen d7. Can white also do the same thing, like develop his bishop and go for long castle? Because if they both castle on the same side, then
No, but the thing is, like, where do we develop the bishop? It's not very easy.
if this, then you are very happy with f6. That's
Yeah.
what you had
So he
mentioned.
has to go bishop f4 ideas, and then I'm just so he has to be careful with bishop f3, queen f3, knight d4.
Bishop f3, queen f3, knight d4.
Yeah.
That's definitely a problem. So you can't develop this bishop that easily. Then that means bishop
Yeah.
on e3, which
And the other point is, if white plays the card too early, let's say if he develops the bishop trying to play queen d2, which is not going to be easy after bg4 because of the doubled pawn. And if he does that with the pawn on a3, black can play short castle and then go a6, b5, b4. Because there is a pawn on a3. So a6, b5, b4. So basically, black would prefer to do opposite side castling. So if white goes short castle, black would want to go long castle. And if white goes for long castle, we should go for short castle. Because black has not created any pawn weakness on either side of the board. So if he goes long castle or short castle, his king will be safe. A pawn storm will not be so effective. But because he has played a3 and white goes long castle, this if black gets b5, b4, the a3 pawn will act as a hook to open a file.
That's a great point that Prague has not pushed any of his pawn, and that's why it's easier for him to decide which side to castle. And
Yeah.
of course, if so, that way bishop g5, if he wants to provoke f6, where he may not want
Black will
black
be
to
very
show.
happy.
Acha,
No,
but
but
black is
we don't have to commit.
ah,
We can still play queen d7 long castle here because
yeah.
because we have not committed any weakness on the queen side. So his b5, b4, b5 attack will not be so powerful.
Right. So you just meaning that if queen d7 and let's say white also goes for a move like queen d2, long castle, and
Now here we can wait, I think.
ah,
Because he is playing queen d2, b3, queen d2, maybe we can just go g5 probably already.
wow, this is another plan which you always have, even if you long castle on the same side eventually, but here you are expanding on the king side.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how useful the move a3 will be for white. And we can get knight g6, h5, h4, and then g4.
So a lot of ideas, yeah, with black exchange variation. It's not at all like very plain or dull. It can get very intense and exciting, guys. But great opening choice by Prague here with French. Going to Gukesh versus Nijat, because Gukesh is black and Nijat has been having tough tournament. Yet Nijat, if you just look at his tournament with the white pieces, he's not lost a game. He's been very
Very solid.
solid.
He's a
So
very solid player. It's very
hmm.
difficult to get something out of uh, him with the black pieces.
Guys, can you let me know what is the name of this opening? What is Asim saying? Can you check the position in chess? Which one? ChessBase. Ah, you want to check the opening. We'll go back there, Asim, in a moment. Now that we are here, we can just check this game and later we'll go back. Also, Vaishali's game, people want to check. Yes, definitely. We'll be shifting from here. Bishop b4, Nimzo-Indian. There you go. Amazing. Queen
And
c2.
we can see Mamadyarow's influence. Mamadyarov is a great exponent of Queen C2, the classical system against the Nimzo-Indian.
Wow.
Mamadyarov is helping Nijat for this tournament. So I believe Gukesh would have kind of expected, and the move h6 is amazing. It's not a very common move.
Yeah, very I mean, I
So,
have not seen it only as such.
yeah. So the good thing is like Gukesh has been very creative, tremendous fighter. He's trying to win every game. Basically, he is trying to create chances against every player with either color. Something like Fischer, you can say. Fischer was playing for win against strong players with the black pieces as well. So he has a very similar fighting attitude, and his team has also done some good work on the openings. H6 is getting him out of the preparation.
Yeah, somehow
Uh,
Gukesh, the way he has played openings, like he's not bringing in something which is super amazing, super, different or things like that. Slight deviations in the opening, very slight.
yeah,
Just getting into fresh positions and
yes.
calculating, which is
And
not easy that way, right? Because you're getting into something very fresh territory,
yeah,
and you have to keep calculating all the time.
yeah. So at this level, like the opponents usually assume the worst when the opponent plays a new move quickly. Everyone assumes the worst and slows down, and they don't react well because everyone thinks like, okay, my opponent has checked everything, and I've been caught in his opening preparation. That kinds of unsettles the players a bit too much, in my view. And so h6, very nice move,
Yeah.
very nice new try. I'm just curious, what's the point? Okay, so probably he wants to go c5, queen a5 without allowing bishop g5.
Oh. But if
Usually in
bishop
Raghu's,
g5 is good, no? Like anyway, you are very happy. Like this line for black, isn't it nice?
yeah, it's
But you
so
mean the
if
preparation. It's a lot of preparation
yeah,
anyway. You want to
he's trying
delay.
to get him out of comfort zone. So probably he wants to get c5, queen a5, knight a6 ideas.
Yeah. So then he
Okay,
played knight
I believe
f3.
so. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell me.
No, I'm just waiting for the moves. Yeah, knight f3,
c5,
c5, bc.
dc5, as you had mentioned, knight a6, and now g3 on the board.
Normally in these structures they go a3, bishop c3, queen c3, knight e4, these type of ideas, followed by d5.
But without this bishop, then a little bit open position. At the end of
Yeah,
it, black will not get much, right? It would be more towards equalizing. But if you talk
not
about,
necessarily,
hmm,
because white will be wasting some time. For example, like in the opening, we'll normally say, don't bring the queen out too early and don't make too many pawn moves. So in this case, like he has played queen c2 and he'll play a3, bishop c3, queen c3. Already we are wasting some time.
hmm,
Uh, and after bishop c3, queen c3, the a3 will not be so, uh, it's not a developing move, right? So
yes,
white will get pair of bishops, but his development will be lagging a bit. And black can also consider a5, a4, fixing the b3 square. Such ideas are also possible.
wow. So this is so after knight c5, Nijat has gone into a thought. Gukesh is having 1 hour 59 minutes on the board. Nijat is having 1 hour 42 minutes. Very quickly, if we go to the next game, Vaishali's game, because that's many people want to go here. She is black. Can we take it from the beginning? E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, e6.
Yeah, so the bishop e7 is not very well known. It was, I think, if I'm not mistaken, first played in a very famous game in the Olympiad 2018. Yeah, 2018
Batumi.
Olympiad. Yes, by Mamadiyarov against Levon Aronian. And it was Armenia versus Azerbaijan. It's something like India-Pakistan. They have this rivalry off the board politically. So it was a very tense game for both the players, where Mamadiyarov played this bishop e7 idea at that level for the first time. And it is an amazing game. I would suggest the viewers to have a look at that game, where Mamadiyarov won a very nice game with the black pieces. It was a fantastic fight. But not many players play bishop e7. Everyone goes b5, bb3, d5. Vaishali has gone bishop e7.
b5, bb3.
Probably this is
that is
would have come as a small surprise
Mhm.
already. Yeah,
Okay.
b5, bb3, d5, d5
Got
is the
Yeah.
usual line.
So
So
bishop
bishop e7,
e7.
maybe it's a slight surprise for the opponent.
Yeah,
Let's see.
she played rook e1 a little quickly that way, and b5 anyway on the board, and rook e4. So, wow. This is all preparation because Vaishali is still having 1 hour 32 minutes 54 seconds on the clock. What is this happening? Everything is hanging here and there. Knight e5 now. This is hanging, this is hanging, this is hanging. So what happens for d takes e4 first? Knight takes c6, yeah?
Yes.
And yeah, materially, two pieces for a rook. Two pieces for a rook, no? Takes, bishop b3.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why that's not working. You can't take the rook. So you take here. What did she play? Knight e5. Rook e5 was played. B takes a4. And queen e2. And final move, bishop e6 by Vaishali. This, in fact, Duda versus Van Forest also has been played. That's what the games are suggesting. So, so Ramesh, over here, this structure is good for black to have the pawn on a4. Oh, maybe Ramesh, camera, is it hanging or is my zoom hanging? 1 second. His zoom went away. I think he will join us back. That's what I thought he was calculating on the board. What's happened? Power cut. Oh, power cut. Oh, okay, no problem. Yes, there is power cut at his place, and I believe that as soon, if at all, it comes soon, because I'm not hearing much of power cut in Chennai, but I don't know. Srinath might know, and as we remember, Srinath is an expert in getting the power back. That's the joke. Okay, but this game is going very exciting. Chat, how did you find his opening explanations? You know, every move, every new move, new idea. क्या ही मजा आ रहा है ना? What knowledge! Just tremendous. Also, you should definitely, Ramesh's training methods are so epic, so amazing. This is one thing which is you shouldn't miss out at all. 1 second. Yeah, this one where he won the Dronacharya award, but this one where he has this improve your chess calculation. Such a good book. If you are serious about it, Definitely check that out. It's on ChessBase India shop. We also have Ramesh's Improve Your Pieces, a winning system. This one also we have on the shop. So do check it out. Because I remember Magnus, he had told, he'd shared a story where Magnus was, looking at this book and he was calculating from the book which tournament I should try to recollect. But that was a very, very cool story there. Okay, let's see if he's able to, if his power cut is back or not. Super chat has been missed. Very sorry for that. Let's have a look at super chat. Just wanted to appreciate the amazing job being done on this channel, says AK. Getting views and inputs from various GMs every day, absolutely amazing. Oh, thank you so much, AK. Ashwin S says, Ramesh sir, any insights about Gukesh that not many people know with respect to his mindset and what he motivates himself after losing a game? Okay, we will definitely, if we get time, we'll have, but he's back. He's back. I did think the power is gonna, Ramesh also is gonna bring more power over here. Hi, so you're back because I was like, I thought you were calculating on the position, and then you mentioned it's a power cut. So I was like, okay, Chennai 12:39. How is the power cut happening there?
Really not sure. I'm not sure why it happened. Yesterday also happened the same way.
Oh, it's normal, yeah? Like it's not a new
No,
thing.
it's just yesterday and today. It just went for a few minutes and came back.
Maybe a lot of people are watching Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh and
Okay.
Vaishali, three Chennai people over here. So King, by the way, what is happening, Ramesh? Here we need your explanation because Queenie to Bishop E6 she played. Of course, guys, she couldn't castle because this was hanging. So Bishop E6 and now F4 by Anna Muzychuk and Vaishali here plays King F8.
Yeah. So here, like, you have the option to go G6, H5.
G6, H5 you want to go, but F5
Yeah, if they don't go F5, if they don't go F5 immediately, we have this G6 option. The point is you cannot do short castle because after F5 bishop moves, the E7 bishop is hanging.
Yes.
So that's why the king F8 keeps the bishop on F8 protected. But I think this is something like in Petrov ideas. Nepo played a similar idea with king F8, H5 against Magnus Carlsen, Dubai World Championship, though he lost the game. But you can see the speed with which Vaishali is playing.
Yeah, 1 hour 33 minutes 46 seconds on her clock, and Anna has been thinking. Actually, she's down to 1 hour 12 minutes. She has used 20 minutes lower than Vaishali. I believe she took time for finding F4 over here, but she did find it. So the natural idea. I am still wondering if right now white goes F5. The bishop.
Yeah, we can go back bishop C8 all the way. No need to give the D5 pawn, and you are already threatening bishop F6. And the rook moves bishop D4.
Oh, so you don't even have a move like bishop e3, which would be a big blunder.
Yeah, the rook is trapped. You can even go F6 if you like, or you can win it with the bishop. Anyway, F6 you'll go rook.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, so then after bishop c8, this is a serious threat. Actually, it cannot be just underestimated. Lot of preparation and lot of tactics.
C3, for example, like if he goes C3.
C3.
To defend the pawn, you still have bishop F6, rook E3, bishop G5. And the C1 is hanging.
Skewer. Wow. Wow.
So if they try to defend the D4 pawn, because we have a threatening bishop F6, rook moves bishop D4.
Yeah. No, a lot of tactics. Actually, it's very sharp, this line, it seems. And one advantage, do you call this an advantage that even if Anna finds the best moves, still all these tactics, she has to put a huge amount of effort to stay alert, not to make a blunder.
To not fall in all these small pitfalls, she has to be very alert, attentive, and keep playing. The thing is, like, when you are the position is very sharp, and that is very good, especially for the black players if they are trying to play for a win. Otherwise, if the position is too dull, without any chances, it's very difficult to play for a win. So if you can create some life out of the opening, even if it is slightly dubious and not objectively correct, but the opponent will not be able to solve all the problems over the board, hopefully. And you are mostly familiar with all the nuances. You already checked it thorough. And if you can remember it well, that is again a big issue. Like, for example, in Prag versus Gukesh game, where Prag lost
Yeah.
with the white pieces in the Catalan, it
Yeah.
was a lot of opening preparation, and Prague simply could not remember everything. So that is the downside when you play such sharp lines. The
True.
cost of mistake is very high.
True. But how much do you think we have to, like, should a player value this part where the opponent's energy is going into, calculating that part, or more towards what you feel comfortable in your own territory and not going for the new lines? In general,
It's a bit of both. I think both is important. Both are important. For example, like one, ideally, we are looking to get positions where we know what we are doing and we have checked it well beforehand, and we are also able to remember them. If we remember our analysis and if we get our preparation in the board, so that is the best thing we can hope for our side. But it will be a double success if that is not known to the opponent and they are feeling uncomfortable. So that will be a double win, I would
yeah,
say.
which will be
So
which will be the majority of the possibility, because it's very hard
yeah,
to guess what the other person is going to bring on the board.
yeah. Sometimes it happens like you catch the opponent out of theory, but we also don't remember well. So in that case, we just have to act like we remember everything and blitz out the logical moves and give the impression that we know what we are doing.
Wow, yeah, lot. In a way, like we were at Prague Chess Festival and some game was happening, like unbelievable novelty happened, and then the opponent was prepared. I don't remember, maybe Nordirbek versus somebody, and then it was like chess players have to be actors also on the board. It's a tough role, yeah. You are acting there, you are calculating there, so
No, we're not strictly acting, but the thing is like we are trying to outsmart the opponent. We don't want to reveal that we have forgotten. That will look really stupid when we go for something new and we don't remember.
yeah. So yeah, so King F8. So Vaishali's game, I think we'll keep coming back here because amazing opening there. Let's quickly check out Humpy's game because she's playing with Goryachkina today, and Humpy is playing with the black pieces. So Cateryna on the board.
Solid. Yeah. Yeah, A4 is what everyone is going for these days. And normally for A4, they go bishop D7, queen C4, bishop C6. That is the main line. And here white has many possibilities, but Humpy has chosen to go H6. Again, very similar to what Gukesh did.
Yeah, we are seeing
Trying
a
to
lot of H6
take the
stopping
opponent
bishop
early.
G5.
So the point of this is like why she did not take queen C4 is because we get B5.
Oh,
If
AB5?
AB5, AB5, queen and rook A1 are
Oh,
hanging.
oh, nice. Okay.
So that
Tactics.
is why she delayed bishop D7. The point is for B5, now they cannot play AB5. So after B5, let's say if we go queen
Queen
C2,
C2.
now I can just develop bishop B7 easily.
Very
So
pleasant
that's why
position,
she
no,
did
for
not
black.
commit bishop D7.
Okay.
So H6 is basically to prevent queen C4 for white. So she played rook D1. Now this move also discourages C5 kind of breaks.
Hmm.
And also when knight C6 comes, the D4 pawn is protected. Yeah, now black wants to play knight A5. But I think here he can take queen C4. Okay, so playing BD2. Okay.
He stopped.
Stopping knight A5. Otherwise, we can play knight A5 and protect the pawn.
Support.
Yeah.
Rook E8. What is this move, Rook E8?
Probably planning for E5 at some point. Maybe bishop D6 and E5. This is like Ragozin. Because we are not getting C5 break. Because after DC4, what black has done, is black has given up the central control, right? The central pawn
Yeah.
has disappeared. So what white would prefer is to capture the pawn and get e4, and he will have a very strong center. So we have to, if in Catalan generally, if we take black takes dc4 and white manages to take the pawn on c4 without paying any price, he will simply be better because black has given up the center. So we should either get c5 or e5 break. Now that black has played knight c6 and c5 break is not possible, I think she is now planning for the b5 break. So you could go bishop d6 followed by e5. And then this bishop can develop along the c8 h3 diagonal.
Wow, this is so good. This explanation is so good because it is always very confusing. What plan black can go for, but c5 or d5, because in Sicilian it's d5 break. Many times we know d5 or Meroxybine b5 break or d5 break, something like that. So
And
amazing.
also this idea is little more attractive because white has played bishop d2 because it is blocking rook d1 against the queen.
Hmm.
So with this open, we would hesitate to play e5, but with the bishop d2 blocking, so the queen d8 will feel that cushion effect
Got it. So she went
against the.
rook e8. That's why she, after bishop d2, she went rook e8. And then e3 was played. Now she goes rook b8.
Yeah. So now we are threatening, black is threatening b5. So basically, she wants white to take on c4. And here, maybe queen d5 is also something you can consider
Mhm.
and go queen h5 ideas
Wow.
in
And
case
then
of queen
if you
c2.
get e5 later, this can
Yeah.
actually create, the black can create an attack maybe.
Yeah. If you get bd6 e5, the bishop can come to g4.
Some sort of
So
attack.
you can go queen d5. If queen d5, ed5, I think black will be very happy. And if he goes queen c2 or something, you can go queen h5, idea bd6, e5.
Nice. So Humpy has got a good opening. If you have to say round up for the openings, Humpy here has got a decent position. Yeah, right now after 11 moves.
Yeah, I think both Humpy and Vaishali with the black pieces, they have got a very pleasant position out of the opening, or at least they have taken opponent out of the preparation.
Yeah. Your knight c3 was played by Anna, by the way, and
Shinsak.
she allowed bishop d6, knight a4, bishop e5. So
Yeah, she is forced to give the exchange sack.
yeah, and still Vaishali has 1 hour 33 minutes on her clock. Anna down to 1 hour 5 minutes. So it's a
Yeah.
great
It's
time
a
gap.
very brave decision by Anna. What she probably wants is like b3, bishop a3, and just to keep a bind. But
Got it.
probably if you want knight c5, maybe you don't need the bishop on a3.
So there is
So now,
compensation for sure, yeah, with this exchange sacrifice. Bishop e5, fe5.
yeah, it's not very clear because maybe here I should go queen h4, maybe. How do we get the rook into the game? That is the
This
challenge,
one.
the rook on h.
You had mentioned about the ideas with
Yeah,
h5. Probably
yeah,
some.
but there we had the rook at 6 and all, but now
Ah,
after f5, the rook is not coming
got
out.
it. Oops. Yes,
Yeah.
that's true. Okay, maybe then we have to wait for Vaishali, who will still be in her preparation and show us what is. I'll not get into extreme details for the preparation, but how is the overall? How is it going on? Like, you are in Chennai, are you helping them? Like, when how is your schedule like overall?
We don't want to discuss that too much, but
Yes.
generally, like we have people helping the players. So um, the players are getting adequate help in their preparation. That has been taken care of
That's
for
wonderful.
both.
And Ramesh, because I was looking at, so you do so many things. Like you have Chess Gurukul, of course, everyone knows that's going strong. You have Pro Chess training. Then you have a lot of things. You're writing books and so many things. So what is going on currently? Like what all things are going on in your life currently around chess?
No, basically, I'm writing a book for New in Chess,
Okay.
um, but I just have to pick up pace. It's going too slow. So that is one I'm trying to do. And Vaishali and Prag both were in candidates. So till the candidates began, it was quite occupied with uh, organizing the camps and so on. All the logistics need to be taken care of. And also, Prag signed with the Adani Group in January. So there was a lot of work that need to be done both prior and after. And I'm also doing a couple of courses for Chessable.
Wow. Which are
So,
your like upcoming courses and which courses you've done
um,
already?
so basically, like myself and the Grandmaster Grivas from Greece, we are collaborating on a joint project. So we are coming up with a series of chessable courses on. We are taking one middle game theme at a time and trying to cover it extensively. So he'll be providing the examples and the analysis, and I'll be doing the video explanation part. So yeah, these are the major things I'm working on.
Also, for the book, this would be your third or fourth book, right?
Third book. Third
Third
book.
book after logical
Logical decision
chess.
making and calculation. How to
Improve
improve.
your calculation, and then third book. Wow. Because I remember you had mentioned the story of Magnus Carlsen reading your improve your chess calculation book. That was a nice one. Really,
Yeah.
that he was solving that. So third book, the name is decided for the third book.
Mostly it'll be on chess principles. Basically, like we had a couple of discussions during the vacancy about the upcoming book, and I felt like many of the upcoming players, if they can play much better quality chess if they have a firm understanding of chess principles, and I felt that is kind of lacking in the chess books so far. Um, so I'm trying to catalog the important principles for all the players, for all the phases of the game. Try to give extensive explanation and good examples so that it'll have a lasting impact on the player's mind. Yeah, Gukesh portion is very interesting.
Yeah, I think no, I think what your this book would be very good because a lot of principles have changed also over a period of years the with technology. So that could be amazing from your perspective to read. When do we expect it to be out? Not sure. Books,
Very
it's
tough
always
to.
slow, yeah, book writing
Yeah.
because it's a lot of proofreading and all. But wow, this is amazing to know. Bishop c5. By the way, in Gukesh's game, here knight takes c3, b takes c3. So this double pawn has normally the bishop is given right for the double pawn. That's why white
So
is
here,
okay with double. Yeah.
yeah, here he's getting a good outpost on the c5 square for the bishop. So I think that is the reason he took with the knight. So if we look at the pros and cons with all these decisions, now black has a good pawn structure, which is good in the long run because of the c3, c4 pawns. Black's pawn structure is good, which is good in the long run. But what did white get in the short run? So we have to get something, right? We
Yes.
gave good pawn structure to black, so I should get something in return. And I believe a few things is like one, already the black king is in the center, white king has castled. So black will need time to castle the king to safety. So bit of time there. And second is how to develop this bishop c8. So he needs to spend some time to get the bishop out. So either it can be d6 bishop d7 or b6 bishop b7. So if we go for b6, we have to be worried about the bishop g2 rook a8. So now black needs time to do two different things. One, to take the king to safety by castling. That requires one tempo. and also two moves to develop the bishop, either b6 bb7 or
Yeah.
d6 bd7. So if black gets all the three, then black will be look forward to the game with very positive vibrations, because he has solved his development problems and taken his king to safety. He can slowly work on converting the better pawn structure. So white has to act very fast. So this kind of understanding we should have when we pay a price in terms of structural disadvantage. White has a pawn structure disadvantage. So in the long run, if the game goes very slow, he will have problems. So white has to kind of take the initiative by taking risk. That's why he's playing e4. So here we should not play some normal move like rook d1, because that won't pose any immediate problem for black. He will just, so as I mentioned, black needs only three moves: castle, d6 bd7 or b6 bb7. So white should not give that time and act very resourcefully. So I believe that's why he played e4, which makes sense. He wants to push e5 and fix the d7 pawn as a backward pawn. And later, when rook d1 comes, the d7 pawn will have some problems.
Wow, what a beautiful, like it was so clear as you mentioned that black needs three moves. This is the advantage with white has, because otherwise double bishop seemed so great, pawn structure seemed so great, and now that because you explained all of that, we understand that how fast white has to act. Otherwise,
Yeah.
one slow move and as we just saw, rook d1 is not the best idea, helps black to castle. So e4, and the first move which comes to the mind is d6, yeah, immediately, because you want to stop e5 over here. But computer just doesn't like this move, d6.
Okay, so probably a few reasons. One, we can consider immediate e5, d5, knight e5, just opening up the files, and you can get
Now
quickly
if
bishop f4.
castle, bishop, your development, as you said,
Yeah,
you are
just
very
rook
speedy.
d1. Yeah, and now you see the bishop c8 is feeling very uncomfortable. And also when rook d1 comes, where you put the queen. So probably queen e7 is a better square, but then how do we develop the bishop c8?
Bishop.
This becomes a problem.
Nice. So then he didn't play d6, maybe because of this exact line. He went to the next move, knight h7.
Okay, I think probably he wants to go, I don't know, maybe short castle and f5, ef5, rook f5.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That is.
No, I'm just making a wild guess, but again, the problem with this castle, short castle, f5, ef5, rook f5 is that still does not solve the bishop c8 problem.
Yeah.
We are
Maybe
getting
it's a
some activity on the
lifetime problem
side.
for him and he's just not
Yeah,
going to care about.
I mean, how we deal with this is very important. The bishop c8 problem.
True. And also maybe Gukesh is, by the way, Gukesh is still in his preparation because he's at this moment having 1 hour 58 minutes, 46 seconds. Whereas,
Yeah, but again, as I said, like even if you are out of preparation, you can just
play this
if you
move.
feel knight h7 has to be played, you just
Go
play it
ahead.
fast and give the impression that
Yes.
it's all theory.
So e5 was
Yeah,
played, rook b8 now by Gukesh. So
okay,
knight went back to d2 and now
to come.
b6.
Mhm.
Knight e4. Yeah, this one looks a little scary, that square. Bishop b7. Isn't it like, don't you feel like saving such a bishop, dark square bishop going back to e7?
Okay.
Or
So generally, the principle is when you have a good pawn structure, you should exchange pieces. So black
oh,
has a good pawn structure, so black doesn't mind piece exchanges.
oh, that's the reason he went bishop b7, and he's not worried about knight c5,
More pieces going
bc5.
out of the board with good pawn structure, it's better, because
Ah,
even though the d6 square is weak, uh, a knight or a bishop is not going to come there. At
got it.
worst, at best, he can try to get a rook on d6. But after bb7, rook b7, let's say, um, you can go like queen b8 at some point, and then hitting on e5. And if the bishop develops, you get rook b2 ideas.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically you're meaning that because the pawn structure is weak, you can attack
You
it,
don't mind,
and yeah,
you don't mind agreeing for some exchanges, piece exchanges.
Beautiful.
So when you have
So,
bad pawn structure, so let me put it this way: we have only two things on the board: pieces, pawns, right? So if we have bad pawns, and if you don't have any pieces, then there's no compensation to show for the bad pawn. So if you have a bad pawns, you can just say, at least my pieces are active.
Hmm.
So active pieces will compensate bad pawn structure. So when opponent has a bad pawn structure, he's looking for piece activity as compensation. And if we just exchange a few pieces, then opponent will just have bad pawn structure and no pieces to show for
wow.
activity compensation.
That is so cool
That's the
because we use this principle very much in IQPs, in isolated queen pawn structures. But then
yeah.
it can be in other places also. This
Yeah,
can
just
really
wherever we have better pawn structure, makes sense to exchange pieces.
amazing. This is so cool. And going to so Gukesh's position right now very decent with the black pieces. Is in preparation, having a lot
Yeah,
more
only
time.
thing is like
Yeah,
the knight on h7.
yeah.
Let's say if white plays h4 at some point, then how we are going to get the knight into the game? So maybe at some point you have to play castle and f6.
Yeah, I like this idea actually. F6, F5, castle
Yeah,
F5. And that is also Gukesh like because
yeah, very typical of him.
yeah. Going back to Prag's game final, I think because I think whenever you have to leave, you let us know. We'll do a roundup and then we'll just you can take your leave. So we left at A3, I guess. Bishop F5 was played. Bishop E3 in the game. Queen D7. Is he long castling? Bishop E2. Knight went to G6. Still keeping it flexible. Not yet long castling. H4 by
Yeah,
Nepo.
I'm not very sure with knight g6. I don't know if that has to be committed.
You mean
So
H4?
maybe no, I mean knight g6. Probably black can delay this somehow. Maybe we can start with h5, and if he
Oh.
plays h4, we can play f6 maybe.
Ah, because you have this hook later
Yeah,
to go
probably.
G5.
And we don't need the knight on g6 here. Maybe knight f5 will be a better square.
H5 is
So,
very interesting actually. Yeah. So
and
he
if he does not play h4, we can push h4 maybe.
H5, H4. Yeah, at this point, bishop E2, H5. If he doesn't play H4, you have H4. And anyway, you will go with F6
Yeah,
idea.
f6. Yeah.
So he went knight G6 though in the game and H4
So with
played.
h4, Nepo is clearly saying he doesn't want short castle,
H5.
and black also is revealing he doesn't want short castle. So both are probably going for long castle. But this move knight d2 is very interesting. He's trying to get a pawn, but this is not a threat because if bishop h5, we have bishop c2, queen c2, rook h5.
Oh, that's a nice tactic.
So for example, if we just play long castle here,
Yeah. Bishop H5, let's say.
we can take bishop c2.
Bishop C2.
Oh,
Queen
the
C2,
computer
Rook
doesn't like.
H5. It's good. This is good. But there is something better
There
maybe
is
at
something.
this point.
Maybe you can just take and bishop is on queen trap. Rook
No.
h5, rook
Uh,
h5, queen h5, bishop g4.
Bishop E7 you wanted. Bishop G4. Queen trap. Bishop so
If
that
queen g5, bishop e7 is trap.
yeah. Oh yeah. Then why is this not working?
No, but queen h7 maybe.
And then you have stopped the attack. And then H5 is threatened. No, this was interesting because we had to calculate such a variation.
Yeah. So maybe if this is not working,
But the next
then
move is very difficult, I feel. The best move over here to play.
bishop e7, na?
Wait, at
After
which point?
bishop
Bishop H5. Here is Queen E6, and I don't understand this move.
knight d4 is a threat now.
Oh. But then the bishop can go back.
Stop. You
Then
cannot
when
come
he
knight.
goes back, then you will pick up the H4
Take on
pawn.
h4. Yeah, rook h4.
That pin is always there.
And then the king e1 will be a huge problem. With the knight d2, the queen cannot come out and go long castle.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
a
I
move like
think
queen e6 is in the game when you are calculating. Like for us, there is bar and at least this thing. But in the game, such a move is tough to calculate, suddenly calculate out of nowhere because
but
it's not
here
a.
you have to go by feeling because when you play long castle, so normally what I tell my students is if your opponent's king is in the center and when you're castling, you should look at the opponent king. That means like
Yeah.
you have to remind yourself that your opponent's king is in the center. And especially after a move like h4, where white is indicating he is not going to play short castle. I think this knight d2 is slightly risky approach for Nepo. And you don't need to, so you just have to believe that your position has compensation here.
But
He played,
Nepo, we didn't expect. Like I thought that he's going to try to play in the most simple chess because he's in Soul Leader. So with Praggnanandhaa is definitely. But this idea with h4 and knight d2 and he's just playing his normal style. I mean,
yeah, this is quite a risky approach, but I don't like this move, bishop g4 much. I think you should just go long castle. Because Prag is kind of, he needs a win. And Nepo is giving that chance
hmm.
uh, to take some risk and go for more. Probably he wants knight c7, knight f5.
Knight c7 exactly. Why? Because this bishop on g4, white can never take here, right? Like if you or you can take. I thought after takes the h4 is
There
attacked.
is no threat. Yeah, pawn is under attack.
And if you go
You
h5,
play h5,
it
maybe
would
queen
be
f5.
yeah later queen f5 and it would be
Maybe
directly only queen
immediately.
f5 because it's a pin.
Queen f5
So
doesn't like for some reason. I don't know
oh
why. Maybe
no,
f3. Huh?
f
No.
not even f3 rook h5 but
Queen e2 maybe.
no no actually queen
No?
e2 also a long castle
Yeah,
and
yeah. I mean,
rook
this is what I
h5.
want. If we get this, it's amazing.
Yeah,
So
but the
what?
move here is crazy. Knight f1,
Wow. Rook h5, knight g3. No, I don't understand.
rook
Maybe
h5.
after you can play knight g3,
Yes,
queen h, knight f5. Yeah.
queen g4 now.
No, I thought queen h4 was also possible. I thought.
Okay,
Queen h4, knight d5. Sorry. Knight d5.
knight d5
Knight d5
problem.
long cast.
Hmm.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, all this is, I mean, it is black. Black will be extremely happy to get all this.
But so there are a lot of tricks. I mean, Nepo will have to be a little alert
No, so
for
I
such
don't think
ideas.
if he takes bishop g4, fg4, then g3 he has to play, probably. But even here, long castle.
And now if I go queen e2 with the idea of long castle, let's say.
Maybe I should play
Uh,
start with queen f5 to discourage queen e2. Huh?
so queen
Just
c2 is a problem.
trying to
If you
say I
go
will
queen
take on
e2,
c2.
queen c2.
But maybe queen c2, queen g4.
Queen
Queen,
c2, queen g4,
queen b2.
queen b2.
No, so he
Sweeping it
cannot
all.
take queen
You'll
g4.
take knight d5 here.
Yeah, long
But then
castle.
still, this is hanging. So first, long castle is
Yeah, you can give
forced.
the pawn on g4 with check.
Check king b8 and then this is
Again,
very
here
sharp,
you
yeah.
should just believe. Yeah, you should just believe that you will have compensation. You should realize like black is not worse. Whether we have more or not, God only knows.
But tell me when you are saying that you should feel it. This position is so much about then calculation, so you have to do it because it's so sharp. You can't miss a tactic. But then you also have to feel it. Such
Yeah.
positions normally it feels like it's more about calculation, or are you saying that there has to be a balance? Because I'm a little bit very interested to know that when you said this is also about feeling.
Yeah, because you can't first calculate and then evaluate all the time. Sometimes you have to feel like we know the principles, right? If your king is for quick development, for king safety, you can sacrifice a pawn in the opening. So it's not like we are inventing this. This is already well known. So the only thing is like that's the feeling. So if you believe in this principle, then in the opening, wherever like your opponent's king in the center and you have a quick development, your pieces are active, then you are always feeling like I will have something here. my activity. So
Hmm.
with that feeling, you somehow try to prove with the variations that your feeling is in the right direction.
Wow, this is amazing explanation about the whole position and how to look at it. It's always when you are here, the insights you are sharing with us, it's superb, Ramesh. So Bishop G4 happening on the board, and we are maybe not expecting Bishop G4, but then as you mentioned with the knight on
What does he
B2,
play? Yeah.
yeah, I want to
Because
long castle, but can't do that. So moving this knight also doesn't seem like making much sense because then why
no,
would
and the
he go
other thing
knight
is like
d2?
black can sometimes go f5. Idea f4.
Ooh, wow. So for f3, you always have
f5,
this.
f3, f4.
Ah.
These ideas are also there.
And then the next move, you're just long castling, like it's some dream
Yeah,
move
long
or
castle f5. Black's position looks very pleasing, but what is the evaluation?
right now the
What
evaluation
is-
is equal, and the top three moves which computer suggests is first one is knight b3.
Okay.
Then one is g3, and then bishop g4. All of it shows equal, but as we were looking, it is far from that
Practically,
very sharp.
maybe G3 or knight B3. Knight B3 makes more
More sense
sense.
because then you at least are aiming at queen d2 and long castle. But if you
Yeah.
continue with long castle, then you will play queen d2 or
Yeah. So here maybe I'm thinking if we can provoke like, yeah, probably it's just equal. Huh? How about F5 here? No, F5, F3 is there.
now
So
f5 f3 is there because f4 is
yeah,
not as
bishop
powerful.
F4.
Here,
Maybe you can just play bishop E7,
bishop e7.
provoking
Okay,
G3, and then queen F5 maybe to
queen
get
f.
bishop F3. It's just equal, I think. Oh, this
Queen
is it.
f5. There is one sharp tactic,
F3,
I
huh?
think.
F3, bishop F3, rook F1. Huh?
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
yes. All the
Yeah, queen
time.
F5 is played. Otherwise, I'll just play bishop F3 and sit on light squares.
You know what the engine is suggesting here? Bishop e7 is
Rook E8.
possible. It's a decent move. No, it's suggesting to take on e2. Bishop e2.
Okay, so it's like wasting a tempo.
Yeah. Acha,
Now,
for white. So queen e2,
yeah,
but
yeah, queen D2, queen E2, rook E8. Huh?
no, but that's the point. Even if this suggests the next move is queen g4, and I don't think like this is
Yeah, it's
practically
just
maybe
equal.
not a good idea, right? To exchange the queens.
Yeah, just take on G3.
Take. So even if that engine suggests, I'm not sure if this one because he says knight now to e7.
No, but knight E7, knight F5. Yeah, Prag will love such endgames.
Oh, he will. And
Yeah,
you
yeah.
think that
He
there
likes
is
to play
some
with
chance
knights.
here, like with this in this endgame
Yeah,
also.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Wow. So bishop g4 is a very interesting move then, which
White is,
Prag has gone.
yeah, yeah. White is going to suffer for sure.
Wow. At least we can say then, in that sense, it's a successful opening for Prague because with the black pieces, he can keep putting some pressure on white. So,
Yeah. I mean,
wonderful.
Nepo needs a draw, but this is what experienced people say. Like, when you want a draw, don't play ruthlessly for a draw. Usually, it will backfire.
Yeah. So
To play a normal.
he played knight b3 right now. He went for
I
knight
think he'll
b3.
play long castle.
I think
Prag
Prague
will
will
go.
quickly play in long castle. 1 hour 25 minutes for Prague and 1 hour 32 minutes for Nepo. Do you think Nepo's time management in general is like the best amongst the candidates over here?
If he, I saw Hikaru's, when he bet Prague in the last round and he's posted a video on YouTube, he was always talking like, I have to play fast. I should not get into time trouble. So that's a very good way to think, especially in this tournament where you don't have the increment for the first time control. So he was always telling himself, reminding himself to play fast and not avoid time trouble. So this kind of self-awareness during a tournament is very important, but not easy at the heat of the moment. You can just carried away by your analysis, which you do during the game. But I think Prague, he realizes he can create something. So he wants to maximize the chances. Probably he's thinking about a5, a4 ideas, but I think
Oh,
it's
oh.
not necessary.
Not necessary. You
Always that
want to
much.
long
Yeah.
castle later. So
Yeah.
this 2 hours we have seen in this tournament. So many things changed towards the last moment, like between the moves 35 to 40,
35 to
especially.
40. Yeah.
Uh, and it seemed sometimes very, just changed, unfair at some, this kind of a feeling. What do you think without increment in general? Because you are seeing Vaishali playing in a with increment tournament and Prag playing in no increment. What do you say that which would be better in terms of time control?
For the audience, this time control without increment is definitely better because it is producing results. It's forcing the players to take quick decisions. Basically, like you have to put um the opponents under pressure. You have to, because otherwise most of the games are ending in draw. But the good thing in this tournament is like the youngsters are really fighting in every game. So uh, there's this time control and the youngsters, a mixture of many youngsters is producing a lot of results, decisive outcomes in the games.
Hmm.
I like this time control.
Oh.
You're getting many exciting games.
Wow, that's a very good thing to know because I was feeling like there should be some 30 seconds, some 10 seconds kuch to because the game changed in the last few moves more like there is no time. So you have to make random move in that sense and that
No, you
pressure
don't make
is
random moves. For example, like everyone knows this time control. So what you can do is like maybe just play a few rapid games without increment. Like you can just play some games with let's say 15 minutes on the clock, an interesting position, and you have to play 10 moves, something like this. And if you play a lot of games like this, you can actually prepare for this time control before the tournament itself.
That's a great training. And also, this training will anyway help you even if you have 30 seconds increment in other tournaments.
Yeah,
It's not like you have to
yeah,
shift that, which is
yeah.
amazing. By the way, we've not checked Vidit versus Caruana's game at all. So, can we
Yes.
just have a quick look at
Sure.
it? E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop C4.
Italian.
Well, yeah.
Lot of Italian. And yeah.
Italian is the new Rilop is bishop A7, knight D2. This is all standard until now.
Yeah, so now the point is like Vidit was sorry, who is black?
Vidit is
Vidit
black.
is black. Yeah, so he was waiting uh, to castle because on the previous move, just one move back. Yeah, so bishop was on c5.
Hmm.
So now if you play castle, he has this bg5 pin,
Hmm.
and you can still go h6 g5, but with after the king castle, still possible. Uh, so that's why he was not castling, to discourage bishop g5. And the moment he played knight d2, he is ready for. That's why he played bishop a7 and wait. Now that he has played knight d2, bg5 is not possible, so he's going for short castle.
Nice.
And here, if they try to go b4 ideas, you can just run knight e7, knight g6, and then the b4 move will look a bit odd. Without the knight on c6, you are not getting b5 tempo.
Wow.
And you can do this without worrying about the bishop g5 pin. Okay, so he played h3.
Yeah. H3, knight e7,
Anyway, yeah.
rook e1, knight g6, a5, c6.
So this is a bit new, this a5 concept.
This one, yeah. So Caruana may have got this as his preparation. C6. With it played a little
He's
bit.
getting ready for d5. So he's moving the bishop prophylactically. So he's overprotecting the e5 pawn. At the right time, you can go d5 break, or you can also consider bishop e6, rook e6. Yeah, it's a very decent move.
D4 on the board and D5. Now there are some exchanges. D takes E5, knight takes E5, knight E5, rook E5. takes, and Vidit is thinking here.
Mhm.
He's having 1
So the
hour
point
28
is,
minutes.
so the point probably is now the rook is under attack. Now, if rook e1, queen e1, knight d5, let's say, he can take bishop d5 maybe. The point is if queen
Oh.
d5, queen e8 mate. So we have to take cd5. And we get that theory which I was telling earlier. When you have good pawn structure, exchange piece. And here what white is doing, by exchanging piece, he is getting good pawn structure.
Oh, that is cool.
So,
But
so
but the
he
position
can
is
he can
open,
get,
right? I mean, the position is very open, and black
yeah.
is having double bishop, so that
Yeah.
can be
So we should
slightly.
we should immediately get knight of 3 bishop e3,
Yeah,
exchange
knight
that
of.
one bishop. I don't know where knight
Hmm.
b3 or knight f3. Let's
Yeah.
say
Oh.
knight of 3
Hmm.
and then bishop e3 next move. If he plays bishop e6 or bishop f5, you quickly go bishop e3.
Yeah.
And if he takes bishop e3, queen e3 will be the dream position for white. You have exchange, you have good pawn structure, you have exchanged a lot of pieces.
Hmm.
And the right pieces, you got a good knight versus bad bishop.
So then this
So
is.
probably you should go back bishop b8.
He played knight. Yeah, this is happening, by the way, on the board. So if bishop d5 happens, which is very likely that Caruana will take here, cd5, and
Otherwise, if he doesn't take, probably white doesn't have much.
but even if he takes, and then you are mentioning in the move bishop e3, which is kind of
Yeah.
unstoppable. So for black, how should he play this position here?
So one idea is probably not put the bishop on e6, but bishop d7. And if bishop
Bishop
e3, you
e3.
can try bishop b8.
Ah, you don't exchange on this diagonal
Try to
thing.
get some attack. Yeah. But this position is also very pleasant for white, I guess.
So Caruana's
Once
a5 move, as you mentioned, is a new, like kind of maybe a new move. If it is in his preparation, he will go for
Yeah,
this
probably
and present.
he wanted black to play d5 and go for
Oh
this.
my god. Because
I
it's the
put it
most
such.
natural way black can go for.
Yeah.
Crazy. This is amazing preparation.
I'm just wondering for d5, d5, could he take knight e4? Maybe just lose a pawn, but I
Yeah.
just want to check.
Yeah.
Here,
d5,
knight.
knight e4,
Just losing pawn or what?
knight e4, d4,
Take and rook e4,
knight.
right? Queen d8, I
Queen
think.
d8 all. Yeah, queen d8, rook
And
d8.
then rook.
No, knight g5. Rook e4 also
Huh?
is good. This is the strongest.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so we have reached this position after knight d5, and we are expecting Caruana to take here on d5. So let's see how it is going to be.
The other alternative is you can start with knight of 3. And the point is if you go bishop e6, maybe knight g5.
Ah. Knight g5. Ah.
How good is
Black
this?
is happy to go bishop f5
Bishop
now.
f5. Yeah.
So can we not start with bishop f5 here in like now? Bishop f5. Because now if you take, there is queen d5.
Oh, I was thinking maybe queen e5 idea to take.
Okay. So where is this going to go? Just bishop g6 suppose, and now you want to take here bishop d5.
Yeah. But here maybe you can take with the queen.
Queen
The point
takes.
is after queen d5, cd5, you don't get bishop e3
Hmm.
because you will also have weak pawns.
Correct. But still this seems weak because there is no d4, and eventually you will try to exchange with the
Yeah,
a5
but now
pawn
I'm
there.
going to come rook e8 quickly. In this position, I think if the black bishops are on the board, black can defend.
Okay. So then
If
knight
the black
d5.
bishops exchange,
Hmm.
uh,
Sorry,
he'll
I'll
be
go back
suffering
there.
from black.
Here we saw knight f3, bishop f5, queen e5, bishop g6 takes. Hmm.
Yeah. It still likes white's position, huh?
Slightly. Oh, it still suggests the move bishop e3. I can't believe it. Like, this is okay. With takes, the pawn
Have
on
to.
e3 is okay.
So maybe you should get rook c8, rook c5. The point is if b4, rook c3 will go.
Yes.
Just tying the rook to the a pawn.
I think maybe Vidit will be able to
Hold this,
defend
huh?
this. Yeah. Maybe not go into this if there is anything better, if at all, after knight d5. But as you mentioned, bishop d5, c d5, knight f3.
Knight f3 or knight b3, I'm not very sure. One of that.
Oh, by the way, knight f3, both are
f4.
possible. Knight f3, knight b3, both. But for knight f3, there is one idea which engine suggests for black.
Queen
I
d6.
think
Idea
it's
bishop h3.
queen d6. What's the idea? No.
Bishop h3.
Ah, what?
No, no, this is just stupid. No, you can actually go bishop f4.
Oh, bishop f4
You can
here.
even
So
go bishop
that,
f4.
guys, if you take here, then there is mate now. There is no queen f8. So important to be alert. No, the idea is little different. We saw bishop e6, bishop f5 are possible ideas, but the move here is d4. How is this working?
Okay. So you just want to sacrifice and either bishop e6, bd5. You take bd4,
Ah,
cd4, bishop e6 is
opposite
bad.
colored bishop. You want to go in opposite colored bishop that way.
Yeah. So you can just hit bishop d5, f6,
But
no
isn't it
entry.
a torture? Like long, because there are major pieces on the board.
No, because there are only two open files, and whichever open file the opponent goes with the rook will go, just to go and exchange.
Got it.
No, this will be easy draw, I think.
So let's see. But
There's
d4
no
is hard
weakness.
to play in the game. Like
Yeah.
I don't know, because even to just think of calculate
Yeah,
that
but
move.
that is a slightly risky decision.
Hmm.
If you don't want to suffer for long, maybe you don't want to do that.
Yeah. So in right now roundup, it seems like Vidit should be able to hold this against Caruana. Nakamura versus Prag versus Nepo. It's going very interesting. Knight b3 was played, in fact, in the game, and Prag went bishop e7.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is required
Yeah.
because he would want to play g3 anyway. So why provoke him to do what he
Hmm.
wants to do anyway? So just long castle, you have a very
Yeah.
decent move.
Yeah, he's somehow rejected long castle 8, or he maybe like him to play g3. Is there something about that?
Because like once he plays g3, the knight on g6 looks really odd.
Oh, he takes on e2 quickly. In
I
fact,
don't think. I'm not sure about this approach
does he want
because
to play
you're
this?
just helping him develop the queen.
Hmm.
Why not wait for queen d2 and then take bishop e2? So I'm not very sure about this bishop e2 decision. It's just
Hmm.
simplifying too much. Now he just can play long castle.
Yeah, if long castle,
I'm just
right?
curious to know why he took on e2. Why not just play long castle direct?
Yeah, because he
That
also made quick moves. Like he knew what he was doing with bishop e7, immediately made these two moves. So something he wanted to avoid, maybe with long castle. Exactly, I'm
No, I
not
think
sure.
bishop e7 was probably not the
Not
right
the
approach if
best.
you're playing for a win.
Still, the position is fighting, like, or can turn into a fighting position. You think?
Depends. If we get knight e7, knight f5, but how to get that? If the bishop was on f8 or d6, that was possible. So knight e7, knight f5 is not happening. The knight on g6 is passive now. So maybe you can go knight f8, knight e6, but then the queen d7 will look passive.
Hmm.
Ideally, you would want queen f5, knight f8, knight e6. So the queen is not passive, but that will always allow queen d3 exchange. Just allow more exchanges.
Hmm. Yeah, and after queen d3, again, the queen is not having a lot of
I mean,
options.
all this, black is never in risk in such positions and is always the one who is playing for a win slightly. But I don't know, should we agree for so much simplifications?
Yeah, because you want to play for a win with the black pieces.
It becomes easier for white to defend now.
Correct. So long castle on the board. Nepo is thinking. So currently the most, just to finish our roundup here, Gukesh versus Nijat after knight at 7, e5,
Yeah, he played queen
rook
c7.
d8, knight d2, b6. Yeah, this also we saw. h4. Oh, h4 was played. Queen c7 and now rook d1 on the board. So knight d6 is the threat. So this position is fighting because anything can happen here. It feels like anything can happen. Eventually it can fizzle out, but currently a lot of things with the king in the center.
Yeah. Yeah. So probably you just have to go short castle, huh?
Short castle, if knight d6, that's not a worry, yeah? If knight goes to d6, black is very happy.
bg2 and bishop d6, bishop c4, queen c4.
This is hanging. But rook d6,
But
queen c4, rook d7.
point is if rook d7, queen c6.
Ah, oh, that's a blunder. Big blunder.
Maybe bishop a3, I don't know.
So then not to go into the knight d6 anyway. What you had mentioned some idea. Which was it?
Maybe you should go bishop f4.
Bishop f4.
And then rook d3, rook d1, maybe.
And then as you had asked, what is this knight going to do with the pawn
Yeah,
on h4?
that is the point. He would need to solve that. So maybe you can go rook of c8 and knight f8.
So rook f8, rook d2.
No, but the
let's
point
say.
is like we always have this in case of knight f8, maybe some ideas. I don't know, bishop h6, g6, knight
Oh.
f6. There is no queen h7 because the knight is on f8.
So no, but this is important to take care. Something like this short shouldn't come. Knight f6 check.
Not working probably. King h8. Yes.
Right now not working because
King h8 is not working. Rook d7.
Rook d7, there is a defense here for black. Queen e5. Then this is attacked and then this.
Rook f7. Rook c7, no?
Yes.
Otherwise, rook h7, mate. No, all this is difficult to calculate.
Yes. So bishop h6, not bishop h6, but it's on the card. Like he will have to be alert about that. The knight cannot move anywhere, and knight g6 can be a good idea because e5 is hanging. So if white plays h5, then black should be happy later again to go knight h7, but still he can't go knight g5.
Yeah. Maybe white can go g4, g5. No, but you can just play double the rooks. Maybe we should just play bishop c6 and sit.
Here for for h5, bishop c6 you have. You want something, no, on the queen side. Like there doesn't seem like any break. Like we wanted f6 or something. d6 is impossible. b5 is you won't want to dissolve here. So how are these rooks and where is the play here on the queen side for
Yeah, that's a
Gukesh?
good question. Maybe we just have to sit tight.
Wait for
Maybe queen
Nijat.
b7. Maybe queen b7. But even then, everything is defended. e4 is well defended.
Yeah, not a easy position actually. Now that
Maybe you should go queen b7, queen a6 after the c4 pawn.
queen, yeah. So over here, so firstly he's not castled. So if you castle, this is what, let's say black wants to go for castle. Bishop f4, rook c8 looks like the only idea if you have castled, and then after rook d2, bishop c6, rook d1. Let's say queen b7.
It's not doesn't like the move. Huh?
Oh, there is a tactic.
Some dishum. Huh?
Yes. That's a good one. Guys, the board is
Knight c5 and rook d7 or what?
Rook d7 directly. Yes, knight c5 also, but rook d7 directly stronger. And if you take here, guys, the problem is knight f6 check and you lose the queen. You can't. There are no two rooks. No takes, bishop d7, and queen d1 or queen e2, and then I think, as you mentioned, problems here
Get
on the
some
king
attack.
side.
Yeah.
So Gukesh has to be very alert. In fact, for Gukesh, he will really have to be alert, and Nijat is very resourceful. So for him, if he wants a must win, he will try to look at all these calculations. They
But I
are
don't think
his style.
Nijat is in a must-win situation.
That's true. What style would you say about Nijat? Like Nijat's play in general?
Very solid in general, I think. It's extremely solid, doesn't create weaknesses. This game is an exception. He has this c3, c4. But again, because we have the bad pawn structure, he has to go for activity. That's why he's playing h4, e4, e5. He's playing very actively. Yeah, very interesting position in all the games. I can see like Fabiano did not take on d5, yeah.
Fabiano also did not take, yeah. Oh, so then what did he go for? Queen e1, knight d5, bishop c2. He maintained this bishop, bishop e6, and now knight goes to f3. That's
So
good,
now
no,
knight
for Vidit, in a way.
knight is a threat.
Can
I'm
you
just
go
wondering,
f6?
what if just h6? Yeah,
Yeah.
if queen e4, knight f6. But queen h4.
Sacrifice ideas, no, over here. Why is black? Oh.
No, it's not easy to develop the queen and the rook. That's the thing.
You know, here one very cool idea for black. The engine is suggesting. I mean, I think in game it's not possible to see such a
Bishop
move.
f5.
Yes.
If bishop f5, queen d1, king h2, bishop b8.
Bishop b8, and now
If g3, queen f3.
This is insane. This is insane. You just can't lose sight of something, no? Even in the normal position, you lose sight of something, and just all of a
The
sudden.
problem is, like after queen h4, he's always having this bishop h6, g h6, queen h6 attack. That's very unpleasant, followed by knight g5 and so on. So you realize the king is coming under danger. So if you play queen d7 or wherever you move the queen, this bishop h6 is coming. And if you don't do that, he can just bishop f4, rook d1, he will come. So we realize like normal moves don't work. Then we look for abnormal moves. And you see this bishop f5.
This is good. Normal moves don't work, so we have to start looking at
We
abnormal.
have to see something above normal. That becomes abnormal.
Then that becomes extraordinary also in a way. So the games are going interesting. At least there is no easy quick draw or something. Towards the end of the tournament, many times there are quick draws in such tournaments. Like those who know they are not winning the tournament, they are in the bottom half. So that has changed a lot with so many youngsters in such an event.
Yeah. So Prague has gone queen f5. Yeah.
Prague went
It's
queen
invite
f5.
d3.
Yeah.
And Nepo knight a4. He wants knight c5 and queen b5. Create some
Which
attack.
is good, no? Because once queen d3 comes, this is better that Nepo is also playing like usual. He's not playing like he's a sole leader and he's trying to go for these exchanges and all that.
Yeah.
That's good. So knight a4 on the board, and
so maybe rook d8 or rook d6. Rook d8. The point is, if knight c5, you can consider. The point is like if queen b5 comes, you will get knight d8 later. Like bishop c5, knight c5, let's say. And I don't know, let's say rook e7.
Queen. Oops.
But he has knight b7.
Yeah, if this, fine. But here.
Knight b7 is coming. I'm just trying to show the idea.
Correct.
of d8. We should not play rook e7, of course.
But
So
even a move
any
like
other,
a6 looks very risky with knight a6 ideas.
but knight a6, b6, queen a6, king d7. You should be fine. But I would be more worried about rook d3, rook b3.
Here, rook d3 and rook b3. Looks dangerous, this one. So not a6 again, then you don't want to give this kind of a weakness.
No, but you can always go queen g4, rook d3.
Rook d3, queen g4. So if a6, rook d3, queen g4, he's not gonna exchange. Like maybe queen.
No, but then you don't have threat of knight a6, queen a6 ideas, no?
And also the queen doesn't have queen a5 or queen b4 also. It can be slow. Can I not give a pawn sacrifice with f3, queen g3? There is it too slow with rook
a5.
b3? Ah,
No.
yeah, I blundered big time. Yes.
Ah, yes. Because if knight a5, maybe you have rook b7.
Knight a5, rook. Oh, rook b7. Knight b7, queen a6.
Threatening queen a8 mate.
That's what I was looking at. What's the problem with this? There is no mate. I'm running, but queen a8, of course, and
We have to run
king
already.
d8. King d8 forced. So
Yeah.
very
All this
interesting
is
ideas. Yeah, lot
very-
of calculations here. So actually, this game can also go in any direction. That means, and especially with Nepo not going for simple chess, that helps. That's a good thing for Prague also. So knight a4 on the. Can VD go knight f6 here? If bishop g5, you can play bishop d5. The VD. Okay, that's another game you're talking about.
I'm just wondering if b6 can be played.
You want to stop
Queen b,
this. So what if
queen
queen
b, I guess.
queen b5, queen a6 check, king b8, and now I not go
Knight
knight c5?
c5.
Yeah.
You can go queen c8. But then after queen b5, it's very unpleasant. Huh? Rook d6, maybe.
Here there is no break, like black as f6 g5 was a good idea. So for Prague, he needs something, or you are happy if even if he gets the knight f5. Like how should he think? Where should his pieces be?
No, the point is like probably black should, if we can get b6 without paying any price, that will be the best, because then both the knights are horrible in one move. Both knight a4 and knight b3, they'll be extremely bad. And that itself will, and then you can get rook e8 and play comfortably. And then move the bishop f6, rook e6, rook e8. You can play on the light squares. Basically, you have to fight for the light squares. So that's what white is also doing. He wants to get knight c5. From knight c5, it will fight for the light squares, the b7, e6, all this. So his idea is knight c5, queen b5. How to deal with this? This is the question.
So knight a4 is actually very nice move by Nepo. Look, because starting to look dangerous here. I like this b6, but queen a6 you don't want to allow, and with a6 you have to constantly keep calculating the sacrifice ideas. Knight c5. Well, what was the best suggestion by computer? Computer says knight f8 right now.
Yeah, knight f8, knight e6, and then later you try to get.
No, here he says give up the bishop, knight takes c5, and now knight d7, a6 is also knight d7 or e6, trying to exchange both the knights. And as you said, queen d3, the queens will get exchanged. Oh, Prague plays knight f8, just as we were talking about this move.
He likes to play with the knight.
Yeah.
Right. But there'll be slight pressure, but I think white can hold this.
But this bishop versus this knight, if it lands into, let's say, two rooks versus this bishop and this knight, is there something
even if we get that, It's not easy because you can just come king d2, king d3 and sit tight.
Hmm. Hmm.
Maybe we should get f6, g5, try to get a outside pass pawn. But I think white can hold this.
Oh, so currently white, like currently this position is equal. Nakamura versus Firouzja also going on, with Nakamura having some slight edge already in the position. Gukesh versus Nijat is very, very complex. Rook d1 has been played. Gukesh is thinking down to 1 hour 16 minutes. And Vidit versus Caruana is quite equal there.
Yeah, he played queen d7. Okay, he wants to go bishop f5 now.
Which is
After that, the bishop on c1 will not have good squares to move.
so nice idea to get this rook. This one engine suggests rook a4. Yeah, but is bishop h3 ideas there? Which you had not really,
No, we
not
can take
really.
and play queen e. No, I don't think so.
But rook e8 is happening now with the threat of bishop h3. So what is
Yeah.
white going to do here for queen d7? Because uh, you don't have
No, the
time to
main problem
develop,
is the
no?
bishop c1 doesn't have good squares to go. That is the problem. That's why I wanted to take on bishop d5.
Hmm. Bishop d5 was
No.
great actually. Now, if we look at this position, that bishop d5 was giving some pressure for black to be accurate. But here it is black
Maybe he
is.
thought he will get some knight g5 attacking ideas, but doesn't seem to be getting it.
If right now he goes knight g5, attacking here and attacking here, there is
Maybe
bishop f5, no?
bishop f5. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the plan. So don't have it. And if you go queen e4 with the idea of this, then
Knight
stopping
f6.
bishop f5, knight f6. Queen h4 is what we were looking at these ideas. But
So bishop.
anyway, bishop f5. Yeah, this exchange is good for Vidit. The bishops
Yeah,
getting
and then
exchanged.
knight e4 and all will come hitting on f2.
Yeah, and then maybe
White
this
has to
bishop.
be slightly careful now. Black has comfortably equalized. White just has to do the correct exchanges and equalize completely.
Because this
Otherwise,
can get weak. A5, the pawn on A5 suddenly, the back
if the
rank.
light color bishop get exchanged, white will have to be very careful.
Oh, so we can't just discard this as equal and draw, going towards a draw that way.
But Fabiano will realize that things have
he,
not gone his way.
he
He
will
has to
defend.
become very concrete and equalize.
Amazing, amazing. And Vaishali's game, there, what happened later? Because we saw her preparation happening till knight a4, takes, queen h4 also we saw, I guess. This one we didn't see. Queen g4, still with 1 hour 33 minutes on move number 16, which is amazing. 48 minutes here with Anna Muzychuk. Vaishali goes a5, not using any time at all. Let's see at which point she will go below 1 hour 30 minutes. h3, h4.
This is very important move. Bishop h3 was threatened.
Hmm.
If king h2, he'll play h4. Idea rook h4. So the rook will come into the game.
Finally, it will come into the
So
game.
white plays h4 to also stop bishop h3 and not let the rook come into the game.
So king
So that is the
g8.
main concern for black now. So she's going king g8, idea king h7 and bring the rook.
At this point was the first time that she used 12 minutes, and now she's having 1 hour 18 minutes on the clock. Rook f1, bishop f5, c3. We are at this position currently with 41 minutes with Anna Muzychuk and 1 hour 3 minutes for Vaishali.
Yeah, white has fantastic compensation. He can get knight c5 followed by b4, a4 and a5, let's say. So the
And for
knight on
that,
c5 will
he
be
will
better.
need the rook. Somehow the rook is needed on the g file. It feels like the right file for the rook.
Yeah, so maybe you should get king h7, rook e8 and f6. If ef6, gf6, something like this.
This is cool. So you can even go this rook to g8 if you need to. I like
Yeah.
f6 idea. It's a great idea. Pawn break with f6. And then there is a lot of attacking chances with the bishop on e4, opposite colored bishop. So
But with
this
the knight c5 coming, bishop
ah
e4 will not be such a big problem. The right time you can take.
stops it. But then at the right time, if Vaishali needs to, let's say worst case for her attack, needs to give back the exchange for the knight. When at the appropriate moment bishop
Yeah.
e4 is going to be very killing, that option will always be there for her.
Yeah. That's why like you can get b4, a4. So maybe black has to play the move a5 quickly. So at least you
Stopping b4.
maybe after knight c5 also you can play a5.
King h7, knight c5, and now a5 stops b4. For white now, what a3 then a4 is the problem, and
I think the position is fine for both players, but it's easy to play with white than black, I would feel. He can
really
play like king h2, rook f3. And rook f3, queen f2. Rook f3, queen f2, attacking the bishop on f7 pawn, something like this.
so then
Because there is no
that means
target.
huh?
There is no target for black to attack. He is not attacking anything. Black is not attacking anything. But the white pieces look very controlled, the knight c5 especially. And you have the f file. So how to use the f file? Maybe rook f3, queen f2.
It means that Vaishali will have to be very quick with f6 ideas. So if rook f3, I don't know how the move f6 is, but because also e6 can be scary to consider, or not really. Computer hates it.
Just
e6,
rook e8.
rook e8, and it's lost. So just a one more thing. But ef6, gf6. Ooh, again he doesn't like it, but
Queen f2, lose the pawn.
that's the reason. So you will need a rook on f8, because otherwise if you take queen f6, queen f2, this is attacked. Now
You just sit with g6 or rook f8.
yeah, rook f8.
Knight d7. Still it's equal.
Why? What's the defense here?
Just move the queen. Queen e6 or queen g6, let's say.
But then knight
Knight
f8. Something is here. Some defense. Oh my god.
bishop d7.
Yeah. You giving
Rook
a
of 6.
queen.
You have two rooks.
Two rooks.
And now you can get the
Exchange.
bishop e4. Bishop f5, bishop e4. The king will be safe. The pawns will be safe. Yeah. Or rook e8, rook e4, rook g.
Sorry.
Yeah. Fine.
Lot of
Black
ideas
is
there.
Yeah.
So knight c5 played on the board in Vaishali versus Anna Muzychuk, and now maybe king h. In fact, this has happened. King h7, knight c5 has happened on the board. So maybe if f6 is the move which Vaishali might play here. This at this moment it changes, because if now f6, ef6, queen f6, the rook is not on f3. So that might be the reason that it's more preferable for black. Let's see what Vaishali will play. But this is Vaishali, very complex, but slightly better.
If he doesn't play f6, if he delays f6 too long, white will consolidate. Like rook f3, queen. Then it will be very difficult for black, I think.
Max to max, he can still play rook f8, one of the rook to f8 with the idea of f6, but can't delay more.
Ideas.
Knight d7 ideas.
Yeah.
Correct. So and finally, Humpy is clearly better against Goryachkina. Wow, that's amazing. What happened with the later rook b8, knight a3? She got b5.
Knight a3 looks.
Oh, so
knight a3 looks very bad move.
Because you were mentioning queen c4 is necessary as b5 is the idea, and she's not taken there, which she had to. So knight a3, Goryachkina has allowed Humpy to defend that pawn. And what is her compensation? So knight e5, takes, knight d7, bishop goes to a5.
So one move, bishop c6, and then it will be zugzwang. So BB7 has to be played.
Wow. Bishop c6. So bishop b7, stopping that, and knight c4 has happened on the board. What is the problem firstly for either b takes c4 or takes and b takes c4? I don't know. Because she's given a full piece there. Or is there a pin? Anything related with this? Not sure.
No, yeah,
First taking here is a mistake. Oh my god, what is the move? Guys, white to play. Maybe if you want to try, chat. Let's see if you're able to
knight
try.
d6. Huh? Idea bishop c6.
Yes, knight d6. With the spin is so crazy. Bishop d6, ed6, and some trouble over here. So, not possible there. Insane. Goryachkina is very tactical. Knight c4. You can't play bishop g2. Okay, but with bishop g2, knight d6, anyway the knight is defended. If you go rook f, it doesn't make sense. There is bishop c7, king g2. So you will have to take the knight. But then computer says there was something better as well. What is the move here?
Maybe queen c8.
But queen c8, can the knight now... knight has to go back. Where?
Knight e5. Huh?
Yeah, maybe knight... Knight a3. Suppose I defend the knight, then the
Bishop
problem
g2,
is...
king g2, knight e, queen b7 check.
And then you will take the pawn on
And
e5.
then
Knight e5.
And you don't have time for CS taken. But what about e4? But then you cannot take queen c7. No, back previous move.
Yeah,
For queen
instead of
b7,
king.
let's say
E4.
e4. Now you can take knight e5. If queen c7, queen e4 is coming. And if bishop c7, rook c8 pin.
Yeah, this one, whichever.
Yeah.
Cool. This one
Maybe
is...
queen c8. Because you are attacking the knight. When the knight moves, knight into e5.
So you are not taking the piece, but tell me, here it's a full piece sack, no? So if like queen c8 is the strongest move, if I win a piece, b takes c4, what is the compensation for a white here? Like takes,
I thought they can play queen c4 or queen. Oh, no.
c4 queen. No.
You will again go queen c8. So queen a4 or what?
Queen a4, this is attack, but I can't save it because there is a pin. I can't save this. You are recovering the piece.
Yeah, I cannot push c5.
Okay, so you are recovering the piece. That's the reason if queen c8 is found, black is saying that basically I am winning the e5 pawn and it's just clearly winning. So if Humpy finds queen c8 move, how tough is this move for her according to you at this moment?
Not tough. I don't think it's tough. No, the only thing she has to see is like if bg2 knight d6 is coming. So once she sees that is the most logical move you want to do. And when that is eliminated, then she will find queen c8.
Wow. So chat, let us know if Humpy will find queen c8 or not. And by the way, Ramesh, it's 2 a.m. So definitely you have to whenever your time is, you have to just check that out. Also, we didn't have Sagar today with any news over there. What's happening, Sagar? Maybe I'll just try to let him know.
He played rook d3. Nepo. No, I'm just hoping Prag will win today.
Yes, we all are hoping. No, maybe he's busy over there yet last few days, but rook d3, c4 was played. Knight e7, no, sorry, let me go to Praggnanandhaa's game here. Rook d3, knight a4, knight f8, rook d3 already there on the board. Now Prag can go knight d7. Oops.
Knight d7, no?
Computer doesn't like it much, but I thought knight
looks,
d7.
I also don't like.
You also don't like. Then you know, at least you can tell me why not.
No, it just blocks the rook and then knight doesn't have future. I thought knight f8 idea is knight, not knight d7.
Knight e6.
Yeah, so I have a theory like when you play knight versus bishop, you should put the knight on the third rank in the central file.
So that you're stopping
opposite color of the bishop. Yeah, if he has a black color bishop, put the knight on e6. And
Hmm.
if we just get one more move, b6, I don't know. Why not b6 directly? Is there
Okay,
anything
here
wrong with that?
b6, rook
Rook c3.
c3.
If king b7, some dishum, huh?
Yeah. Some tissue. I
Yeah,
like that.
maybe
Do you use that a lot in the class, in your classes? Some tissue.
Prague uses chop the hands. If someone plays very defensive move, we'll say chop the hand.
Oh,
Just queen b5, yeah?
is your academy still there where we had come in
Yeah,
2018? It's the same
yeah.
place, yeah? Chess Gurukul.
Yeah.
And every day you have like how many students coming in the academy?
Probably 130 kids, something like that. Yeah.
Every day.
Not every day. We have different batches. So they are coming in different groups and
My
different
God.
hours.
The management must be insane, no? With so many kids coming
That's why we
there.
do that. It's my wife, Ati, who handles
Aarti,
that.
Aarti.
Difficult things she will do. I'll do the easy part.
You have never looked into anything related with management. No,
No.
only training. Where your skill set is, focus on that. Makes
Yeah.
sense. Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So B6, unfortunately, is not working. So just knight e6 also, he will play rook c3, idea rook c6. That's what I think he's aiming for, something like that. But with two knight and bishop controlling c5, it's not working.
Hmm. So what else can Prag think of? If not b6, not knight e6 is one idea you said is possible over here, which I like.
Computer doesn't like, huh?
No, computer also
Rook e,
actually likes. Computer is
rook e,
suggesting rook e.
rook e.
No, rook e8 he didn't suggest. He's saying rook c3 only next move for white, no matter what, and
Mhm.
knight c5. But he's suggesting to exchange the queens now, like challenge the queen with queen
Yeah.
g4
Yeah. Rook d3, queen g4 makes sense.
because you don't have those queen b5 and all those ideas as well. So and
Now
also
if
now
queen
if you
b2,
hmm?
yeah, probably I have to take, huh?
Now if
Or
you
queen up.
take is your
Yeah,
threat
this ending. Now I'm going to play b6 next. And the knight b3 will be
b6.
dead.
Oh yeah, because even if it goes back, there is no
I'm already
f3.
threatening g5. I'm already threatening g5 and b6. So this black will be very happy. So maybe queen f1 he has to go. I don't
Queen
know.
f1.
To keep rook c3 idea.
And now knight
g5.
d6 or g5 already you want to go? Wow.
No, probably it's not good. Maybe knight e6 because we are losing the control on c5. Yeah, knight e6 makes sense. Rook c3.
What if rook c3?
No.
Ah, okay. Here it's
Knight d4.
knight d4 is a problem, so it's just a mistake. No compensation though. If you take on d4, take,
Yeah.
yeah, there it's nothing happening later. So you can't move. So knight e6 also stops rook c3.
Yeah. And Prag loves endgame, so I think he'll play
Wow.
queen g4.
But he can, no, but he can also play knight e6 earlier. So he has a choice between queen g4 or
No, but
knight
I
e.
thought knight e6, rook c3, queen g4 now. Queen d3 it allows, no? And then
This move order you get the d3
queen
square
e4.
for the queen. Queen e4 takes
Again, I'm threatening b. Okay,
this
knight d4
one.
is a threat. So rook d1. Huh?
Rook
Okay.
c4 is a weird move. I don't think it's very easy to make such a move. But rook d1.
Now bishop f6. But d5, yeah?
d5.
Yeah.
Rook d5
So how to
maybe.
stop d5? Rook d5.
And with rook d8 idea. Playable.
He has
This is playable because what will you play here? Because
the rook c3 has to move, but where?
rook
Rook c4, huh?
c4. But b5? Rook c6.
Rook c6. Idea knight c3 now.
That's why
Knight
rook
c3,
c4
rook
helps in
d5.
that way also, right? c3 d5.
Now threat is knight c3 and d5.
Then this looks weak. Then maybe I like queen g4. Prague has played queen g4. That's a good one because better to not allow queen d3. And whether Nepo will take or go back, Or Nepo could even go back queen e1 if he wants to
But
go
that's
knight a5 and exchange this knight. Anyway,
which is
knight
very
e6, no?
yeah,
Yeah.
knight is.
And now if I try knight a5, does it make any sense at all?
But how do we react?
That is a question. Very important one.
Maybe we take and play king b8 and then b6.
Take, queen takes, king b8. With the
Yeah, black is fine. But endgame will be easier to play. Now we can still get b6 ideas.
Queen b8. What will white play? Maybe here rooks. But knight d4 is a problem, or not really. If rook c3 or rook b3, suppose you want to play b6, right? Not here, maybe.
I also have rook d6 ideas.
Rook d6 is
Third rank defense.
here. b6
Sometimes
would have sacrifice, right? Or no, not really. b6, knight b6 would be a draw, no? Takes perpetually.
yeah. Yeah. But black can go for more. You can start with rook d6, maybe.
Rook d6
You are
knights.
threatening like knight c5. Yeah?
But it's rook b6, knight d7 is the problem. Okay.
Yeah.
You can't go rook b6. Again. Now knight c5, b6 is what's the problem?
Oh, maybe you can just take knight into c5.
Knight c5, dc5.
Oh, problem. Rook into b7 is coming. Huh? If rook c6, rook b7. Huh?
Rook c6, rook b7. Yeah. This is also working actually. Queen
Or
b5.
just queen b5. Or just queen b5 previously. Yeah, no.
Instead of
c5 is
rook
blunt.
b7, rook c6, queen b5.
Yeah, knight c5 is blunt. So maybe knight d8.
Yeah. Rook, one second. Rook
After
d6,
rook d6,
knight
knight
c5, knight d8.
But bishop f4 is
Ooh.
coming.
Trouble. Maybe not take on a5 only then? Was there a choice here? Knight a5.
No, maybe rook d6 is bad. Maybe you play b6 here itself.
But b6 is a draw then. Oh, but what is computer saying? Knight d4. Is not worried about anything here or what? Bishop d4, queen d4.
Rook d1. Oh, queen f2.
Nothing really is happening here. I can't believe that.
But it still has faith, huh? What is coming? What is
this one, queen a6. Only way for white, in fact, to not
B6.
lose his advantage. b6, no? Only move. And
Now rook d1.
here white has to find
Rook
another
d1,
way.
queen f2, rook f1 draw, huh?
No.
Rook f1, queen d4, rook d1 draw.
This is draw. Now if you play rook d1, not queen f2.
Queen c4.
Queen c4 at this point. So
Start with knight b6.
no, this
And
move
then
is difficult here, white to play.
Here, huh?
I mean, maybe you can find actually, but difficult for you, chat, for sure.
What are we missing?
Yeah, white to play. Otherwise, black is simply a pawn up and defended everything. So white has only chance to create that play against the king.
It's not rook d1, huh?
No, not rook d1.
Knight c3.
Yes, knight c3. Knight
Yeah, knight
b5 is strong threat. You have
c6.
c6.
Now rook d.
And now insane. Now it's like chat. You can't. What? Stockfish error. Decrease memory slider. Okay. Something just went crazy for now. One moment. Huh. This is fine. Yeah. So queen g4. Where were we? Oh, our analysis is lost.
Queen e1. We were saying queen e1.
Queen
Ah,
e1.
Nepo is still thinking, huh?
Nepo is still thinking for queen g4. He's down to 1 hour 6 minutes. He's been thinking, in fact, since 6 minutes only. Okay. So queen g4, queen e1, knight e6 we saw, knight a5 takes, king b8, rook b3, knight d4, bishop d4, queen d4,
Queen a6,
queen a6,
b6, knight
b6,
c3.
c6. And here the move for white. I mean, this sequence is impossible.
Knight
I
a4.
think. Yeah, the just you have provoked this again, and now the threat is to take on b6. So
If b5, I get knight c3, yeah?
b,
Oh no, queen c6, sorry, queen
b5
c6.
queen c6 is there. Yeah, if another time it suggests go back knight c3, we all will go so crazy here. My goodness. But still, over here also, I don't 100% understand that knight a4 came back. Okay, so what if I go rook
I think knight
b7?
b6. I can take knight b6, no? Rook
It just
b6.
okay, mate. Rook b6 उसके बाद it's just a mate. Yeah, king c7 and
Rook
rook
c6.
c6. Okay, so not possible to defend knight. Not possible to stop
Bishop
this.
c5.
I would say this is a great training position for if you have to find only engine moves because they are all weird, very unusual, it's insane. This calculation, what are you thinking, Ramesh? Like on the board, like what we are calculating here with this guidance, it's impossible, not on the board to find such
No, I'm not
ideas.
using any engine.
No,
I'm
you
not
are
using
not
any.
using engine. I'm using
Yeah.
engine, but
No,
you are
I'm 48
calculating
years old. I retired 16 years ago. I'm able
and
to
2
see so
a.m.
much.
you are able to. So
These
you think it's
people
possible to
can do
find
much better.
with
Yeah,
intense
definitely.
calculation?
It's
Wow.
not very difficult.
Amazing, but amazing, yeah, calculation. Like because I didn't think this knight c3, knight a4 sequence was easy, and at this point also bishop c5 was played, and white has a move which can give him advantage, some advantage. So if rook d1 or anything comes, then black is going queen c4, and he's happy with the queen exchange. So something which will prepare against the idea of queen c4. White to play.
You mean rook c3 or something? Rook c3,
Rook
bishop
c3 also
e7,
would
rook
stop.
b3
Rook
draw.
c3 is a good move.
No, no. No, but you'll go bd6. No.
Rook
bd6,
c3
rook
is a
c6.
possible move. But
It
where
says,
he can get advantage is.
oh, he can get advantage.
I'm even wondering how is he getting this. Like I'm looking at engine and not understanding. That's another part. Even if I know the move, I'm still thinking.
Is it rook f3, rook f4?
Yes, rook f3. So
Gaining a
what?
tempo. So if f6, rook f4.
Yeah, if queen c4, then it's a
Knight c5 and rook f7, no?
yeah, knight c5. If bc5, then there is then
Rook
again
b3.
you have rook b3 check anyway, so lost. If queen c5,
Queen c5,
then there
rook
is
f4.
rook f7. So this is not working.
So for rook f3, if he
f6.
goes f6, rook f7, rook f4.
Yes, rook
So
f4. Beautiful. Wow.
queen
Found
e5,
this.
right?
bc5.
And
Yeah.
rook f3 again. No,
Yeah,
queen c6.
Queen c6. But I rook f3 you found in a way quite amazingly. It was pretty quick. So that is all possible you are saying for Nepo to calculate all of these lines, something like these lines, which for me looked a little difficult. But what do you think?
I think These players are quite strong. When they get the attack, they can. But to see all this at this position is difficult. I'm just finding one move after it.
Step by step.
It's already on the board. But to see all this from here, it's here basically Nepo has to see whether to go to endgame or avoid the endgame. Now this is the challenge.
Nice.
And it doesn't seem to be very comfortable with the decision. Because after queen g4, fg4, I'm threatening g5 and b6. Because once b6 comes, just look at knight b3. Even if he goes knight d2, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
All the squares are controlled.
This would be a
And-
good thing, no, for Prag. If he takes on g4, it's like the best scenario in that sense for black.
Yeah.
So queen g4 on the board. And
But
how
then knight
would-
a4 will look totally stupid, no?
Yeah.
Like you went
After
knight
takes
a4,
takes.
rook d3 to create some attack on the
Correct.
queen side.
Correct.
And then we are exchanging the queens. Now rook a4 and both rook d3 and knight a4 look bad. If the rook was on d1, you can go rook d1 and try to swap everything on the e file. And
So,
once knight e6 comes, the pawn on d4 will be under pressure. I like black a lot.
So then with that logic, Nepo is surely not going to take because he wanted
Then
to attack.
where do you
with-
move the queen? Because you will be, if you go
Yeah,
queen
these
e1,
two only. These two only options.
It's a big
If another way the computer says is still go back to c3, but then with the move knight a4 didn't make
Yeah.
sense at all. So
and also rook d3 looks very bad. You went knight a4, rook
yeah,
d3 to
true.
get some attack, and now you are admitting like you went in the wrong direction. And black has made two useful moves: knight f8, threatening knight e6.
So he went queen
Not
d2.
successful.
Queen d2 just right now was played.
So his point is like with queen e1, the d4 pawn was not hanging. But anyway, it's the same. I think you should go knight e6 and the same.
Was it
knight-
any different? Like when queen g4, queen e1, were we looking at, yeah, b6 was also possible and knight e6 was the move which we were looking at. At this point also knight e6 is the move which will convert into the same analysis if knight a5 goes.
He has to play knight a5.
Yeah, so and this
But-
move we did not consider, but b6 already at this point,
It's possible?
yes.
Ah,
But I'm not like what is happening for rook c3 now? You're not black is not worried about
what
where
we
is
were
this
looking
knight
at
going?
with queen d6, why it was not working? If king b7, what did we see?
Yeah, king b7 is very very decent. Computer suggests to go knight b8
Oh my
and
god.
then
And then king
then
b7.
yeah, knight e6
Knight
and
e6.
bishop f6. Just focus
Yeah,
here. Slow.
Now the
and
knight
steady.
f4 again looks very sad.
And then the queen is also not getting here into the attack. So yeah, b6. Wow, Brock plays so quickly this move. Yeah, queen d2. He took only 1.5 minutes, and he made this move b6.
Yeah, now knight f4 is ugly. Bunty or bubbly. Knight f4 is ugly.
I like all this dishum and all these words you are using. It's so cool.
I work with young kids, so
Who would be
To do
your
all
youngest talent currently? Like who is?
maybe Charvi.
Yeah, Charvi for sure.
And there is this girl, Maitreyi from West Bengal. She's very good.
How old is
but-
she?
I think 10 probably.
Okay.
She is very good, very sincere, and she gets up early morning to attend the classes, online classes and all. But sadly, like she was saying, she cannot afford to play tournaments outside West Bengal. So
Oh.
she doesn't. Yeah.
But I think you're also associated with this group, right? Group E4, and they also help a lot of like the whole team helps
Yep.
quite a few chess players, if I have
Yeah.
heard.
But
Also,
the thing is, like, supply is less and demand is more.
that's true. That's true. No, but what you mentioned about Maitri, it would be a very good idea if later she can you can also let
Yeah,
us know more about it, because help chess
sure.
we in candidates also, if you see, we have lot of people contributing, and we really would like to look into if somebody is so talented and lack of funds, definitely let us know
Yeah,
on this.
she's definitely very deserving.
Hmm. And also,
And the,
have you taught any time any 3 or 4 year old?
I still have some hair left. They want to keep it.
So, what your youngest student age? What would it be?
Maybe 7,
What age was Prag when you started working with Praggnanandhaa?
7.5, I think.
7.5. Huh.
7.5. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, Humpy made some inaccuracy. Oh, she didn't find that, or what? Queen C8. Just very quick look to her game. After knight C4 was played, she takes B takes C4. Okay, that's the second best move, guys. She still has advantage. She didn't find Queen C8,
Oh,
but this is also possible. What
Vaishali
happened?
game, she played F6, E6.
Oh,
We were seeing
F6
this.
E6 actually happened. No, before knight C5, Rook F8 she played first. Now
Huh?
Bishop F4. Oh, Bishop F4 was something which we just
Yeah, so
did
the
not
E
find.
pawn can be protected, but I can just play Rook E8 and Rook E7, no?
Rook E8 attacking this. Rook
Rook E1,
E1.
Rook E7.
Rook E7.
Idea Queen E8 or Rook E8.
So if
And we
she,
can ignore the A
yeah,
pawn.
yeah, yeah, this is going to be lost.
Yeah, this pawn will be lost. I can play Queen E8, Queen C6, Rook E8.
Queen
Worst
E8.
case.
Ah, another one. This is nice. What a nice
Worst case.
maneuver. No, but then H5 would become weak because
No, we have the bishop. We can come back.
hmm,
We can put,
G6, G4.
or we can also play G6 if
Correct.
required.
So that's a great news. E6 helps Vaishali. She's going to win this pawn. She has 48 minutes. Anna has 25 minutes and she has to make 26 moves because they are on move number 24th. So with 25 minutes,
How much
26
time?
moves.
Vaishali.
Vaishali has
48.
48 minutes. Great position and lot more on time. In that sense, this is a
Hat-trick,
great.
huh?
Yeah, this can be amazing if at all would be the most one of the most inspiring thing, I would say, in the whole candidates as well, because after losing 3 games, if you can win 3 games in a row, firstly 3 games in a row, I doubt anybody can win in candidates. It's just insane. One win is such a labor there, my goodness, crazy. So Humpy slightly better, and Gukesh, just to have quick look here, did he
We took
play
on E4. Yeah, Rook D1, Queen H4, Rook Queen C7, Rook D1. He took.
Bishop E4?
Okay.
He just didn't want this knight. Queen E4, and he simply short castled. Bishop F4, Rook D8, Rook D2, Knight F8.
Very similar to what we were seeing now. H5.
Now
Stop knight
H5.
G. Stop knight G6.
Yeah, some
Okay.
slight.
So, is this the current position?
Yes.
So maybe he played B5, yeah?
Yeah, he played B5. Oh, why RIP maths? Okay, got it. Sorry,
Sure
guys.
about this.
25. I said that in that game, 25 minutes, 26 moves. It was 16 moves. Okay. B5
I'm not sure about this move. I thought maybe Bishop E7
before
and Rooks.
B5. Bishop B7. Looks natural, no? You want to place the
Idea
king
Rook
on
C8.
C8? Yeah. Yeah. So what is his thought process behind B5? Like, firstly, if I
So
take.
just to activate. Gukesh doesn't like to suffer with passive pieces, so he wants life for his pieces. So he can hopefully come back Bishop E7, Rook C5 and go after the C pawn. Maybe that is the thought process.
And that too, B5 is a move which works actually. Even though this was double pawn, It's a
Mhm.
very decent idea to allow such an exchange and focus on c3, the new isolated pawn. So 58 minutes for Gukesh actually, and Nijat is having
Don't
48
think he
minutes.
can play b4 and create some bind on the duck squares.
b4.
Me- Suppose, let's say, if you go bishop f1,
Okay.
I can push b4. Now
b4
see
is
b4.
cool. If
b4.
you take, and now rook b8,
Just
you
try
are.
to play on the duck squares.
So the only thing is, at which point is this knight going to come in the game, or for now it's
No, knight
doing a
should
good
just
job?
stay. Knight is doing a good job on both sides. One, like, is going to double rooks on the d file, so it's
Hmm.
giving protection to the d pawn, and also queen h7 ideas will not come. So
Hmm.
probably white has to go g4, rook d3, g5 attack ideas. Maybe the question is, if we do, he can take pawn to pawn. We are sacrificing a pawn because we cannot
Hmm.
take. Bishop of 2 is
Yes.
coming. Mhm. So for b6, he came knight c3.
Oh, he went knight c3. Oh, that's a great thing. b6, the knight went back. It means it did
Yeah, so
feel
the knight was
stupid.
on c3. He went knight a4, again came knight c3, and he
Yeah,
played rook d3, queen d2.
just
So
to.
maybe like, can we do like this, like the final portion, and also where the knight was on c3?
Hmm. Uh,
Can we go to that
that
position?
position. No, here. Wait a second.
So where he went knight a4.
Yeah,
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Also here, yeah. So now if we see the queen f5, knight g6 is what we have. And if we can directly go jump to that position, yes. So we'll see the difference.
It's
It's
helped
achieved now.
black. Yeah, it has helped black. Like black really needed this to maneuver his pieces, some breathing space over here. This is such a great thing. 18th move, knight
So
c3 back.
even if he goes, well, after he goes knight c3, the knight c3 as position has improved, but
Hmm.
knight b3 is still horrible.
Yeah, and also maybe the rook on d3 can be bad.
He would, at some point, I would, yeah, knight e6 and is amazing. So black has dream position. Now he can go two ways. One is you can play f6, g5, and if he takes hg5, fg5, h4, you create an outside pass pawn. This is one
Ah,
idea.
nice.
The other idea is you can just go f5, f4, f5, rook f8, f4.
Oh, rook f8, which is one of the rook, and f4.
Yeah, undermine the h4 pawn. Now these two guys on c3 and b3 will be watching what is going on there.
Too far. So then they will also have to start with maneuvering. So then it took king b1. Also, the queen on d2 doesn't allow knight d2. Though you had mentioned, even if the knight goes to d2, currently it really can't go anywhere. So
Maybe you should try to exchange like knight e2, knight f4 something, but knight e2 I can maybe play bd6. Not allow that. It's not easy for
Nepo.
Nepo will be hitting this position.
I like matlab, Pragnanandha's position, though the computer says maybe almost equal or whatever. It looks that Nepo is under some pressure to improvise his pieces, just not
Yeah.
feeling good about the pieces.
Just if black is as a very free position.
Hmm. Queen e2
Again,
again. Oh, what's happening? I mean, he went knight a4, knight c3, queen
depends.
d2, queen e2.
It doesn't have. Now bishop f6 is coming. Or f5.
Bishop f6 is good.
No, no, not f5. e6 will be slightly weak.
Hmm. Do you think now, at this point, when Nepo has gone this move Queen E2, he's basically saying, ki, okay, I don't want to be ambitious anymore. Just want to
No, he
make.
was not ambitious anymore from the beginning, no? He took ed5, ed5.
That's true, actually. No, when he was going knight a4 and all, I thought, okay, he's going a little ambitious there. But now
No,
if
that is
he.
more of a desperation than ambitious, I think. I mean, if he
Ah,
just plays normally, he's suffering. So why not create some active chances? And when he realizes it's not working, he's back.
Got king queen e2 back. And Prag made his last few moves very quickly, which I really like. I think if we just have to check from this move, knight a4, he had 1 hour 9 minutes. Here he had to take time, 1 hour 2 minutes. Now, again, queen g4 was a good move, which Prag found. Queen d2, and immediately b6 because this was tough. Then knight e6 also not much time, 2-3 minutes. And now bishop f6 was our analysis. We are at this position where Prag is thinking he can go bishop f6, but moving this pawn is like slightly weak, as you mentioned,
So
because
ideally, he would want to get f5 at some point.
but at this point it's
Not.
always a problem with f3 and queen
Yeah, the
g3.
e6 is hacking. E6 is
Yeah,
always the
bishop
culprit.
f2. But even if you try to go f6, let's say with the idea of g5, that other idea which you were mentioning, how is black going to face, white going to face this move?
The thing is like we need rook on e8. If I put rook d e8, knight d5 is coming. If I put rook h e8, maybe that is possible, but after queen g4, h g4, I
You
would
wanted
prefer
the rook here.
I would prefer the rook on h8 to get g5 or rook h5, rook f5 ideas.
Yes, knight d5 is coming.
Yeah. So we are not able to move the rook. So there is a technique called scanning technique, which I normally use, which is usually very um, good way to find moves. So you just see all the moves one side to the other, give moves to each of the piece, and then you can cover all the moves basically. So for bishop e7, let's say you have only two moves: bd6, bishop f6. If bd6, knight queen takes g4 and knight d5 is going. But bg3 still, yeah, knight b6. So this is the problem. So you cannot play bd6. So for the bishop, only one good square, bishop f6. So like this, you do for all the pieces, you will get a list of moves. For the
Wow,
queen,
scanning technique, nice.
it is queen e2 only, or queen f5 if you want to keep the queens. But queen f5 is just waste of time, I think.
Possible, it's possible.
Yeah, possible. Yeah, this move is possible. So queen f5 for queen, queen e2 and queen f5. For bishop, bishop f6. Knight e6 doesn't have any moves. Knight c6 doesn't have moves. For king, you can play king b7. That is a move. It is possible. So this is a decent move.
Yeah.
So like this, we see we can easily make a list of moves.
This
And
is
for
actually very
pawns,
nice, no? Because you don't like when you, because you said about the bishop, you are alert about what the queen moves are. Even king b7 or rook e8 and rook, these two moves you
yeah. So
mentioned.
we just try to find decent moves for each piece, and you will have a list, and then you eliminate some moves for some logical reasons. For example, you can eliminate queen e2, knight e2 because it's like too drawish. You can maybe do this and play bd6 because it's threatening knight f4. So you have to play bd6. Idea knight e7, knight f5, followed by f6, g5. This also I like. The more I see, if I get knight e7, knight f5, and then f6, g5, all my pieces will be ideally placed, and then the king can come to d7.
Mm.
So this will be amazing if we can get.
So then if you're calculating this again, then at this point, king
I'm not
b7 might.
calculating. I'm just trying to find good squares for my
Uh,
pieces.
this
So
is.
after queen e2, knight e2 is threatening knight f4. So I have to stop it with bd6. And I don't like knight c6. So I am finding a good square knight e7, knight f5. And bd6 aids in that, helps in that. Yeah, the more I see, more I like it like this. Now rook d3 looks
Oh,
horrible.
he played queen e2. The more you like it, the more Prag is going towards it. So queen e2 happening there. Knight e2 forced, and very logical next move bishop d6 because you want to stop knight f4. But tell me, if you go bishop
He
f4,
played
I don't
bd6?
like. No, he's not played
He played?
bishop d6.
Okay.
Let's. He has 44 minutes. Yeah, he plays bishop d6 now, very quickly.
Yeah, we have to stop knight f4.
Are you really stopping it? Because if knight f4, bishop f4, and if
Ah,
bishop f4, gf4,
no, then knight f5 you should get. G6, knight e7, knight f5,
this is okay.
h4
This
pawn h.
one,
So ideally he needs
for
the knight
sure.
on e, but doesn't get.
Yeah. So knight f4 is stopped. That's correct. And this knight is this knight now I think has this route knight d2, knight
I
f3.
can play just f6. Even if he comes knight d2, knight f6, I'll just play
This
f6.
pawn on b6 was irritating him. Then the pawn on f6 will irritate him.
Later I can get c5.
Oh, 97 and c5. Actually, so
Later.
many ideas for black then. You were already able to suggest f6, g5, then c5 break. Black's position is pretty pleasant. Maybe we can say that. Or is it
Yeah, yeah. Very pleasant.
amazing? This is a great news for us. Absolutely amazing to get thoughts from Ramesh here. Bishop d2, quickly played by Nepo.
That's the point. If knight e7, bishop f bb4, I think.
Ooh. Wow, he wants to exchange this dark square bishop. So bishop d2. But then the idea is bishop b4,
Because
then a5,
his
no?
pieces are cramped, no? He doesn't
Hmm.
have activity. So he should try to exchange some pieces. So there is less space, but less pieces fighting for less space.
Less space, but
Okay.
less pieces fighting for less space. Good one. So a5, let's say just stopping bishop b4.
Makes sense.
Has
If
Is rook f3 any worry? Or anyway you want to go f6? You're
worst
happy?
case, we can go rook f8.
Rook f8.
But then knight f4.
By the way, why is there a very good move? What's happening here?
A4 and knight d4.
A4.
A1 you have to go.
Because the bishop is now not on e3 anymore. This is also something you have to take care of. So I like, then a5, a4 is strong because a5 will tie down
So
this rook
a5
on
maybe he has to play a4, and now you can go knight e7.
knight e7. Hmm.
G6,
Oh, he goes
knight f.
a5. Prag is playing quickly, actually. a4 also played on the board very quickly. 22 moves
Now we
happened.
have many options. So if I play rook e8, knight c3 could come. So maybe that is also possible. Rook d8, just open file, and now knight b4. I don't know where to put
Knight
this.
e7 only is happy with knight e7.
Mhm. Then rook e8 is not necessary. Maybe you're just provoking knight c6. Now I
Yeah,
can play c knight f5 g6. So
knight
only thing is
f5.
like, should I go knight e7 directly or rook e8 knight?
Directly. Directly knight e7 is also good, actually. Knight e7 directly,
Yeah,
because then you will also have an option to take the rook somewhere else.
yeah.
So, but this
So now
position
next,
he might
knight
think,
e8.
no, long think for Prag because lot of
I don't think he
ideas
will
and
think long.
no.
I don't think he will think long.
Ah,
Because you want knight is on knight f5. So it's only question of you directly do it or include something else and then
hmm,
do it.
got it.
So including something else is only rook e8.
Hmm,
So that is the only thing he has to choose. Either play knight e7 or play rook e8 and knight e7.
got
How
it.
is Gukesh?
Uh, Gukesh. Oh, after b5, cb5, rook b5 happened on the board, and he now goes bishop f1, rook b6, rook a
So he's
d1, rook db8.
okay.
But maybe difficult to convert
Create something.
slowly, no? Nijat is solid, playing solid.
So he can try for bd3, bishop c2,
Bishop
followed by
d3,
rook d7 ideas.
bishop c2, rook d7, deflecting and
Something
h7
like this.
problem. So,
No, and also like we can get G4 ideas later, but we have to be a bit careful about that. So even if he gets bishop d3, bishop c2, or maybe bishop c4, bb3 directly also.
Bishop c4.
And bb3 will just seal that file.
Blocking the file. Bishop c4 is nice. Only thing is it stops your plan, but it's not really doing anything much from this diagonal.
Yeah. So maybe you can go bishop a4 later.
Bishop. This one is it. So what if I go a5? Now if you go
a4 bb5. No. a4 bb.
a4. So a5 is kind of a strategic mistake in some way.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Put bishop b5. Set.
Yeah. Okay, what if I go queen c6 and exchange the queens? But doesn't feel that why black should exchange the queens, or it helps because you want to anyway attack with g4, g5.
c3 pawn also we need to worry a bit.
So Droish people are saying, but in the chat, but would you call it Droish? Depends.
It depends. Because the c3 pawn could become a weakness. Like bishop e7, rook c6.
Yeah. Even if black wins the c3 pawn, let's say, still the compensation for white is too much with double bishop, with the knight not coming in the game, the pawn is kind of binded. Even in
the
that
position
case,
isn't balanced, I think. But with less time, who knows?
Oh, by the way, we just have the bar on the screen, guys. It gives you a great idea, the great roundup. Late Tingjie currently has got a clear advantage because Lagno has made a mistake. Vaishali is having a great position on the board. Looking at the bars, Humpy is having a great position as well. So in women's, it's going well. And Gukesh, here we are already watching his game. Prag, also very pleasant position. a5 a4 has happened. He's thinking here. And Vidit, is he in trouble slightly? Because after bishop c2, we saw queen d7.
c4 we stopped. Somehow I thought c4 is not possible because of knight b4. I just missed queen e1 controlling b4.
Yeah, c4, I think knight f6 was the move which computer was suggesting to go. But he played knight e7. Because with knight f6, black also had ideas with bishop h3, queen h3, as the knight could jump to g4. Yeah.
Yes.
So knight e7, and that helped white. Bishop e3, queen e3, rook d8, queen c5 was played. And now with it went h6. So maybe h6 was not a great idea because with the pawn on h7, knight g6 was a slight. I don't know how much of a
basically freeing the queen d7 from defending the e7 knight.
Because anyway, where are you going to take this knight? Generally, inclination is towards f5 or g6.
No, he probably wants queen d6 exchange.
Queen d6.
But queen d6, he doesn't have to exchange. You can play queen b6, idea rook d1. But bishop c4. Sorry. Maybe this endgame is still pleasant.
Rook d1 here. And if this happens, if you take here, it's fine, no? Take.
Yeah.
This should be okay. Maybe, but with it will have to be slightly careful. That's what the assessment is saying. Oh, this happened. a4 knight e7 played by Prag quickly, and rook goes to f3 now. And now Prag will play f6 next move.
No.
No, you didn't. You wanted to play f6, right?
No, I want to get g6 knight f5.
G6 knight f5.
So I can start with rook f8.
Okay.
Idea g6 knight f5, and then again come rook e8. So the question is which rook? But can he go knight f4 now?
This rook knight f4.
But at the worst, okay.
Wow, there's a nice move here. Actually, nice move.
You mean knight f5?
No. Knight f5, I think. Knight d5, right? The problem. Still
Knight
okay. You
b
wanted to play knight d4, maybe. Yeah. It's a possible move, but the good move here is I g5.
g5, huh? Ah.
But what happens?
The point is knight
g5.
e6, f6, rook f8, rook f8, head g5, rook f2, rook h5, rook f1. Head g5, rook f2. If rook h5, rook f1 met.
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay, not
But
met.
then it will consolidate, no? In a way, like maybe even if it is an interesting idea, maybe not the best idea to go for something like this because a lot of exchanges
Hmm.
and h5 would be gone. So yeah, he went f6 by the way. Prague played f6.
So he wants to put the king on d7. So he's
Yeah.
going for g5.
And he can still
I'm
he can still play your idea, no? G6 knight f5 later. This but rook f8 then has to be played, so it
no
doesn't make
now you
sense.
can just play rook e8, king d7, these two moves. And then rook f8. At the right time, you can go g5. Maybe king d7 and g5.
King d7 and g5. So
I'm just worried what is happening to knight f4 here.
knight f4,
Are we getting some trick like b5?
not really
f4,
actually.
f4, b5? Nothing, huh?
No, it's just either you go king d7 and hold your strong, or best computer likes to give this bishop.
Bishop
In fact,
f4.
bishop
Yeah.
f4, bishop f4, and then king
King
d7.
d.
Uh, oops.
Is getting ready for g5 here also. No, but g5 take, bishop e5. Maybe that is also possible.
Yeah, because if king d7, let's say you want to go rook e1 or bishop back, maybe if you want to take something like that, you
Rook
can't go
e8.
g6 now. So rook e8. So it's a tough endgame that way, right? With lot of maneuvers and every moment
But
you
it's
are.
easy to play for black. Easy for black. Next to move. See, rook e8, what we are doing, why we are playing, is
Yeah.
he is going to play rook e1 next, idea rook e3.
This
Okay.
rook.
So just now, if he goes rook e3, we have knight f5.
Hmm.
So then what
With
you rook h8, and then you have many ways to handle. You can play rook f8, g6, knight f5.
g6 knight f5.
Protect the f6 pawn, and then g6, knight f5.
Yeah, that's in fact, another idea, Ramesh here, which is possible, is to also start looking at the queen side.
Knight c8, knight d6. Huh?
Knight c8, knight d6, c6, b5.
All
So
this Prag will do. If he gets, he will do all this. He likes all this knight, blah, blah, blah.
this has been played by Nepo. Bishop f4 on the board. So
Now
he
I have take knight f4. Basically, you have to create imbalance.
knight f5, knight f4. But actually, he made a good choice because the bishop was quite bad
Yeah,
in the position.
yeah.
So bishop f4 is a good move by Nepo.
So basically, like when you are playing for draw, you should exchange like pieces, like bishop for bishop, knight for knight. That increases defending chances. So bishop f4, knight f4, knight f4, rook f4 is not good.
Yeah, this will fizzle out if you
Again,
reach
he'll
here.
go rook f3, rook e3. So you have to take knight f4
He played
and
knight
keep.
f5. Prag is playing very fast. They
Ah,
both are playing very fast. Knight f5. So if now you
but he
take
takes knight d6, rook e3, yeah? Or
rook,
knight f4.
knight d2. White can
Knight,
start knight
yeah, knight
d2,
d2.
rook e3 also possible, I guess.
No,
No, rook
this
e3.
knight f5 is not good, I think.
What? Which he played? This move.
No, yeah. Is it good?
Uh, yeah, it is decent. I mean, all the top moves. Bishop f4 or knight f4 or knight f5. These were the three
Hmm.
possible ideas. So knight f5 is decent. In
Now I think
fact,
it's
you were like rook e3 does look natural, right? To go into the e file here.
you can play rook e8 and knight c4.
Yeah, rook e8, knight c4. So not rook e3 maybe. That's why
Knight
knight
d2.
d2, knight d2. But
To
still, where
control
is
the
the
knight.
knight going here yet?
No, it's not going anywhere. It's just controlling the e4 and c4 squares.
Stopping this knight. Hmm.
Yeah, but now it's getting more closer to draw.
Hmm. If this exchanges. Still too early because knights are very tricky, and maybe, as you said, if Prag is the one who is having this pawn break ideas,
No,
then
with the bishops, it increases chance to play for win. But without the bishops, it's going closer to draw. Bishop f4 was good.
how much risk should Prag take in such a situation? Like if it is going towards draw, should he play very risky anyway, or he has to
He will
just
lose, I think.
stay with the position?
I would wish he will take the risk.
Hmm.
I mean, if at all he has to have a decent finish, he has to go for win, go for chance.
Yeah. C3 on the board by Nepo.
He didn't take,
No.
so. Hmm.
So maybe king d7 now, or rook e8 or something. Players.
Now maybe you can take everything and play g6, rook
Take
f3,
here,
rook.
you mean? Knight f this over here?
Yeah, just take everything
Take,
and then
take,
g6,
g6.
rook f3, I think,
No, I mean, not needed.
and rook e8,
Still fine.
rook h.
You don't have
Idea.
rook e3, you don't have rook e1 yet. King d2 might be too slow, no? With the idea of
Now knight d6.
oh, nice trick. Takes, then there is a fork.
Otherwise, you put f5 and knight c4, double the rooks. Knight c4 is serious threat.
Hmm. Yeah, so with king on d2, pawn on b2, and knight on b3, little bit pressure. Maybe not the best idea. Can we first play rook e1 here?
We have to go rook e8.
Rook e8.
But this is equal. Take and king d1. Huh?
Take king. You don't like king
One.
on d2 because of
Because
knight
knight
c4.
d6 will
Hmm.
not come. So I'll play rook e6 to go knight d6. Then knight d2.
Yeah. This looks like the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like the way. Because then even white will have ideas at some point with g4.
Hmm.
F3 g4 or b3 c4 maybe, who knows.
Yeah, this
So,
will be equal.
similar ideas for both of us. As of now, looks slightly more towards equal, but possibility of depends on some. Maybe Nepo still has to be accurate. If anybody has to be more accurate, it would be Nepo for a few more
Hmm.
moves,
Yeah.
which is great.
But I think in this tournament, he has been defending very well in bad positions.
Yeah. Very solid
Like
to
even
beat, no? Like it's very tough to beat Nepo as such.
no, yes, it's tough to beat anyone in form. Yeah. So or maybe you can go g6 here. Bishop d6, rook d6.
Yeah,
But again,
g6.
and then you go c5. Create a pass pawn.
With king
Then
d7
these
or
pieces are
directly
well placed.
c5?
Maybe rook king b7, rook c8.
Complete
And then-
shift in the mindset, actually. Oh, this is happening. No, what he played? Bishop takes f4 is what Praga has played on the board. Knight takes f4, of course, will be played. Yeah, it's happening. I think
You have
Praga
to
will
take.
take. Maybe
Yeah, I will take
yeah,
g6.
he takes. Rook f4. And okay, then for rook f4, we're looking at g6, but he can also go knight d6 directly.
Tan Songi blundered, huh?
Oh, big blunder. What? Tan is the leader. Just to check what is the big blunder. Because it's really huge that she's also not losing so easily. So knight takes e6, bishop e6, knight d6, and b5 here.
C6 pawn.
Yeah, you can just take here. Even h3, knight h6. Well, okay, what is
Knight.
the problem with knight e8 by the way?
BB6 check. BB6 check.
Ah, knight f2 check is there, and knight h. If king f1,
C4.
bishop c4.
Bishop C4.
Bishop
Ah.
c4. Nice, it's such a cool mate, guys.
Rook.
Rook d1 back rank mate. So you can't do that. So not bishop b6. So yeah, that's why first h3, and when if the knight goes back, not knight will
BB6
go back. Yeah,
D4.
bishop b6, bishop d4. Then this is attacked. This is attacked. So b5 has been played, and Nurgul Salimova has got a big chance to beat Tan Zongi, who is the sole leader. Quick, this thing, late Tingjie is beating Lagno, so she'll be on the top. Vaishali after e6, rook f e8, rook e1, rook e7, c4, dc4 she played, d5 now, and bishop went to d3. The last move, she loses some advantage.
Rook D8 or something, huh?
Instead of, oh, d6. Yeah, here rook d8 was important, but because now d6, cd6, bishop d6, it's a pin. Yeah, you do nothing because there is no threat for a long time. So you can improve your pieces, attack this further. So d6 was fine, but she played bishop d3. Now d6 on the board.
We don't
Oh.
have much of a choice.
Oh yeah,
Take
taking is forced.
It's okay.
And e7.
G4.
What?
Idea Queen D.
Sorry?
Or
Queen?
Rook C. Queen G4, I thought. Idea Queen D4 check and Queen at H4.
Queen d4 check. Yeah, still pressure on black, pressure on white actually. But only thing is, she'll have to be careful. It's going complex, slowly and steadily. It's going pretty
And in the women's
complex.
section, black is doing very well in most of the games, except the top board.
So then
Vidit in
d6.
some trouble, huh?
Oh, he's getting into trouble. Oh my god, because from that position it would be, yeah, this looks a little serious. c4, h6 is what we saw last. b3 was played, queen c7, rook e1, and now king f8. Computer doesn't like this at all for many reasons, in fact. Because the first very natural idea.
Knight G6, huh?
Sorry, what did you say? Knight?
Knight E5, Knight G6.
No, right now he's got king f8. So right now it's pin.
Tamal Dumil is coming. No.
But knight d4, what is going to happen with this bishop? Has to go back.
Idea Queen D6.
Knight f5, bishop f5
Bishop
will happy, yeah?
Bishop F5.
Bishop f5 first.
No, doesn't like.
Queen d6 you suggest.
Queen D6 anyway.
Yeah. Also
So,
there is rook d4, but anyway, queen d6. So
B4.
b4, good move. Do nothing. Queen d6, what's the problem now?
Um, you can go to endgame, but how? Is it taken knight b3 or
Can take here, takes rook d1, but the
not the best?
not the best, because here the Indian prefers direct rook d1. No, allowing takes because oh
Yeah,
no,
96.
oh no, oh my god,
96. Huh?
yeah, 96 is the intermezzo. This is so, that is the reason rook d1 is such a powerful
Yeah.
move.
And that's why b4. Queen
Oh,
d6 means rook.
oh my god. No, this is insane. If Caruana finds b4 and rook d1, uh, it's almost gone, no? In a way.
Yeah. Yeah,
b4
it
and rook
doesn't have
d1.
any decent moves here. Maybe g6. It looks very ugly. I can even go
g6.
h4. I don't know.
Yeah, h4. Just feels a little suffocating with such pieces, such passive pieces for Vidit. So king f, things changed very dramatically, no, in 2-3 moves here, because it was all okay. Queen
So it's
c7.
a symmetrical position.
Hmm.
Symmetrical position, piece activity. Whose pieces are active will have advantage.
Ah, that's nice.
So symmetrical structure is this. You have pawns on the same files. So both the pawns, white and black, are same files. So
Hmm.
whoever gets active pieces will be better.
This is so nice actually to remember, to keep in mind. Uh, which is very clear here. White has active pieces. In fact, the computer suggests a move like g4 also, which is very powerful. I'm sure Caruana won't. He doesn't need to do anything elaborate. He can go knight d4, which is way more natural. b4 as well, with the same idea. And with
What's
it,
happening in other games?
uh, Nijat versus Gukesh here, after a4, rook b3 was played by Gukesh,
He played
and
a4.
yeah. But he played a4. Oh, we did not consider, because you had
Yeah,
mentioned
for
this
a5 only
idea.
we saw a4.
He directly played a4. Rook b3, rook d3. And now rook a3, now even a4 can become a problem eventually. Because if Gukesh wins, if he wins a pawn, then he also has the passer, unlike winning the c pawn.
Yeah.
So, do you think
No,
this can
a4
convert
looks very
into, yeah, slow and steady edge for Gukesh?
Yeah. I think a4 is one step in the wrong direction. First step in the wrong direction, probably.
Because, okay, tell me something. You wanted to go this g4, g5 idea. So with rook d3,
Maybe
rook
that's
a.
what he wants.
Yeah, now if
Maybe
g4 with the rook on d3,
bishop e7. No?
bishop e7, let's say you want to stop g5, right?
Yeah, so I'm stopping g5. I'm also attacking c3.
You're all. I don't. Okay, if I go this, then rook takes
Rook
c3,
c3.
no?
Yeah.
And rook d3, I thought. Again takes, or takes,
Where it is?
queen takes, and now rook d3 again.
This is just pawn up. Maybe rook b4. I don't know.
Rook b4.
Not necessary. Yeah.
Yeah, not necessary. You can play rook queen a1, and the back rank is also a bit
Yeah,
in,
rook b1.
yeah, bit in trouble.
Rook b4. No, this is just lost.
Yeah, so can't give the c3 pawn just for just like that. So bishop e7 is a nice move actually.
Maybe
You're
g4
attacking
itself
this.
is
G4 is little too early. But then if you are not worried about
bad.
G4, then then there is a serious problem here, at least some pressure. So how does he continue for rook a3? There is no threat immediately. Oh,
Hikaru is winning.
winning with Alireza.
I mean,
Oh, what is this
better.
position? The pawn has reached e2. What was the last four few moves? d3, rook c5, d takes c2, rook e1, knight t3 is a 4, triple fork by the way, rook f5, Knight e1. Just this last move he made a mistake. Alireza makes a mistake here in a complicated position. Knight e1 and now Hikaru takes back the knight.
2 pieces for rook. Huh?
So what did he miss and what should he have played here instead of knight d3?
We queen d7. No.
Queen d7. So this is attack. And if
Is queen
now
d7
you
the move?
yes, queen d7 is the move, best move, because now where the rook will move, maybe this is a pin, so you can still go back to c5.
No, I can take knight c5.
Ah, yeah, queen d7, knight d7. Ah, knight c7 in the end happening. That's. I was wondering why is white having the advantage, but this is the problem. But also rook. So let's say rook doesn't go anywhere here. Rook g5 or something. Alireza had to play rook d8 and still threaten knight e1. And he's having definitely some edge here. But what he plays is knight e1. What I don't know what he missed here after playing this move. Knight e1. Knight takes c1. What could he have missed? Maybe he wanted to play takes rook d8 with the idea of rook d1.
But
Bishop
maybe.
c3, rook d1.
Well, this is nothing. White is better. You can take. You will have f3 and king f2 ideas. You can maybe take just knight c1, no? Knight c7, but knight c7, rook c8, rook c3.
Ah, this is cool. Rook c8 and rook c3. Not working. Ah, because you can stop it with rook c5. But then why is
So
knight e7 mistake? What? Oh my god. Here, this is okay. This one I'll ask because it's a very pretty move. Black to play. Very pretty.
you mean rook
No,
e5?
yeah, actually it is pretty, but it's very simple also. I mean, not simple, but you can find it. Not impossible to find. Takes, you can't take here. This is hanging. So, Alireza, if he's losing, then the standings will be completely in a. Let me just quickly show you the current standings for the men's section. Hikaru right now could go on 7.5. Praggnanandhaa going on. Gukesh 6.5. It's getting intense, no, Ramesh?
Yeah. No, Nepo has consolidated. I think.
Amazing. Nepo has consolidated. Shall we go there quickly? Knight d2 has been played.
Still
Bishop
f5
d1.
ideas. g5 is coming.
Rook f3. G5.
G5 is the move. Huh?
Yeah, g5 is a good move here. G5.
Yeah, I want to create a pass pawn.
How is white going to ignore this? Because if he takes, then black should be happy with
All the entry points on the f file is covered.
literally. Yeah. So if
And
g5, g5 is black should be happy for long term with the rook pawn against the knight. So without taking, if you take on e6, rook e6, king e6, and you bring the king here, king e2.
no, here I can take and play knight f5.
Takes knight f5. This is attacked.
Rook g8, rook g3, rook g8, rook g4.
Rook g8, rook g4. And this is better for you because your knight is better placed than his knight. Is it?
Also, our rook is active than his rook.
Yeah. So that's why you can't do that. Simple. Just wanted to check. So g5. What then? How does white continue? Because clearly the knight on d6 is better than the knight on d2.
It's not easy. Yeah, black still has some pull.
Can you go rook e3 here? This rook e3?
I can take.
Rook e3, no? Can I even consider fe3? Or is
Then
it
the G3 pawn, knight f5.
knight f5, g3 also is a problem along with h4. So not that. So rook takes e3.
Also knight f5.
Anyway, knight
Or
f5. I'm losing the pawn, no? Directly. Takes king e6. Same idea. Same thing. Almost.
now after g4, rook f4, the rook could be in. No,
Trapped.
but I can, yeah. No, but I cannot attack it. But
Hmm.
I can just move the knight and play f5.
You can attack it, no? Knight e7, if you're moving, then knight
Yeah, yeah,
g6. It can get
yeah.
trapped. That is possible. Which means that what is white? How is white going to continue here? I'm for g5. I'm still wondering.
It's
Does
not
he
easy.
ignore anything, everything, and like go b3 maybe? Just still not liking it much. Same as you are saying. The idea is g takes h4.
Yeah, take rook g8.
Hmm. Okay, let me go rook h1. Is it too stupid? Yeah.
No, but here I can play g4 maybe.
g4. Oh, he's played. He's not gone g5. Prag g4 is
Did not play.
great. Yeah, this is great advantage. He goes rook e1, king e1, and now gives rook e8 check. Uh, king will go back
Rook e8.
to
No,
d1.
now rook e3.
Mistake.
Take knight f5, king f2, g5. Yeah.
Knight f5, king f2. No, actually, this one
C.
is possible to defend with e4.
So c5. Yeah.
Winning rook e3. Here this is, yeah, here you take and do
King
nothing
e6.
actually. Yeah, the endgame itself is winning for black according to the engine. This endgame is clearly winning for black.
So you're going to play king
King
f5, knight
f5,
e4,
g5,
g5. Yeah.
and yeah, knight e4. King pawn
Yeah.
endgame. So king d1 played by Nepo. Yeah, it was an important move for him to go king d1. He goes there. And now Prag is again. Now he doesn't have g5 actually.
Rook
So
e6,
rook e6 or he will try to go c6.
c5
But
or
rook
c5.
e3 gives rook e6 gives time for white to maneuver his knight also now. Like knight f1.
No, but whenever you move the knight, I can move the knight as well. Like knight e4, let's say. If knight e3, knight f2.
Knight e3, knight f2. Yes, that's a smart one.
So king c2. I don't know. Now
Yeah, king c2.
c5.
C5, knight e3.
It's c4.
Oh yes. Can get.
Yeah, so c5 is premature.
But why not g5 then? Here? Because now you have entry point on f7 also. Or is it not the case? Also, as you wanted to go knight f5 again and again, with g5, you are not getting knight f5 because earlier we had a king on e6,
Yeah.
which was helpful. So, king d1. This was a good chance actually, right, for Prague because g5 really was not easy to answer with the white
Yeah.
pieces. Practically
Yeah.
was a little bit tough, but yeah. But Ramesh, it's 3:16 a.m. and are you sure? Because you had mentioned you had to sleep at 1 o'clock. So you can stay back, that's
And
fine. But if you
class
have
at
to
6
sleep,
o'clock.
please check the time. And I don't know how your schedules are. So,
So I didn't notice the time. I have a class at 6, so I
oh
need to
my
go.
God. Oh my God. Only not even 3 hours of sleep for you.
That's fine. Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay.
That is so wonderful. Thank you. Very sorry that you did not realize the time and I did not remind you
I had a
about the
good
time.
time.
But it was
I was just
great analysis.
doing
I
all this.
enjoyed a lot. I think the chat was enjoying a lot. Such serious analysis. Guys, we learnt a lot of themes. So thank you, Ramesh, and all the best to you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Guys, that was RB Ramesh. What analysis we could see today. What understanding of chess, the what all themes we learned. I really like that scanning of the moves. I also really liked this part where it's not just isolated pawns, but when the pawn structure is bad, you have to exchange the pieces. For me, it was like a training session, I believe, for many of you as well. Humpy versus Goryachkina's game has ended in a draw, which is a great result for Goryachkina. In fact, we'll check out and look at the finish. But yeah, Himank is also sharing some links. If you enjoyed the analysis, do check out Ramesh's. Ramesh has done a lot of education, chess educational work, so you can check that out over here with this book, with this ChessBase video course, and also chessable courses. Plus, also check out if you want to learn from him, you can check out Pro Chess Training as well, and Chess Gurukul and whatnot. So very happy that he was here and we could get direct insights from him. In the meantime, Prag has gone king c6, completely a different route here. Is he going to go for b5 ideas later, or is he preparing, making sure that later c4 comes, the king will be on c6? So I'm a little bit surprised about this move because we had not considered, but we what we have seen is white is the one who has to be a little bit careful until a few more moves. 14 minutes for Prague. Let's just try to see if white tries to reroute the right knight. It can be very okay. Knight c4 attacking this, not king c2, because rook will come to e2. And today we'll ask you a lot of questions now, just to check that you're not sleeping. हम्पी का गेम ड्रॉ हो गया है, सो वी विल लुक एट हाउ द फिनिश हैपेंड because clearly better she was clearly better over here. She went queen b8, not the best idea, but the best idea over here to find was, okay, the theme is pin, okay, and the idea I'll tell you later. But black to play, what was the move here which Humpy had to find? Black to play. Black to play. Let me see. I'm sure right now everyone's in a little bit of a lazy mode. So I'm sure that we may not have too many answers. But guys, come on, wake up. How many of you found? Ooh, very few people, because very few answers we've got. But abhi jago, because we want more answers. And the theme is pin. So you will find it. Bishop d8 is the move by Samyak, Pranav, Kabir, Atul, Ron, Yasin and Sai. क्या बात है? Good move, Bishop d8, with the idea of the pawn moves, and this is how you want to exert the third attacker, because you have two attackers here and black is having two defenders. So this one is the third one. You needed him. c6 is the threat, and it's very difficult for white to defend. So bishop d8 she didn't find. She went queen b8. Rook went back to d1. Still, again she could have gone here, but she went there. Rook d7. Oh my god, she repeated over here. She didn't find bishop d8. Was there anything which... Not here. Sorry, the queen was an 8. Was there anything which she must have calculated this and something which she missed? Like the queen goes to b5, let's say. The queen is... Hi, Sagar.
Hello, Amrita. How are you?
I am wonderful. Wait a
How are
second.
things
Where
with
are
you?
you? How are you? I was calling you.
Calling me?
I called you. Miss call देखो, miss call.
Acha, I didn't realize. Sorry.
I was calling you because we had Ramesh here. Amazing analysis. We learned a lot of things. It was like a training session, Sagar. It was a very different vibe, completely different vibe. Like I did not read any chat as such. I have not read super chats as such. Nothing. It was just completely into the analysis and learning from him. And I believe a lot of people will learn from him. Maza aaya. So guys, the vibe was very intense and it was great. He had a morning session at 6 o'clock, but he realized just a while ago that it's 3:15. So
He has to
yeah,
sleep.
very kind
Yeah,
of
it's
him to sleep.
amazing. It was very nice of him to come and to commentate. And Amrita, Humpy was winning, right? Or was it a draw?
Yes, Humpy was. She repeated here, but at this point we were looking at Bishop D8 was the move with the idea of C6, and what if Queen B5? So I was just looking, analyzing this, where I thought if can you go C6? Oh, but with C6 there is also Rook A7, so C6 is not a threat. So what was happening here?
Arey, Harshit
Hello,
bhai.
hello.
Chikna
Harshit
OP
bhai, how is your
guys.
tournament going?
I just finished my game, guys. I was
What
playing
happened?
against the world's youngest grandmaster, Andy Woodward, or one of the youngest.
I
And I had
think
a
from
really
your
good
face,
game.
I can see it was a draw.
I actually won, Sagar
One,
bhai. I
yaar,
played a
he's
really nice
Wow.
smiling.
game.
He's happy. Come on, Harshit OP in the chat. Full screen तो बनता ही है. Harshit, zoom
Yo,
camera
boy.
horizontal कर लो. और
Yes.
हाँ.
But
Harshit
actually, Sagar bhai, I
bhai.
wanted to say something that for the guys who don't know, Andy Woodward is like 13 years old and he's a grandmaster. And Sagar bhai, his way of behaving, like he's the only player in this tournament that like I would have like not wanted, like I wouldn't, like I didn't want to beat him. Such a nice kid, extremely talented, has a very bright future ahead of him for sure. Like after the game, he was happily analyzing it and stuff, and like these qualities in such a young person, very hard to like.
Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, looks like another young star coming up on the chess scene. Yes.
For sure.
Is
And
is
he's
it
helped
a
by,
is this your first win in the tournament or you won before this?
this is my third win actually, so I'm plus
भाई
3.
क्या बात कर रहे हो जीत रहे हो कि क्या टूर्नामेंट
I think I'm in joint first, maybe. So one more
oh
round to
like
go.
Gukesh who is the nepo of your tournament
There's a guy, Batsuren Dambasuren, who actually, I think we are joint lead right now. But look, I see this position and I was
I can ask
immediately
one
wanting.
second I will ask Humpy for an interview maybe
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, you can join again later, Sagar. Uh, Harshit. So right now you're
Yes.
here, like you are here or you are going somewhere or you are like analyzing and कैसा है?
No, 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 I'm here. I can be with you guys for some time.
अरे क्या बात है? And then tomorrow your tournament ends actually. Tomorrow is
Yeah,
a
yeah,
rest
tournament.
day, and
Yes,
then day after you're gonna join us from for full time. So it's
for
amazing, and
sure.
we are also rooting for you for tomorrow.
Yes, it should be exciting. But let's come back to the candidates. I actually took a look at some of the games, and I saw that Gukesh has managed to gain a position where he can already start to play for a win, Amruta. And I was very happy to see this development.
Wow, because we saw Rook A3 tak we had seen, okay, and we were looking at
Okay,
what black can do. Rook F3 was
yeah.
the move. Oh, Rook F3 he played. I don't understand the idea of this move, by the way.
I think maybe he wanted to bring the F1 bishop in the game, like bishop D3, something like this, perhaps. Like try to,
Yeah.
or bishop B5, maybe.
Bishop B5, okay, looks like it, because with the pawn on A4 he would like
Yeah.
to defend. So then Queen
Okay, just
C6.
Amruta, one thing, I don't know if you went or I'm not sure if you guys talked about it in the opening, but in the opening, this move knight to h7 by
Yes.
Gukesh has to be like one of the most creative ideas I have seen in this tournament period. Like this move knight to h7 is like, just think of it. Like, what is knight h7, Amruta? Like, what?
Wow. I mean, we saw this move. It was very new. We had Ramesh here until just 5-10 minutes ago. He left. But Knight at 7 was different. But now that you're saying that this is like most impressive idea, yeah, because this knight many times felt like what is it going to do on f8 finally, but it's been such a defender. मतलब
Yeah.
everybody else is like knight is like मैं अकेला घर को संभालूंगा सब जाओ, that kind of a
And
thing. So you're right, agree.
and he wants it to play for a win. That's his point, Amruta. He could have obviously played something solid and made a draw, but he basically chose this idea so that he gets a game. And exactly now, in the current position, Amruta, we see the reason why he has succeeded in achieving whatever he wanted to.
Yes. And b5 I liked a lot because it's sometimes psychologically hard to
Yeah,
feel that you are dissolving one
true.
doubled pawn on the
Yeah.
open file. But b5, yeah, he's just this understanding. Dekho, c3 pawn isolated, a2 isolated, amazing. Gukesh is playing amazing chess. Rook a3, rook f3. Tough position
And
for
now
white anyway, I would say, practically.
the thing is, Amruta, the bishop on f4 is struggling so much right now. It's coming in the way of everything of white. Like even after rook f3, you can see that like the white's position just seems kind of cramped.
Yeah, big
Um,
pawn.
the big pawn, yes, and now again a very very interesting decision to try to trade the queens, Amruta. And black's point is ki if you take, I will take. And now the d7 square is covered, so rook has no 7 filed entry. The a4 pawn is weak, as well as I would say that the e5 pawn is actually quite a big weakness in terms of white's mobility.
Yes. Yeah, because of this bishop constantly having to defend it. Only idea for white, like if g4, g5, he would have got a successful one with the queen and the
Actually
bishops.
very nice point, Amruta. G4, G5 is definitely a very typical idea with white's pawn on H5.
Yeah,
And
Ramesh was suggesting that because he really wanted to
uh,
make that happen, but somehow there was never a time for white to go for that.
that's why I was surprised when you suggested this idea. I was like,
रोस्ट कर ही दिया हर्षित भाई ने, बट ले ही लेंगे चलेगा because Gukesh is better. उससे ज्यादा क्या चाहिए?
true,
Also,
true.
Harshit, right now you're in the best of your full calculation and all of that. That day we already saw when you joined the stream, you were calculating insanely after your game. So सही चल रहा है, बढ़िया चल रहा है. Rook
Yes.
a4. Could you not have saved Harshit this pawn like dc6? Oh, this takes away an important
The
bishop.
B5 square as well.
Ooh.
And now rook D3, we actually might see some forcing moves. Rook A4, bishop G2.
You wanted to go rook d8 or what?
Interesting. That was my instinct, but the problem is takes, and rook A2 is really powerful.
Take and rook a2. Nice. Okay, bishop
Yeah.
e3 and then
You just
this
take, and the
thing
problem
you will
is
get out.
rook A5 bhi aa sakta hai if you want. Rook A5 Amruta, and like just एक one by one sub
Yeah.
मार देंगे.
Dark square knight. This bishop cannot attack. Amazing.
Yes, Sagar bhai.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hi guys. Guys, is today going to be a good day for us or is it going to
Yes.
be tough day?
In Gukesh's game, I think he has definitely managed to create something with the black pieces. So far, it is a success.
No, I saw till rook a3 and I thought it was equal. What happened after it? Rook a3?
Rook A3, rook F3 was played by
Yeah,
white. To,
it seems like a good move. Okay.
And now, very nice idea, Queen C6, Sagar bhai. Point is that after takes, it takes away control of the B5 square of white's bishop. And now the A4 pawn is
Gone. A4 is
And
gone.
also d7 is not very weak anymore. So maybe
Yes.
taking the queen was wrong
No,
or what?
Sagar. Actually, one more point I should mention because when Ramesh was here, he mentioned this move A4 was a slightly weak move. A4 was not necessary.
I would consider G4
this
maybe.
idea. Yeah, because he wants to
Yeah.
go G4
eh,
and black is wanting to
G4.
go on the 7th rank and things like that. Bishop C4, Bishop B3 first, and then if only black goes A5, you can think of A4. That was something which he
Mhm.
was
Oh,
mentioning.
that's very nice point. If only black goes A5, then go A4,
Yeah.
because now white's
Then Bishop
bishop will be
B5.
planted on B5.
Yes,
Very
correct.
nice.
So
Amruta in super
not
strategic
me,
form today.
Ramesh.
Amruta.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, today is roast. This is the second time he's roasting me, Sagar. I told him G4 G4. He's like amazing. मैंने बोला रमेश ने बोला तो बोला हाँ फिर
Amruta
वैसे ही
is
होना है.
spending so much time with the candidates that she's become stronger.
Maybe future candidate incoming.
सोच Amruta, candidate at 40. क्या ही?
बुलेट खेलती हूँ
I will support you, Amruta, in your journey to become a candidate.
नहीं I'm very happy here. I'm candidate right now as your wife, Sagar. That is good.
So Amruta, right
No,
now
it's
Bishop
not
C2
candidate.
play.
Sorry, फिर तो बहुत सारे candidates हो जाएंगे ना. गलत बोला मैंने.
अरे
आज हर्षित ने कुछ तो लाया है, पता नहीं स्ट्रीम में what he has brought in, but थोड़ा बच के रहना पड़ेगा. हाँ, Bishop G2.
Wait,
So
Bishop G2?
right now C6, Gukesh is a pawn up, correct? But C6 pawn is attacked. So can you defend with Rook A6 now? Just coming back and then say that I'm pawn up.
Oh, the point. Okay, now I understand. I think I was thinking Rook C8 instead of Rook A6, Amruta. Let's say Rook C8, which you don't really want to bring your rook behind the. It's quite passive. But the thing is, Rook D8. Let's
Rook
say white
D8.
goes.
Yeah.
Takes. Rook A2, which is obviously black's idea for a long time.
F2
And now
pawn
Rook
is
D2.
Rook D2 क्या बात है भाई? ये खेलोगे
Because
तो
if-
फिर तो हार ही जाओगे एंड गेम.
because
okay.
take
You want to take
C6
C6.
pawn is weak. Yeah. But the thing is, there is intermediate knight D7 move, Amruta, which is very important actually. And now the E5 pawn is hanging, and then Bishop F4 we can defend it with knight B8. So I mean, pawn is a pawn.
This knight has been like so solid in this game. Very irritating for white.
Too good.
Knight at 7.
Too good.
Yeah.
छोटे move करके you managed to save a pawn.
Yeah.
No, knight
but-
at 7
but-
is a very different. Like Harshit said, when he came, he's so impressed with this move, knight at 7, just completely epic. Just a
I was
different
not at
career
all
option.
impressed.
No?
I felt that move was the top choice of the engine, but
Yeah.
the thing is, that knight was really suffering throughout the game. Like if you look at the knight's future, it had nothing to do.
It allowed
Arey, Sagar
everybody
bhai.
else to fulfill their dreams, Sagar.
That's true.
It did
And
not
maybe
become a
the knight,
GM, Sagar.
maybe the knight
Arey,
was
arey,
saying my job is to just defend D7 pawn. It's like अपने जैसे लाइफ में there is one person who always says कि जा बेटा तेरा जिंदगी जी ले, मैं यहाँ पे सब संभाल लूंगा वगैरह ऐसे. तो उस टाइप का नाइट इज लाइक दैट.
Goda is like, okay, I am here. Don't worry about the king side and anything. Now just go and create pressure on F2 pawn.
Correct.
Nice.
तो भाई ये पोजीशन में this is exactly what Gukesh wanted. Slowly भाई विपुल कोठियाल जी,
Vipul
thank you so
Kothiyal,
much.
thank you for your contribution towards growing chess. Wow, there is an alert which was seen. The sound which was heard, it's a great one. We also had
Yes.
Anmay 3 years ago. Thank you for your contribution, and Shashwat Agarwal. So, yeah. Yes.
Guys, let's quickly actually jump to Vidit's game, as I also had some
He
things
was
to
in
say
trouble.
about that
He
game.
was in trouble.
Yes, Vidit was in trouble. And if you just go a few moves back after, instead of the move
B3.
Rook to...
Ah,
Sorry?
where after Rook?
Instead of Rook E3, yes, this position. I was actually taking a look at this position with my opponent. We were taking a look at the candidates game after our game finished,
I was
because
like,
we were...
which game were you analyzing? Your game or somebody else's?
No, we were analyzing this game because we were quite excited about the candidates. And instead of Rook E3, we kind of stumbled upon this move B4.
It's a
and the point is,
good pawn push.
No, there is
And
an
if Queen
amazing...
D6?
Harshit, you have to ask that question to Sagar.
if Queen D6, guys,
Yes.
what does White have in his sleeve?
Rook D1.
अरे सागर भाई.
अच्छा,
सब
you're
लोग
also
कैंडिडेट जा रहे
interstanding.
हैं आज.
Yeah, yeah. नहीं, I had another question. Rakshit. Rakshit,
रक्षित.
you know,
रक्षित.
sorry,
रक्षित
Harsh.
किधर है?
अरे
आई एम ढूंढ रहा हूँ उसको.
रक्षित चैट में, रक्षित को है एक दिन. सच में रक्षित. हाँ ठीक है. नाइट D4, क्वीन D6
Oh,
and
yes, yes, yes. And now,
Knight
B4.
and
E6.
no,
No. What is happening?
no, it's. I'll tell you the variation.
Maybe,
Um,
yeah, because we were looking at, which position where our pawn was already on B4 and the move was rook D1. So that you take
yes.
here and then the move
Yep.
is knight
Quite
E6
an
check. It was so
yeah.
cool. So cool.
So such a pretty idea. Yes. So, anyways, I think the position has still quite static, and the problem for Black Amruta is that even if the material is equal, these pawns A6, B7, C6 kind of allow White to dominate on the dark squares. Plus, Black's king on E8 might potentially, be in some small trouble, because if you go to a square like D7, then suddenly your king side becomes weak. The G7 pawn becomes weak, and it will be hard to defend them. Also, knight E5 check. So he goes back king F8, and does he have any knight G5 ideas? Probably not.
Ooh, nice. Knight G5.
Probably not, because
Yes.
takes, queen H8, knight G8, bishop H7, and the problem is reverse checkmate is incoming. Rook D1.
अरे next time you have to ask this question to the chat. आज तो बहुत ही आलसी, कुछ भी नहीं कैलकुलेट किया है लोगों ने, I believe. So get ready, guys. Harshit is gonna ask you a lot of questions.
So
Yes.
in this way, like Vidit seems to be under some pressure. ठीक है. यहाँ पर Gukesh seems to be slightly better. Correct. Praggnanandhaa, do you think he will be able to create anything from here, or this will end in a draw?
No, this game has already finished after White took on D5 and went for this position. The game kind of already, like, it was White who decided to, play very solid, and I guess it was the strategy of Nepo that.
No, it was not finished. There were, lot of moments where there was this pressure on Black, if you go very deeply, but there was this one moment which Prag had got this very slight chance after King D1, Rook E3, King D7, Rook F3, where after
G5.
G5, yeah, what is the move which you will play? Like, position might be very slight initiative for Black, but it's very hard to know what White should do here.
Yeah, this very typical idea G5. The point is that if White takes on G5, you create a passed H pawn, FG5 and
Yes.
H4.
Correct.
And we all know that Knight is a notoriously bad defender against the H pawn.
Absolutely.
So I guess Black could have had some like small chances, but the thing is, Amruta, in practical play, all these positions usually always
End in a
as
draw.
Praggnanandha's second Peter Swidler, Peter out in a draw.
Peter out in a draw. Harshit, your vocabulary is amazing. Then.
I think I kind of stole this from Sagar actually.
I was actually going today. I went to a park nearby to just shoot a small video, and I met Peter Swidler on the way.
Oh wow!
And I said to Peter that we are all the time excitedly watching what is Praggnanandha's new move, novelty going to be, and so on. So it was very cool because he's playing such daring openings in this tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, by the way, Sagar, we have some super chats, and I had some super chats earlier also. But Pratham Anand's Canadian dollar says, "Hi Sagar bhai, all tickets are sold, but I am on my way to the venue. Is there any way to meet you?"
Yeah, I'll come down. Just be outside. I'll meet you. And also on the Saturday at 11 a.m. we are doing a meetup at Trinity Bellwoods Park Church. So please, all those who are in and around here and want to come on Saturday, please come at 11 a.m. on 20th April, before the round.
20th. Oh, 20th. Okay. Then we have Ayush Sarkar. समय और सागर किधर है? सागर इधर है. अक्षय नातू से कल रात का दर्द अभी तक नहीं गया है दोस्तों. Yesterday.
कल रात अपन 2 बजे तक पिया.
Yesterday was very. Did you see yesterday, Harshit?
Yeah, of course. I mean, But I mean, to be honest, Amruta, these things happen in chess tournaments, and as fans, as spectators, we always have to, be accepting of whatever the result is, because
Hmm.
at the end of the day, the person sitting across the Indian players are also one of the most talented players in the entire world of chess. So if if our Indians player lose, that doesn't mean that they are not good. It just means that sometimes um, the player in front of you plays better chess than you, and
Hmm.
um, you come back the next day and fight stronger, like all our Indian players have been doing in this whole tournament.
Yeah, actually, important point. This is something acceptance is because yesterday morning, every like lot of people, Samay was almost in tears. A lot of people in the chat. It was at that level, another level. It was a little
Mhm.
weird. But as Harshit says, good point there. Also, we had a very huge super chat, Sagar by Joy Datta contributing 2,000 rupees saying, "Hello, Amrita, just wanted to say you've been doing an amazing." This was all long back. So today was
Yeah.
like Ramesh was there. We were analyzing. It was all very, in a way, intense analysis. So I couldn't read the chat. I didn't. I mean, I chose to in a way because I was learning amazing. He was telling me some nice themes and all of that. So it was that way. So the
So
dedication
if
and
we had to give
thank
a
you, Joy
roundup,
Datta.
Amruta,
Yes, Sagar. But
roundup
wait a
of this.
second. Thank you, Banty. I'll just because people are kind of telling me to read the super chat.
Please, please go on. Go on. I thought it was the last one.
No, Banty only has contributed number of times. So okay, 3 times. Thank you. This is the last one. Umar Khan says, Sagar sir, at what time will you be at location today? Want to meet you? ये ऐसे sound कर रहा है location पे कितने बजे मिलेंगे? Suitcase दे दूंगा तेरे को. हेरा फेरी जैसे
कौन
क्यों
है ये
sound?
आदमी?
Exactly. हाँ सागर हेरा फेरी.
एक्चुअली बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ पे मिल रहे हैं जो दूर दूर से आए हैं। एक जन बॉस्टन से आए थे 8 घंटा गाड़ी चला के।
बाप रे.
इनसेन।
Wow.
या
Wow. No, this.
इंडियन चेस इज रियली बूमिंग या हर्षित भाई। आप अगर इधर आओगे तो क्या ही मजा आ जाए।
अरे
कल का एक
डेफिनेटली सागर.
टूर्नामेंट जीत के एक फ्लाइट लेके आ जाओ।
I'm मेरा भी 7th May को the semester is ending, so I will probably definitely come back to India after my semester
अरे
finishes.
भाई मैं इधर कनाडा का बात कर रहा हूँ।
अरे कनाडा अभी ने सूच है सागर
यहाँ
भाई.
अरे इधर आओ ना। इधर कैंडिडेट चल रहा है क्या सूच है।
गुजराती
कैंडिडेट।
स्टाइल.
बट अंदर थोड़ी अलाउड है जाना.
अरे भाई मैं करता हूँ ना आ जाओ। हर्षित हर्षित राजा को कोई रोक सकता है क्या वो
हाँ
कुछ
ना.
अरे
बोलो।
अरे अरे.
कम ऑन एग्जैक्टली. बट वो वहां पे आके फिर वो कमेंट्री करेगा ना सागर.
हाँ हाँ नहीं इधर आके ही विल ऑफ कोर्स इधर पूरा फैन
हाँ
जोन
देन तो
में ही कैन
रियल टाइम
कमेंटेट।
कमेंट्री करने सकते हैं रियल
या
टाइम.
ही कैन एक्चुअली एंटरटेन द पीपल देयर।
90 अरे हाँ 19th your tournament is also finishing. So let's do
Yeah.
a bet. Oh, do you have a visa by the way?
Hey look
Canada
the
visa.
big fat panda has contributed 2754
54.
कितना।
हाँ
Wow, that's
2754.
Wow.
Vishy Anand's rating I think।
Wow.
by heart. Oh amazing. Thank you big fat panda. पहले भी दिया था. This is also great. But
Thank
And
you, thank you।
Sagar bhai, just to ask one question, agar is Prag's game over, because they have already repeated the position, so I think the game is over.
I don't see him here।
no, so
Maybe it's
15
fighting।
King
minutes.
f4, King c2, knight f5, rook f4, knight d6, rook g4. Amruta has already been played, right?
But how? No, only once. No, king a4, king c2,
Maybe
knight
Prague
f5,
will change।
rook f4. Only once.
Ah, okay.
I think Prague will try a little
But
bit
Prague
more.
has to win all three if he wants to get any
Yeah,
chance।
yeah,
Yeah,
he
any
will
chance.
try. He will try. Uh,
And Gukesh's game,
yeah.
some
What
small
his
changes
advantage?
here.
Why? What changed actually? Because he went rook a2 here.
Yeah,
He went rook
I
a2.
was suggesting this move rook c8 instead, which I thought was passive, but at least you're a pawn up.
Hmm.
But
And
he
then,
chose rook a2.
yeah, and then the other idea, he had one nice idea by going g5.
Whoa, whoa, that is not even on the radar of consideration.
Yeah, because here you are allowing. I mean, this is so risky. Looks.
No, this is insane. G5,
Yeah.
Amruta. I mean, I don't think. Actually, very good question to ask, actually, Sagar Bhai. If any players even considered this move, G5.
Okay, I will ask।
Yeah, G5 over here. But rook C4, yeah, rook C4 was a good idea. Even rook A2. Maybe the computer
Mhm.
doesn't like the rook exchange
It
because
do-
this is what.
Rook A2, Rook D2. Could you go Rook BB2? No, not really, right? Yeah, no.
No,
No, because the C6
C6
pawn
move.
is hanging.
Hmm.
So Rook B1 check and then Rook B2.
yeah, I mean, you can give a check here. But what if rook D1 anyway? Challenging.
But now you take and you go Rook B2, na Amruta? And then the idea I said take
Ah,
on D1
right.
and Rook B2.
Takes rook B2 and then you are eyeing the seventh, this F2 pawn.
Yeah,
So rook d2. So with rook d2, it helped white because his rook now defends this. Now c6 is attacked. So he had to go rook c8, but his active rook is gone.
yeah.
Oof. Bishop e4.
Bishop E4, A5.
Yeah.
And now I'm starting to wonder if black actually has any chances because Rook
Rook
to
A2
A2, yeah, seems to be going towards the draw.
and
Bishop
Rook
B6.
A2. But you know what? Gukesh will draw water from stone. Yeah. मतलब छोड़ेगा नहीं वो.
But how to continue? Let's
No, but
भाई
say,
Sagar,
pawn है
even
ना एक
earlier,
extra.
then why did he take here? But that is something very important. No, if you've missed something
Also, how
here,
is the time situation?
16 minutes for
21 minutes.
Gukesh, 9 minutes for
Huh?
Nijat. They are on move number
oh,
32nd. So Nijat has to.
oh,
Okay.
But this is a fine position for 8 moves in 9 minutes, right?
but
Yes, but
still, you have
mistakes
to be
can happen.
accurate.
Next 8 moves will decide rather than right now.
Correct. That's true.
Yeah, these time pressure situations, Amruta have decided not just this, but several games in the candidates. Even
Hmm.
yesterday,
Also, I mean, Harshit bhai, this game will be a
mhm,
very, very critical. Like if Gukesh win, it can very well help him to win the tournament. He is not going to agree to a draw in any
for
way.
sure. For sure.
Yeah.
That's a very good point because in this situation with the black pieces, he has the opportunity of a lifetime to try and as you said, Sagar by squeeze water out of a stone because if the water comes out from the stone, then there might be a world championship thing on the line.
Exactly, it will lead to a lot of beautiful things developing in India and everywhere in his life. But Harshit bhai, Amrita, if Black has a move here, can play A4, A3 already.
Yeah.
True.
If I
So
just
that
That
is
would be
check.
why
huge.
A4 has to be stopped, no? In a way.
Yeah, very true. If you black gets to go A4 and A3, then that's a very big change in a positive way for black.
Correct. So Rook A2 is a move which we are like having no doubt that it will be played or not.
Mhm.
Oh, by the way,
Most likely,
Alfred
most likely.
Menezes, Canadian $100, hoping to meet Sagar and others during
Oh,
round 13. Wow.
Oh wow,
Alfred, didn't we meet right now? I think I
Sagar
met him
bhai,
outside
confusion hai.
or not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe, thank you so much. Yeah, very kind of you.
Yeah, Alfred OP. But so Rook A2 I think will happen, but he's taking time, which is good for Gukesh. Still, it Harshit, I feel that the exchange of this rook doesn't feel right, which Gukesh did. And
Yeah,
why would
I
he do
kind of
that?
agree.
Because he knew that the rook was active. So it's a
Yeah, I
question.
kind of agree in the sense that now black's rook on C8 has become stuck to the pawn on C6, and our other rook was the only active rook, if I can put it like that. And in that sense, like just purely logically speaking, it does make sense. But maybe Gukesh thought that this position gives him better chances, and bishop c2 played.
Yeah, still
Ooh, he
stops
wants to
A4.
put the bishop on A4, keep pressure on C6, and then that bishop is also well placed. Very good
I have
decision.
a
Yeah.
very nice idea actually. Rook c7 maybe. For example, if you go bishop a4, I wanted to go knight d7. If I give you a pawn, I give you the c6 pawn. You take my pawn, Maro, bishop c6. I will take rook
Wow.
d7 and rook behind the passed pawn. Rook a6, very important move. And now we kind of see a similar position like Nepo was hoping for yesterday, like same colored bishop, but there is a passed pawn for black, and this is going to be something Gukesh is hoping for.
Amazing. This is
It's very
amazing.
good analysis there, Harshit. And I think this is something which Gukesh will try, and especially he should try in the next 4 or 5 moves, because if he can reach move number 40 here and make Abasov make some errors before that, that would be great. Because once you reach move 40, you are going to get 30 minutes more, which when
Correct.
then the position will get simplified. And here
Oh,
you
and
can see
also
Abasov is down to 7 minutes.
7 minutes. And Sagar Bhai, I just remembered that there might be some deja vu as their last game as well. It was very equal and very dry, but
Yeah.
Gukesh managed to win in that Queen end game. So Gukesh is trying to repeat what has already
No,
happened in the past.
If you look at his face today, I mean, I actually shot a video describing Gukesh's routine, what he, goes through and so on. And I could see how focused he is. He is focused every day, but today it was like, I want to win, I want to win kind of a look there. And I think it's a very important game for him if he wants, because imagine that today after Abasov, he's facing Firouzja next round and then Nakamura. These are tough
Yeah,
opponents, so he needs to score.
definitely.
So Gukesh having
Let's
Guys,
7 minutes. Yes.
I will
Have food
quickly
and come
give a
back.
summer up and go to eat.
Okay.
And I'll
Yes.
try
Sure.
to watch the games myself as well. But what in this position I wanted, what happened after we left it? It seems as if White managed to improve his position or what?
King G2, Rook D7, Rook E4.
And C5 played, but now C5 Rook E5
Rook C7, let's say.
and Knight D2 is a move, perhaps. Okay, not Knight. I guess I don't really need to take that Knight away. Hmm, G5 है क्या?
Oh, G5. हाँ रे. My God.
Because at G5, Knight G5 looks a little scary. Looks a little scary, Sagar, by this one.
Yeah, I think for Vidit, for sure, this is going to be very tough because yesterday he lost, and in a way, he was quite upset, as we saw from a lot of pictures and videos. And now again, Caruana actually using that to his advantage, putting pressure on Vidit, and maybe this will be a big win for Caruana as well here.
Yeah. This looks like a tough position to defend. Guys, maybe I'll join you after I eat very quickly, but
Yeah,
until
yeah.
then, I will take a leave, guys. Thanks a lot.
Guys, let's all send our best wishes to Harshit. Harshit OP हो जाए because he's leading in
अरे
his tournament with +3. भाई जीतना है कल. कौन है? Who
अरे
is your
अरे
opponent tomorrow?
I think I'm playing Akshat Chandra with the black pieces, so should be an interesting game.
And what about Batsuran? Who is he playing?
Not sure, no idea. But
अरे, Harshit भाई is more like उसको पूछा whom are you playing tomorrow? He says I'm playing the black pieces. Opponent वगैरह कुछ नहीं. Just play chess.
just play
Wow.
chess. I'm very happy to play chess. Actually, I don't get to play so much being in the US, so whenever I get a chance, I'm very happy. Especially in one round a day events where you can, it's like
Do you
reminds me
think
of the.
Harshit following the candidates first few rounds has helped your chess a little bit?
Actually, I think so for sure because my mind is so sharp, like it's insane. Like I'm able to calculate like so clearly, not just in like my games, but even now when I'm analyzing, I feel like my
Hmm.
form has definitely improved.
No, he's
Wow.
calculating amazing. Really amazing.
क्या बात है हर्षित भाई, मजा ही आ गया. उई,
Yes, आराम से.
गिर गया है?
फोन
हाँ?
फोन ही गिर गया.
अच्छा ठीक
नहीं,
है.
मैं नहीं गिरा अमृता, फोन गिर गया.
अरे
हम
अरे
तो
गिरे
खुश
हुए नहीं हो
तो
तुम.
अमृता was so happy कि मैं गिर गया. जब उसको पता चला फोन गिरा है, she got a little
शिट
upset.
यार,
Why would
फोन नहीं
I
गिरना
be
चाहिए था.
happy? तुम गिरे होगे तो बताओ मुझे. Give me one reason,
पता नहीं
Sagar.
अमृता, when you see people falling down, you always laugh loudly, and I have always felt that my doubts about marrying you when you laugh like that when people
अरे
fall.
अरे, I will let you continue your
Okay, Harshit,
discussion
goodbye.
in privacy. See you
Yes,
guys soon.
Harshit, bye.
Yes,
Good.
Thank you,
bye bye.
Harshit bhai.
Yeah.
अरे सागर वो
So
सब
अमृता,
वीडियोस रहते थे इसके लिए टाइम पास. I fall when I fall also I laugh. That's the funny thing. So yeah.
अच्छा अमृता, can we look at very quickly Hikaru versus Alireza?
Hikaru was winning.
And can you can you tell me
Hikaru is white. Very sorry for the.
how is it that can we look from white side? Because I see no reason why we should look
We
from
were looking
Alireza's
from
side.
black side because we were comparing today French happened exchange on both the boards. But Sagar, you're very tired, so you may not want to. Are you sure you want to be here? You look very tired.
Yeah, I mean, if you want me to go, I will go.
No, why would I want you to go? It's if you're tired, you should go.
Hey, if you want me to go, you can tell me that.
No,
Please go away.
no, Sagar, please don't go away. To see na jao,
Yeah.
Sagar.
So let's analyze, no, Amrita. You can
Perfect.
tell me what has happened here. Like in this game, Alireza Firouzja is right now having two pieces for a rook
It was
and
insanely
has been.
complex because everything changed at this point when it was going complex still, but lot of craziness happening on the board
I
with
I saw
d3
I
and
saw that
hmm
here some Queen D7 move was the move. I can't believe like such a move. How
yeah,
can someone
but
find
it's not
Queen D6
just queen. It's basically you are attacking this, no? That there is a you want to take
and
on
Rook
e1,
G5
but
and
even
Rook
rook
G5?
c5 was a move which is also very funny. You can't take on c5, queen d7, knight d7, and now knight c7. We did not go too much more into detail, but this is what we saw. uh, so queen d7 was possible and g6 attacking the rook was important, so that was also possible. He played knight e1 and now takes two pieces for a rook and f3 king f2 clear plan. So oops, sorry,
Wow.
f3 knight
So
e3.
even though the pawn is on E2, they
Yeah,
say the knight is the best blockader and the knight blockades on the last rank. That is insane, right? Like to have
yeah,
that as a blockader.
I mean this one is really a great example to show as knight as the best blockader. And white is not even worried about bringing his king here. His Shanti says like yaar theek hai rook d1, nothing is happening there, so he just Nakamura is just h5 is hanging, but c7 was hanging, so you couldn't take here. Goes knight d5. Okay, we are at
So
this
so
position.
in a way, this position Hikaru most likely will win. And then we go very quickly to so Hikaru will move to 7.5. Then we go to Prag Nepo because Nepo is already
No,
on
one second. We'll go
7.
here because this one was a complex game,
Ah,
whereas that one
Gukesh.
was
Yes. A5, Bishop
a5,
C2.
g5.
Oh,
Oh,
he
he
did just
finds
go
g5,
G5.
but now g6, knight
HG.
g6. No, now this is
And
bishop h6.
now we can Bishop h6, knight e5, but you can also do Bishop g6. No, you can take that knight first.
Because
Take.
now bishop h6 and wow, wow, this helps black.
I think Gukesh has maybe simplified it a bit too much. Yeah, the game could end in a draw.
No, but Sagar, what are you going to do? Because for knight g6, if you take on g6, a pawn is rolling. So you can't take on h6. You won't
No, you
take on
can. You
h6.
can. Why not? You can.
Because you stopped
You
the
can.
pawn.
A4. Okay, let's start with Rook A2. Yeah, Rook A8. Now I take.
So what is the difference between if you go direct takes without rook a2, like you take on h6, and now computer really likes for black a4, rook a2 if you go
A3.
a3. Because anyway this is happening, right? He didn't play that. He played king g2. Gives some more chances king g2, so no simplification, no exchange. Slight possibility. Now Gukesh can defend a pawn. Oh, actually, Sagar, Gukesh can defend a pawn and never, maybe not to take this and go into opposite colored bishop. Maybe.
Yeah.
Or it doesn't matter, yeah. If I go, let's say king f3 or rook d7, can I go? I don't know. It's very confusing. Rook d7 is
What is the
a
live
big
position
mistake.
right now?
King g2.
Oh, King G2. He didn't take on G6. Okay. He didn't even take on H6. I think he's just happy if Gukesh takes on F4. But maybe
He.
Gukesh will just play King G7. No, he'll
Oh
keep the
yes.
position.
You were you. Okay, Sagar, you really need rest, but take a fine. King G7. I was mentioning this that if Rook D7 now, this is what I was looking at because finally you've got the chance to enter
Rook
the
8.
seventh rank. Rook 8 or Rook B8 with Rook B2 idea is very powerful. That's the problem. So you can't move that Rook away simply. So King G2, Gukesh, while Gukesh is thinking, just quickly check if Prag has any possibility. Rook F4, Knight D6, Rook G4. And 40 moves are over in Prag's game. He's having 18 minutes. Nepo having 56 minutes. Seems very difficult. Isn't it? Isn't
Yeah.
it? Okay, Sagar, maybe we'll talk later. I really think
Yeah,
you
I'll
need
just come back.
rest.
Yeah, Amrita.
Yes, for sure.
Sure.
Whoa, it's very, very. I don't know. Maybe he's not slept at all. But it's okay, guys. That is the ranking right now we have on our screen. If we look at the current situation with the what's happening, then Nepo with 7 points draws. Let's say Prag and Nepo right now looks like a going towards a draw. So then Nepo will go to 7.5. Nakamura is winning with Alireza, so he will go on 7.5. Gukesh right now not sure, but if it is a draw, I mean, if Gukesh wins, it's just amazing for us. He'll also go on 7.5, and the tournament is insanely competitive. But if Gukesh draws, he will be on 7. And Caruana is, if he wins, he will be on 7. Unbelievable. Vidit 4 moves in 4 minutes. And what is the position? And that too in troubled position. Yeah, he lost the pawn. Okay, this one is tough. No, you can't really do much here because especially after this pawn is lost and b4, b5 is in the air. Every white's piece is amazingly placed. King is safe. Simply no advantage here. By the way, Vaishali, late Tingjie Lagno has ended in a draw. I believe somebody had a huge advantage there. Vaishali is winning against Anna. And Vaishali, if she beats Anna today, it would be a hat trick. After losing 3 games, to make a comeback with winning 3 in a row, just completely inspiring. Oh, what? Rook h5, a mistake by Caruana. Rook h5 was a mistake by Caruana. What was he thinking actually? Because what is his idea with Rook h5? g5 he wanted to go with the idea of Rook h8. Putting pressure on the king, but f6 with it very quickly plays that and stops Nijat blunder. Nijat blunder. We have to go here then. Oh my god! What? Okay, so first of all, King G7, Bishop A4. Guys, from standing perspective, this is the most important game. That is the reason we will keep shifting. But right now we are over here, and a good news over there is Vidit might have got some chance. So knight e7, c4, a bad move there. He had 3 minutes on the clock. He had to make 3 moves. Yeah, 4 moves. So he goes c4. Why is it a mistake? Because looks like a fine move there, but gives away an important square on b4. Does it matter? Let's see. Rook b8 gives time to black maybe to bring his rook on the open file. Also with knight g6, that moment when we were looking at just taking was consolidating things, which Nijat did not go for. So after king g2, king g7, bishop a4, knight e7 was played by Gukesh. Let's just look at this nice move, knight e7. Suddenly the knight from nowhere is now going to jump to d5, attack here. So c4 makes sense because you don't want the knight to go to d5. एकदम ही natural idea है. But then we also should remember after knight f5 the knight can jump to d4, rook b8, rook a2, bishop b4. ठीक है? The bishop is plonked on b4. The knight is going to jump on f5. Maybe first he will go c5 and then say ki, okay, what is this bishop doing here? Finally Gukesh is counterpawns 3, 4, 5, 1 pawn up. Simple position, generally in the material disadvantage. Question is, what is the compensation white will have? The compensation is 2 bishops, okay? Let's say. But this bishop is a big pawn for now. And this bishop, they're not even very active on long diagonals, putting pressure on the most important targets. So king f3 played, and now yes, c5. c5 makes all the sense with knight f5. Knight, imagine the knight sitting here on d4. Crazy, kya hi crazy. And then maybe even the king can come to f5 or what? Only thing is the bishop on f4 cannot be kicked away with g5. Only thing. But ठीक है, चल. So great position for Gukesh. 5 minutes 30 seconds and he has to make 2 moves. I like rook d8 as well because rook d4 attacking c4 is a very direct threat. Take care of one idea of white, which is king g4 and king h5. So attacking this isolated pawn in such a way, kya hi hai? Because if you keep king on g6, there is bishop c2 check. Did Vidit try to equalize over there? f6 was played very quickly. I like this, that he stopped g5. And now bishop g6 check. And he goes king d8. Maybe slightly inferior in comparison to king f8. But king f8 keeping here does look a bit scary. He goes king d8. Queen e3 by Caruana. Because there is this weak square here. Queen b6 can be plonked upon. And b4, b5. Let's not forget Vidit is still a pawn down. So practically, yeah, we can be happy that this was not the best move. But let's not get the hopes very high, because being a pawn down, it may not be so easy. It may not be so easy. Look at this rook. I think the main reason why f6 helped is it took away, it has taken away all the activity from this rook. So the rook can only go to c5. But even when the rook goes to c5, for it to be on an open file, it needs a pawn break. b4, b5 or h4, g5. Let's come back here. Let's quickly go to Gukesh. He's gone rook d8. I like the move. We have got a huge super chat. Juggernaut. 64, 64, 64, 64. Arey, kya baat hai? Thank you for the continuous coverage even at these odd times. Great job holding the fort down on your own, Amrita. Thank you, Juggernaut. Very kind of you. Rushabh says, suddenly in a matter of 2 minutes, Gukesh better. Fabi and Naka lost some advantage. This game, most critical from standings perspective, because if Gukesh wins 7.5, he is in such a race. Tomorrow's pairings, as I had shown you guys, the pairings, let me just check quickly. He will be playing against Alireza. Yeah, that one thing is a pairing advantage when if Alireza is not in form. Whereas Nepo versus Naka is happening tomorrow. So Nepo and Naka both will be on the leader spot and they will be paired tomorrow. So at least both of them cannot be on 8.5. Nijat 30 seconds. Oh, 10. In fact, 12 seconds. 40th move. It's the last move. He is already in trouble. Maybe he'll go king e4 or king g4, but he goes bishop e3. He goes bishop e3, clearly simple idea, stopping rook d4, which was attacking c4. So now what is Gukesh going to do? What is the best move for Gukesh, guys? Let's say you are Gukesh, you are in time trouble, you have 10 seconds, wait a second, chat chess moves, let's just get it active and rolling to see if you can find a move which Gukesh can play, the best move. मजा आ रहा है. Chat is active, back to activity, फटाफट getting the answers, liking it, loving it. In fact, zoom. अरे my mouse गायब ही हो गया. Okay, there you go. Prashant, Varun, Nightmare, Shivansh, Ares, Random, Ayush, Kiran, Yadav and Rishikesh. You guys have found a move, rook d3. Idea simple है, rook c3. Main thing is अकेला है, दिस इज अकेला, इस पे अटैक करो. So c4, rook d3 if he finds, it's the best move. But he might even feel tempted to play c5, and one good move then white might get is to stop black's idea, because with c5 he has freed his knight, not wanting to support it anymore, and g4 taking away the squares. So whenever there are knights, important is that the pawns take away the squares from the knight. So bishop e3, Gukesh down to 2.5 minutes. He knows it is the 40th move, so he would be a little careful not to go wrong, and also he has some time to find a best move. I'm sure he's considering this idea of rook d3. It's not anything extraordinary out of the world, so possible to find. As I said, only thing is c5 also looks interesting. Yeah. VD 10 seconds. Let's quickly go to Vidit's game. Oh my god, what happened? King d8, queen e3. Check, king b8. Now, the king taking on this rank is a big mistake, but only if the next move is played by white. Only if Caruana makes... Oh, but 40 moves are over now. 40 moves are over, and at this point, Caruana must bring his rook back to c5 with the idea of winning this. No, he's not winning, it's a pin, but queen takes c6 is possible. Oh, it is a threat. Oh man, that is a threat. Guys, just for the sake of an example, make some moves to bring this same position. White to play. I don't know, just to make the same position, white to play. King g2, not king g2, king f1, bishop e6, king g2. Yeah, same position, white to play. Rook. नहीं ला पा रही हूँ ना मैं. Rook c6, queen c6, queen d8 check. Well, let me just show you that. And winning this rook. So that is the threat of rook c5. And if that is played, then Vidit might have to defend this with rook c7. But I would still be wondering what's the problem with b4. Yeah, pretty dangerous. So why did he play king b8? No, Vidit did not resign. Please don't spread any fake news. What should he have played? Not easy. Queen f4, trying to... No, this is way complex for time pressure. I'm not even getting here. Praggnanandhaa versus Nepomniachtchi. f4 played. Praggnanandhaa is trying. It would be completely insane if, like yesterday, Nepo, towards the end, last 1 minute, everything changed. Today, if anything like that happens with him, it would be a big shock. But Praggnanandhaa is trying. He's gone f4. The reason anything can happen if, inaccurate move is played, it's not like a dead draw, because there are knights on the board. And fork is always a blunder which can happen. Rook d3 played by Gukesh. Well done, Gukesh. Big advantage at the end of 40th move. Big advantage. And can it be the first game where Gukesh can manage to beat Nijat with the white pieces? Like Nijat with the white pieces. Because Nijat has not lost even a single game with the white pieces. So rook d3. We have Vaishali also winning 40 moves. Have they been over for Vaishali? Just to quickly check. Yes, 40 moves are over, and this is the current position for Vaishali. All consolidated, clearly winning. One pawn up, king active. It's more like koi doubt mat rakhna. Matlab, it's more like things can't go wrong here. Because one moment if the bishop gets exchanged with the knight, she would be winning. So Vaishali is, if she wins, as soon as she wins, Vaishali OP is something which we want to see, because it would be a hat trick, and I believe she might be the only person in candidates to win 3 games in a row. I'm not sure about Hikaru though. How many games Hikaru has won in a row? Oh, Hikaru's advantage is no, he's still slightly better. If we just take it to the current position, takes, rook check. What? Wow, my goodness, is Alireza fighting back? Is this a pawn going to give trouble to Hikaru? 40 moves are just done, and it seems Hikaru has kind of lost some of his advantage, because there are two pieces for the rook, but you do not have any. You will have to create play with these three guys against the king, and with the pawn on e2, one of the pieces is tied down, so it's not easy to recapture it because rook a2 pinning ideas there. Maybe is if this is going to be a draw, because a g3 has been played, and if rook moves, let's say, to rook a2, okay, that's a blunder. Knight h5, but then anyway you can't save this pawn. I don't understand. If you go rook a3, abhi to blunder kyun nahi hai? Knight h5 still happening. Ah, this is the reason, guys. This is a weakness. f3 is a weakness. So you come here and attack this, and then you make it push f4, and now you give a check here and takes. Then you give a check here, and then you keep giving checks. Okay, it's but still, can he get rid of the checks? This, then there is rook f1. Whew, maybe. Oh, another mistake. G3, G5. Big blunder by Alireza. What has gone wrong? It was just some hope that it is a draw. And from our Indian perspective, maybe it was a good thing. But of course, as if you just look at the chess, then G5 is a mistake. Big mistake. Blunder in a way by Alireza. Why is it a blunder? What should white play here? Yeah, decisive. This one is like. Hey Rakshit, how is this idea that if the bar shows that red border, if the normal one advantage, if it changes by 1.0, then it stays for a few seconds, whatever the number of seconds. If it changes by 2 plus 2, then it stays for a longer duration. That red box. Himang says I can't make sense of g5 at all. It loses a pawn anyway. Yes. I really am wondering what is his idea, because it's more like the king on the, like, you would never want to give this. This is an absolute weak rank. An absolute, normally there is one pawn and 7th rank is weak, relatively weak, we say. And after g5, you are making it absolutely weak. So knight h5 with the bishop, with the mating attack at some point happening there. At some point, I mean, I don't know how g5, what is his idea here? Maybe he wants to go g4 or what? Takes. I'm not sure. This is a bit of a shocker. G5 move. But because he had moves like rook a1, rook a3, looked more natural over there. So let's quickly go back to Gukesh's game, because there after rook d3 he's got a big advantage, but after 40 moves Nijat will take a bit of time to firstly let it sink in. That's always so many things happen towards the end of it that you need to little bit understand what's happening there. Rook d3, this guy pinned, rook c3 is the threat. Can white go king g4? And for rook c3, if he goes king h5, because now if you take, bishop takes h6 is happening, though you can still take there. But if you don't take, and if you don't want to give this pawn, like you want to be greedy कि मुझे ये भी चाहिए, मुझे ये भी नहीं देना है, अपन बोलते हैं give and receive, but not in chess में you try to receive. So not knight g6, knight f5. Okay, knight f5 defends. Oh, not just defends, also attacks the e3 guy. Though I'm not sure you want to go in opposite colored bishop, but I'm not sure, but computer is sure, because it's not just opposite colored bishop, but you also lose e5, which is on the dark square, and you have too many passers. Passer hi passer. Lottery hi lottery. So rook d3 played. Guys, it's more like just trying to, see ki is there anything? Kuch to hai kya? Because you don't want to feel ki, oh, we think that the bar says it is winning, but then we find out practically it is never easy that advantage which it is showing. Like yesterday also, which we were looking at with its game and all. So, ye kya hai, give and deceive? Himang says, I still believe in Prague. That endgame is not as simple as it looks. I agree with you, Himang. Completely. Completely agree. C6 is not... knight f5, C6 is hanging. So, knight f5, good point. Good point there. Kaun tha wo? Who is the alert one? Earthling. Yeah, always writing good points there. C6 is hanging. So, if bishop takes C6, knight takes E3, F takes E3, rook takes E3, what the computer is saying that even if I'm giving you the C6 pawn, I'm still better after capturing the E5 pawn. This guy cannot be pushed. Your two guys will stop one pawn and this is going to become a passer. You will lose the G pawn. Maybe this is what he's saying, though we don't need to go into something like this. So rook D3 on the board. But let's not conclude that Gukesh is winning. We can say Gukesh has a decisive advantage. What about king f4 over here? King f4 he wants, then rook c3. What's your idea? Also, one good thing is, no, anyway, c5 had no idea. Sorry. So it doesn't work. No, after knight e3 and bishop c6. So you mean after king g4, knight c6, takes. Yeah, you're attacking this. And what about king f4? Because you don't have rook e1, this, then you go back bishop b5. Yeah, that is a good question actually. But eventually this is on the dark square, no? You are going to lose it because you won't be able to defend that. So rook e1 and bishop c3. Okay, you'll have to calculate certain things. h5, improve the position with your king. But eventually you will win. There is also check in between. You will have to go here. Then this will be weak. After h5, one idea is that the pawn stays on the dark square. This one. So this is one of the key reasons why the opposite colored bishop, if the one who is in attacking position, enjoys the advantage of being a piece up almost. So because this guy is not going to help. So I think that is the reason in this opposite colored bishop, Gukesh being a pawn up and with these two weaknesses, clearly better. Rook d3 on the board. Okay, let's go to Vidit in big trouble. Bishop d7 is played. b4 next move because once the rook comes back to c5 should be okay. And Prague, if we try to just see if there is anything where he can put pressure, knight e4 has been played. Now, if you take here and if this converts into a rook endgame with this dangerous centrally located pawns, but the king goes to c4 and whenever this king is on the back rank, any king on the back rank and in front of that is another king, you have to take care of something, which is if you go e3, fe3, just to see if you guys are awake, white to play here. Can I expect 50 answers? Though Shakespeare says expectation is the root of all heartache, जो कल हो गया था, but ठीक है. 50 answers. असीम भाई, कैसा चल रहा है? माहौल कैसा है? कितना आया? अरे 50 मांगा, 60 मिला. बढ़िया. Awesome. Rook A2, Samarpit, Udayan, Chess, Dunku, Shivam, Mandar, Kiran, Thomas, Kapil Dev. मतलब these 10 people ना, they're so fast in typing. कितने अलर्ट रहेंगे सोचो. रात के 4:30 at 4:30 a.m. they are so alert. They are nice. I'm very glad. 70 people, 85 people reaching 100. You guys have found Rook A2 mate. Sometimes you just forget, you just start looking on one side. It's a very typical common error which can happen, but not here. So this is something you have to take care. You don't have E3 just like that to push, but D4 happening on the board. This position is happening on the board, and I'm sure that Nepomniachtchi will go king C4. G5 के बाद Hikaru has taken knight h5, rook e5 and g4 on the board. So this one is, you know what, he's got also a one passer and a weak king. Eventually the bishop is going to, bishop knight rook will create a mating net there. Knight will be on f6. There will be forks to take care of. So Gukesh is the only game. Long time he's been thinking. In fact, 15 minutes thinking by Nijat, Abasov. And with it, one moment I would love to understand, no matter what, because why did this evaluation change so drastically? Because it is a little complicated position. So King B8 was a strategic mistake. The reason was you had to find counter player. You are a pawn down, which means you can't just sit there, because materially it means that materially towards the end that pawn is going to become a queen. Pawn down matlab ye hai. So what do you do for that pawn? Any material which you lose, you try to find some compensation. In life also, yeah, whatever we lose, whatever happens, usme acha kya tha, we always try to find a good in the bad. So queen f4 is a move trying to find some compensation, let's say. But in which way? What are the ideas with queen f4? Can I not go rook c5 still? Oh, this is the reason. If rook c5, that would have been a mistake. Because of, अभी इतने लोगों ने इतना checkmate ढूंढा, but either black to play. This one, if rook c5, this was the compensation which Vidit could have tried to find. Nurgul, huge blunder. Against whom? Tan. Oh, what? Nurgul was winning against Tan today. Bapre, we never thought that Nurgul is not going to win with like that position. Big mess up then. Okay, what's the move here? Black to play. This is something. देखा 85 मांगे 50 थे, but we got so many answers. So यहाँ पे देखो, यहाँ पे black to play and people are like ठीक है, सोचने दो भाई, सोचने दो. That's what they are telling me. गेमर सेज दीदी ब्रेन में अगर चिप लगा के चेस खेल के वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप जीत सकते हैं क्या? हाँ, बट साइड इफेक्ट्स भी होते हैं उसके. Okay, so if I check the answers by our chat, 25 people have found it. Samarpit, Anshul, Aksh, Divyam, Bhushan, Atul, Chaitanya, Udayan, Abhiram and Chirag. You guys have found it. The answer is bishop takes g4, h takes g4, and there you go with the sacrifice, winning this guy over here. Don't forget that rook also can join in later. So king h2, queen f3. So queen f4 was a little tricky move. Not like it was completely saving you or something, but for sure it was a tricky move, and it stopped rook c5 because of the direct threat of bishop g4. So that was the thing. Okay, so let's quickly go to Gukesh's game, because after rook d3 he's still not played. He's down to 13 minutes. What would Nijat be going through? I often wonder sometimes. It's very tough tournament. Vaishali, yes, let's just check Vaishali's game very quickly as we have been mentioning it. She was winning. Yeah, she was winning. G4 even further helps black. Another passer over here. So, kuch nahi hai, just king b4. Knight is a slow piece and you can see the long range bishop in endgame. Even if this pawn is going to go here in one move, wahan dur se, it's like a Wi-Fi connection. He can still make the call over here. But here, this is the landline. Knight cannot just quickly come and try to defend his pawn. So, yeah, Vaishali is winning. And as we have discussed this, if Vaishali wins, Vaishali OP, we want it in the chat because it would be a hat trick. Did anyone, by the way, answer me that anyone in this candidates has won 3 games in a row? Because I must have missed it if you've answered. Very sorry because I asked the question. I did not check the answer. Bhavya says no. Hikaru. Everyone's wanting to go to Hikaru's game. Hikaru, no, you're saying that Hikaru has won. How many games? Today, if he wins. If today Hikaru wins, is this his third win back to back? Not yet. Honey, but how many has he won? Because last game he won. Oh, maybe he did win too. Yeah. Okay. So if after he lost to Vidit when they were on the same points, I think next game Hikaru won. And I don't remember whether he won another. Not 1-3. I'm talking about back to back. Back to back. Okay, King E2 played on the board. We have a move after a long time. In fact, we have a move after 18 minutes. So King E2 on the board. Only thing is Gukesh has to tuck in this rook on C3. King is even, more passive over here. What is happening? If bishop D2, let's try to look at this move bishop D2. Rook takes C4. Bishop takes B4. Now to all the more helps because these two are isolated and now they are meeting here. Mast together. So let's go back. So bishop d2 has nothing, a direct attack we checked if anything there. And then you have no way to defend this, everything is controlled. Rook c2 is a way to try and control this. But it's a big blunder because of black to... One second guys. If rook c2 on the board, which might happen, it would be a big blunder because only move for black to find here. If you want to keep an advantage, only move black to play. Can I expect 50 people in a minute? 1 second. 2 minutes. Okay, I am back. कितने लोगों ने आंसर दिया? Let's check. Wow, 89 people. Again, and that too, this was not a simple checkmate. It was like, it was easy, but still it was not a one move checkmate. So very amazing. Jai, Jishnu, Rishabh, Rajiv, Kushagra, Dev, Arvind, Somveer, Adit, and Abhiram. At 4:37 a.m., these guys have found, along with many more, the right move Rook a3, and this piece is trapped. Can you believe that? That the bishop on a4 is lock ho gaya hai, lock. Somebody had mentioned in the chat, I think in the candidates. Just complete lock. So king e2 on the board. And I'm in fact, why is Gukesh thinking 4 minutes? He's thinking for sure there is no other move he's going to play, because if he doesn't go rook c3, then no entry until here. Going back is going back just for you to understand that how important it was to get this move rook d3. If he would have gone back, if he goes back, and if the king was already here, and if he would not have got rook d3, this was the assessment. You see, with the pawn here, even if black is a pawn arm, with the double bishop, this was the assessment. It's interesting, very interesting, because the knight is not having any squares. If you go knight g6, there is f4. So great compensation for white it would have been. So such an important move Gukesh gets on 40th move. Kya hi? Amazing. Come on Gukesh, go rook c3. Hikaru. Easy to blunder, that means. No, this is not easy to blunder, because he's not going, he would not go rook d3, because if he is going to calculate king e2 also while going this, playing this move, if he had to go back, वो खेलता ही नहीं था. Then he would have tried to play something else, maybe h5, maybe c5, but he's, you know, this move in a way is kind of getting closer to winning. And at this point, your nerves are very important, because it is not like any other win if you manage to win this game. It's also where you are going to be the joint leader. All of these things, where all these things keeping in mind, you just want to make sure that you're not blundering somewhere. Just the alertness and awareness is what he's trying to keep. So king e2 on the board, and Gukesh will play there. Alireza blunder kya? Alireza is already losing. So what is it? How many blunders he will do? It doesn't matter now. Knight f5, rook a2 has been played. I mean, now only Hikaru can blunder, because which he won't blunder. But Alireza bhai dhoka. Yeah, for sure. We were really happy at this moment. Actually, at this moment. But g5 was a big shock. Complete shock. ठीक है. Nakamura has just winning so many games is amazing. Prag, anything there. King c2 gone by Nepo. He did not go king c4. And now Prag goes c5. Prag is still, trying to say that I have these central pawns and my rook is behind the pawn and your rook is not on the back rank, and let me try. So takes, he'll come king b5 to capture this. This pawn can't move, the king can't come here. But can he save this? Yeah, he can save it with rook g5. But now can you go e3 with the idea of e2, e1, but the king is too close. If fe3, you want to actually, which one? Because if I go fe3, then king d3 would be a blunder. So not king d3, so king d1. If I try to get in the king, king c4, oh, मैंने blunder कर दिया. I thought king d3, what's the problem? Yeah, you give me a check, it's fine. I take here. Rook c5 check, king b4. Here, this is the problem. White to play, guys. Just a simple move. In 5 seconds, if you can tell me, otherwise I'm showing the move. Yes, Maharshi Ray, Rishabh. c7, and can't stop this if takes queen with a check. So king b, queen with a check. Let me show this position for you for a moment. So king b5. So Prag's game going towards absolute draw. मतलब अभी के लिए थोड़ा zero doubt. Big shocker if any other result. It would be a big shock. Vidit's game, Caruana clearly better. Big advantage. +3 is actually winning advantage. So Caruana winning. Now Vidit goes queen f4 with this trick. Same trick of bishop g4. But Caruana has a good move. Caruana has a good move and say, I don't care. b5 over here. ये मीटिंग एंड क्यों हो जाता है? I don't know. Just a moment, my Zoom meeting ended, so I'm just making sure that I'll put the link over here. Okay, let's go. All good now. Sorry for that pause. And I heard some sound. Rishabh Tripathi, thank you for becoming the 1260th believer. We started with 1255 today and we've reached 1260. So it's a great number on Help Chess. We also yesterday had 50,000 as a donation by Prabodh Prakash, who was the 22nd big believer. And today we've also reached 15,46,817 subscribers. Maybe we reach 47,000. Let's see. It all depends on how long the games are going to go. Also, if Gukesh is going to manage to beat Nijat, and Nijat with the white pieces with first loss, it would be rook c3 found by Gukesh, c5 very quickly on the board. He did not think at all. See, he had 12 minutes 28 seconds and now he got 30-second increment, so it's gone to 12 minutes 53 seconds. c5 played. We did not analyze this move because I thought that bishop takes c5 is possible and takes and rook c5, but I missed something over here. What was it that I missed, guys? White to play here. What move did I miss here for white, which can, again get him back in the game? Some chances for Vidit. Caruana blunder. Okay, wait. Idhar bhi jata hai. What happened? Bishop f5. Okay, it was the second best move. The best move which Caruana had to play was b5. And then allow bishop takes g4. Because I know why Caruana did not play this. कौन से गेम पे रहूं? एक सेकेंड. दोनों or both the games are very interesting, but everyone wants right now. Let's stick with its board. Here the problem, I will quickly tell you not to take this because bishop d2, rook will be attacked and then the a5 pawn will be lost in skewer. So that's why c5. Only thing is Gukesh shouldn't take it, but he's got a beautiful square jump on it with the knight. Okay, let's go to its game. Bishop f5 is the second best move. Guys, he may not have made the best move, but this move nevertheless keeps great advantage, and this move is a move which says that, okay, I don't want to go for the best, I want to go for the best which is in terms of complications. White does not want to calculate all of these stuff where b5, bishop g4, and at this moment if you take, you know that it would be a perpetual king h2, queen f4 check, king g2, queen g4 check. Instead, what white had to find here was an important move which I believe Caruana did not see it in the game because it's a very hard move. That's the reason Prag's game has ended in a draw. Today, first result in the men's section for us, we have it. Prag versus Nepo draw. Nepo will maintain his lead most probably. Yeah, Nepo will maintain his lead. The move over here, white to play, was The move over here, white to play was, oh wait, I think, yeah, we had a Veritasium OP. He is the 1261st believer. क्या बात है? क्या बात है? Right time. So the move was bishop d2. Yeah, that one everyone found it. Knight g1. Not bad. Rakshit Singh and Chirag Pansari has found a move knight g1. Saving the knight. There's no check. Actually, every check is covered. And now this knight is attacked. Once the knight moves anywhere, checkmate. So knight g1 was maybe missed. So he goes bishop f5. Vidit takes on f5. Little breather, we can say. Rook takes f5. Nevertheless, the queen is attacked. You come back again. Queen c7. And is this endgame going to... Yeah, because look, if you take here, then definitely with the king near to these pawns where he's a pawn down, one more defender, and this is fine. He can... I think there are chances to fight in this endgame. Computer already says it's fine. So not queen c7, but either the queen will have to go back or b5. Yeah, some calculations for Caruana to do. So rook f5 on the board, but Vidit has to go here. If Vidit takes the pawn on c4, then once again it's a blunder, because all the time we're looking at rook c5 and winning the piece on rook c6. And if queen e4 defending this, still our idea, if anyone remembers, rook takes c6, queen takes c6, and what was the move here? Do you remember? White to play. White to play. Gukesh blunder? Don't tell me. नहीं, कुछ भी क्या. Gukesh blunder नहीं है. The move is, yes, queen d8 here, taking this rook, so you're winning a piece. Let's quickly go to Gukesh's game. Rook c5, knight d5. बोला था that he's not going to take this. He's going to plonk this knight in the center. So knight comes to d5. The whole game today, like tonight, we're staying up. But for this night, it is worth it. It's journeyed here, this. क्या ही night है ये, मतलब क्या ही रात है ये. Rook c2. Rook takes c2. Now the rooks get exchanged. Ek second. Earlier rook a3 was trapping the bishop, right? This time you couldn't play rook a3. क्योंकि because your knight went to d5, it's not supporting c6 anymore. Because of this, you couldn't trap the piece. Hence, you take on c2. Bishop takes c2. And yeah, we are in this position जहाँ पे two important, still critical, I would say, because unless you are looking at an engine, let's say, from my perspective, because I'm trying to do both. Sometimes I'm trying to calculate myself. Most of the time you will see that's a blunder. But okay, sometimes I'm managing both. But here, unless I see all three moves, like kuch bhi khelo and you are winning, that is winning. यहाँ पे you make that third best computer move and it's not winning, then you still have to be a little careful. So what is it? What are the moves for Gukesh? Any suggestions here? He plays that before you all say knight e3, knight c3. See, many of you wanted to go knight c3 check, which was a mistake. The king goes to d3, the knight यहाँ पे doing nothing. Literally there is no knight a4, knight e4. Useless move हो गया. It's like have achieved nothing by going there. So it was important to be alert and find his move a4. Now if bishop takes a4, this is his idea. The idea is, yes, the idea is, by the way, in Vidit's game, if you see the live position, queen c5 has been played by Caruana, and Vidit is still in trouble, but it's maybe at least earlier he was in such a trouble that There was no way out of it. Here, if Caruana makes mistakes, but it is based on the hope of your opponent making a mistake. Otherwise, the position, there's not much hope there. But it's possible that Caruana makes a mistake again. So let's see. Fork. Yes, knight c3 fork, and then you win the bishop. So a4 is a nice classy move, very alert. What can he play? a3 is for sure coming. But he's still only a pawn up. Like, Gukesh is only a pawn up, okay? Let's say white goes a move like, he knows that black wants to go a3 now. And let's say if white wants to go g4, f4, f5, this is one idea. And also bring his king closer. So let's say king d3. Okay? King d3. Go a3. Now king c4. After a2, you're queening, so you want to stop that. Only move bishop knight e3. Or couldn't you just take on e3, takes and then go a2, so that you can't stop this this winning? Can't do that. So a3, you can't just bring the king because the threat is real. a2, you will have to stop it right over here, or you will have to move your bishop away because knight e3 is a big threat. Blunder all over. Bishop b3, bishop b3. Gukesh, now guys, we can say Gukesh is clearly winning. Gukesh is beating Nijat. Gukesh is going to jump to 7.5. Gukesh is going to become the joint leader once again, because Nepo cannot win that position. This is amazing. And Nijat, for the first time with the white pieces, is going to lose in candidates. Very unfortunate for him. In no way, when we are supporting Gukesh and being so happy with his win, in no way we have anything personal against Nijat. But right now, Gukesh is beating Nijat with the black pieces. Guys, what a guy. What a guy. We will go back to see that opening again. क्या खेला है यार. Amazing. And it was in a very different way. Normally Guki style is so much going rash, sometime going very creative, but this game I would say was very different than his usual style. इतना अलग खेला ना, like very अलग, like very unusual. So Nepo's game has drawn. हाँ यार, Nepo का हो गया ना, खत्म. Also, did Vaishali is like minus 4.8. कुछ भी बोलो, I am really impressed by Vaishali. Winning 3 back-to-back is, यार, in candidates. Too good. Just too good. क्या ही बात है. So bishop b3 over here. अरे निमित काय का totally sleepy. I'm so alert right now. If you tell me to go to sleep, I won't be able to sleep because Gukesh is winning. He's like सबकी नींद उड़ा रहा है यार. Come on. Yeah, imagine the tie break will be 3 people, round robin. We'll see a tournament between Nepo and Naka and Gukesh. Because one unfortunate thing, yes, for sure today was that Prag, has he lost chances like totally, or if he wins both the games, there is a chance for a tie, tie over there. King goes to g6. Okay, maybe Gukesh is still clearly better, but 1 second, let me just try to understand that takes is the move which computer was suggesting, and you generally don't want to go into an opposite colored bishop. No matter what, there are fortresses there, so you don't want to go into that. Okay, so that's why Gukesh did not play this move, which is the best move, but practically with opposite colored bishop, you don't want to get into that. Then the next best is king g6 and h5 ideas, because king is coming to f5, attack the e5 pawn, wanting to win another pawn. So if white goes g4, stopping king f5, because there is a barrier over here. This. You can't go that. Is opposite colored bishop the only way to enter? Wow. Because then that means it's important किंग c4 अगर जाता है, if king c4, good thing is this is protected. This is protected. You don't really have to worry about moving anything. But bishop c2 check is coming, and once again the king has to become active. While the king would love to even come from either this, यहाँ से, or it would love to come from e4, but the problem is the pawn is isolated all the time hanging. इसके लिए it's important to get the move h5. At some point, maybe black will have to give this pawn up because you have a2 ideas in hand. Still, has to be bishop d4. Bishop d4 on the board. Naka 1. Oh, we have the result. So, Naka for sure 7.5. Nepo 7.5. And now we are waiting for Gukesh. Can he reach 7.5? The title of the stream needs to be changed. Once again, can Gukesh become the joint leader? Can Gukesh become the joint leader? Yes, let's save it. Yeah, Naka. Yeah, maybe Rakshit, you can let me know how many games, how many games did Naka win back to back? Okay, 3 in a row. Extremely difficult thing to do in candidates. Yeah, winning 3 in a row. Yet, yes, thanks Rakshit. Yet 4 out of last 5 in the second half. Yet it shows that he was always in the bottom half. He lost with Vidit, he lost twice. Also he was just right, like Nijat, Alireza, Naka was there somewhere. He just jumped back into the lead. Just didn't give up. Crazy. If VD didn't exist, Naka would be leading by a point. Not by a point, by 2 points. So bishop d4 was the last move by Nijat, which also slightly helps because... Can I go king f5? My first question. King f5 है तो थोड़ा कॉम्प्लेक्स यार, ये एंड गेम थोड़ा तो कॉम्प्लेक्स है. चल करते हैं. We'll analyze this. Any scope for Vidit there? Any improvements? Rook f5, queen c5 was played, and now he goes rook e4. Yeah, quite a solid move there. Rook e4, keeping an eye on c4. Maybe at some point, if this rook leaves this rank or something, some play over here, he will be alert. Heck yeah, maybe there is some hope. You never know. You never know. So with it there in trouble, but bishop d4. Here the best move for computer is what? What is computer's best move? Engine's best move. Engine मत देखो यार. Training. It's a training. Vaishali clearly winning. Guki, Hikaru will be spicy. Nahi, but tomorrow Nepo and Hikaru are playing. One of them will definitely lose or both draws. King g5, h5. Yes, king g5 for sure is a good move. Well done there. You want to go king g4, king f3 also. Nice idea there. Clear idea. Simple one. h5 many of you are suggesting. King c4, and then how do you progress with king c4? This pawn cannot be pushed. The bishop can go to e1. King g5, yahi pe aana na. But if you go now king g5, there is a problem. This is the counter play, because This is what this move, bishop d4 has done. So Nijat is a very tricky guy. What he's planning is to bring his king here. Bishop controls a1. Earlier, otherwise knight a2, knight takes e3 would be a problem if you get a chance to play a2. But now you're not worried about a2 because the bishop is here, and that's why bishop a4 is a strong idea, attacking the c6 guy. a2, you are not at all worried, this guy covers it, so bishop c6, you will just win the pawn. And if you go back knight e7 in, oops, knight e7 is a blunder passive because this is hanging, so you lose this pawn. That's why it would be a blunder, you have to be careful about it. And Gukesh goes king g5, like many of you had suggested the idea, so you're guessing it right for Gukesh. क्या बात है, सोचते रहना. 5 o'clock in the morning, Gukesh playing a long game, but it's going to be worth it if, because he's winning. Still, let's not say this as a very easy one to convert. I would really want later to understand from him what was he feeling, because for us the bar says -4, -3, but I think the players are not feeling it that it is this much winning due to the constant constant counterplay. If at all not alert, that is the reason this there are resources which white has, and Nijat being a very resourceful player, this one still has to be taken care. Vaishali wins. Kya chat remembers Vaishali OP. I'm gonna go to her board and show you the final position here. As we talked about this bishop very easily, दूर कहीं दूर दिन ढल जाए, can stop this, and then the pawn, rook pawn. Vaishali OP beats Anna Muzychuk, third victory, hat trick she scored after 3 losses. You can win 3 straight in a row. Very inspiring, super inspiring. Hikaru will become the kingmaker of this tournament. His last 2 games are with Nepo and Guki. Either he wins or he will make someone win. Nitin Komar Neni, thank you for your 3rd super chat. And you from Canada. Yes, I think you visited right over there. You were in the hall once, if I'm not wrong. But Vaishali OP, 3 out of 6 in a way. It's like all last 6 games she has not lost that way. So if bishop a4, kya tha question? Then pawn a2 after bishop c6 or stops the protection of 8. Yes, you're right. So bishop e1 played by Gukesh. I like this move actually. King c4, he goes bishop e1, and immediately Nijat goes king d3. Firstly, what he did by bishop e1 is he's saying that, you know, I don't like to be dependent on anyone in life. Why should I be dependent on this knight? So that's what is this move, bishop e1. Now even knight is free na, like कब तक support करते रहेंगे यार. So bishop goes to e1. Idea is that now if you go bishop a4, in the same scenario a2, bishop takes c6, find an epic idea, find any of the epic move here, black to play and win. Black to play and win. Epic move, find the epic move. Okay. Guys, of course you guys have found that move, but epic. Acha, this one बहुत ही जुगलबंदी चल रही है between bishop c3, bishop f2, knight c3. The right move is all these moves win, but bishop c3, Somnath, Bhavya, Sa, knight c3, Rushabh, Harshil, Kolo, bishop f. These two I really find nice because they look pretty. They look pretty with bishop c3 blocking the way of the queen, and you cannot block the queen. So bishop c3 wins, knight c3 wins. So you're not worried about it. So bishop e1 played, king goes back to d3. He's saying that again I'm threatening this so that for a2, no, not yet, not yet. King goes to g4, another piece here, bishop d1 check, king goes to g5 back. But a2 is happening, so he quickly comes to b3, bishop b3. Is Gukesh going? By the way, why did Gukesh come back? Because for bishop d1, couldn't he go king h3? Maybe he repeats once. Maybe he just repeats once and he will go king h3. Yeah, Gukesh is winning. Can we see Vidit's game, please? Says Arjun. Gukesh is winning, but little bit of alertness there, and also it's important to see how he will win. It would be nice to see how he's going to finish. A guy who is going to be in joint lead, how he converts, the way he converts is something to witness, which we are able to. So, but no Gukesh match. You want to be on Gukesh, but we'll have a look at Vidit's game as well. King f5. Okay, now he's gone king f5. There is no check. Bishop d1 was a check. There is no check. What is white going to do? Let's see. He'll maybe play king c4 or king c2. Until then, let's quickly go to Vidit's game. Queen c5 was played, rook e4 and rook e2 and b5. Yeah, these pawns are just storming in. Very unfortunate for Vidit. Yeah, very, very unfortunate, of course. But as Harshit said also, that you have to accept. It's very important. You have to accept. Even Ramesh was here. So, takes what's happening. But if I pick this pawn up, you have, what do you have? What's the compensation? You've just completely given the pawn back. The rook looks nicely placed over here. The check, I see only one, but if you give me a check, the king goes on a7. b6, there is queen b6 defending the a5. Nothing looks okay. There could have been a problem if queen a2 and a pin over there, but rook also defends. So what is happening with b5, ab5, cb5, knight a5? Firstly, my question is this: what's the problem here? What can white play? Fork. Okay, Gukesh and Vidit, everyone's confused. Fork. Everyone's saying b6, but then guys, queen takes b6, and I think you wanted to pick up the piece, but you just completely missed the idea of checkmate in two moves. Ha ha ha. Queen f2 check, queen g2 mate. Is it happening? Oh, he directly takes on a5. But ba6 is worse structure here. Maybe it was better to do this with the pawn on b5. At least the b file is not open. I don't know why he took directly on a5. I don't know. Because this was something I really felt. It wasn't clear to us. Why has he given the pawn? Computer says queen d4. Engine's best move is queen d4. With the idea of rook d5, rook d8 check, and it's a mate. Oh, this is the idea. Rook d5, rook d8 check. And can you stop that? What a brilliant idea by Caruana. What a brilliant idea. Wow. And then also b6. So queen d4 with b6 with the back rank. This is scary. This is scary. Now that we understand, we are able to look at the move direct knight e5 very differently. Black was forced to play b6 and rook d5 here. So this was a little bit of tricky situation. So that's why Vidit took on a5. And now Caruana will take on a6. Takes, but the king is very weak. No, Caruana goes knight d4, bringing in another piece. Black's king is weak. Okay, Guki game. What has happened? He goes king c4. King c4 on the board. And Gukesh is down to 5 minutes. What? What are you saying? When did he take that much time? Oh my god. Okay, no matter what, if I now look at the time situation, feel a bit worried. I don't know if we should be, because it's clearly winning, but it's only that, वो टेंशन आता है ना होने तक, वैसे वाला. Heart says it's so hard for a beginner like me. So that's Ranadiva says this Guki game teaches us a couple of counterintuitive things. Double bishop advantage is not always good, and the bishop is not always better than the knight when pawns are on both sides of the board. Huh. Absolutely. I think it was an exceptional game. Gukesh's game has to be studied so deeply. The kind of plan, the way this one knight held a fort on the king side, rest of them went on the queen side. Also, very dissolved the double pawns. Yes, it was equal at some point, but only because he still had some better ideas, and it's never just possible to play perfect chess all the time. So king c4. Now what is... Hey, now Gukesh can go king e4. Because if you give bishop c2 check, then you have king f3. Then if bishop d1, you go to g2. King g2. Why not? And if king b3, now you are happy with this this exchange, because knight versus bishop. And then, yeah, you might lose this pawn, but then you are taking this pawn, you will collect this pawn, everything you will collect, keep it in your pocket, like how Anish does it. So, yeah, bishop d1. And I think Nijat realizes that, so he stops king f3. But anyway, a finishing move, I believe Gukesh will go for. He can go for a2 with the same idea of bishop c3. This is also winning. But a finishing nice move here is... Nice move is bishop f2. Takes a2. Bishop d4 if he goes back again. Then here is the move, the final move. Deflect the king. King goes to b3 and take this guy. What did he play? Oh, he played a2. Okay, he played a2, f3 check, and king f5. Threat is bishop c3 or knight c3. So bishop b2 will be kind of forced. Maximum you will give one check, but Guki is winning. Guki is winning. We are reaching 849 subscribers. Guys, let's just aim at 900 right now. 900. Or kuch nahi, only 900. Also, Benka, thank you for being the 1262nd believer. How did I miss that? Oof, I'm getting so hungry for the breakfast. It's 5:15 a.m. Now I'm having breakfast normally in the morning after the stream. So after Gukesh becomes the joint leader, it's going to be fun having breakfast. ये लाइव है बॉस, ये लाइव नहीं है. किंग f5, बिशप c2 चेक. ओ ये लाइव नहीं है. बिशप b3, बिशप g3, बिशप a2. Oh, wait a second. Very sorry. The moves, I thought automatic update होता है, but नहीं हुए for some reason. King g5, bishop b3. Why did he not play bishop c3 here? Bishop a2. Bishop a2 was the problem. So he played bishop takes g3. Now bishop takes a2, and now Gukesh goes h5, saying that you put so much effort, all the hard work, all to get that a pawn, and now I'm changing the whole idea. I'm changing the whole plan. You know. What's for breakfast? Yeah, guys, what are you having breakfast? Like normally when we are having streams, you would be like, okay, we are having dinner and we are having lunch and all that. And Gukesh has won. While we are talking about breakfast, Gukesh has eaten your lot of pawns and Nijat resigns. Gukesh becomes the joint leader. Guki OP, Guki on 7.5. Every win is so difficult to happen here, and three people on joint lead. Hikaru Nakamura, Yan Nepomniachtchi, and D Gukesh. Dhomara jo Gukesh. So Guki OP ho jaye all 3000 people. It's a big thing, very, very big thing. Unbelievably big thing to maintain such a joint lead in candidates. And I am sure what's going to happen later. Tomorrow, Gukesh has the best pairing, but Ali, normally when they play many times, similar age is there. They have a lot of history because they've played in some since they were young with each other. Like you would say that Gukesh may not have played with Nakamura when Nakamura was 10-year-old or 11-year-old, but Gukesh would have played with Alireza. And with that history, certain things change. Alireza will come back tomorrow to make a comeback to strike against Gukesh. Also, one motivation is when you are playing against a joint leader, you would want to beat him. So Gukesh will be white, I believe. This is important for us to check the colors. Just let me check and help you to know. 13th round, Gukesh will be. Oh, by the way, tomorrow is a rest day. Tomorrow is a rest day, which is great. So Gukesh will be white against Alireza. I think now what matters is that Gukesh's pairings for 13th and 14th round, Gukesh will be white against Alireza and Gukesh will be black against Hikaru. So in terms of color, I think Naka has Naka will be favorite in terms of the color, but for Gukesh, I think it never matters, black or white. And with Alireza, that would be a critical game. So the best scenario for us will be if tomorrow Nepo loses. Gukesh, or they draw actually. Gukesh beats Alireza. If I just show you the pairing. Vidit game. We will go to Vidit game also. And we will discuss all of this a bit later. But Gukesh OP, this is insane to have a joint leader. And you know we are so blessed, guys, that even in the last phase of the event, we are having an Indian player who can still become a champion, who can win the candidates. This hope is something which we are all right now enjoying. So this is a great blessing. And if you would have considered what Magnus said, this was not like a normal thing to happen. It was not like a obvious thing. It's one of the rare. It was something which was not 100% expected. So we are very, very, very proud of Gukesh. BA6 on the board. Knight d4 was played. He went rook b2, ba6. Let's hope if something. No, knight goes back to c6. Yeah, for Vidit it was going to be tough. Vidit it was going to be tough today because yesterday would be mentally pretty tough. Or maybe not. We don't know. Maybe not. He just came there with a fresh mindset, and Caruana was. But yeah, 3,500 people were watching Gukesh winning, which is amazing at 5:21 a.m. So good. Why is everyone forgetting Caruana just half a point behind? No, we're not forgetting. I mean, we'll remember him one more day later. But for now, joint leaders are the ones which we are mainly focusing on. Of course, if Caruana tomorrow, let's say he wins the game, he will also have a chance to become joint leader if there are draws. Queen g8. VD time is 40 seconds. But this time he has 30 seconds 30 seconds increment also. So that's okay. Check on the board. If king a7, yeah, only move because Queen d8 would lose to knight c6. Queen c8 would lose to knight c6 and then a7 check. And you disconnect the king and the queen. So king a7 is the only move which Vidit will have to play. But king a7, knight b5. And that's like over, because you will have to give up your exchange. Not just exchange, but the position also very bad. So he goes knight d8. And the final move, the final blow will be rook d5, attacking this knight over there. You cannot defend it. You can go king c8. Oh, actually, rook d5, king c8, a7, there is rook a2. Then knight e6 is also there. It's a pin. Yeah. Is it winning? Rook d8, king c8, knight e6. Yeah, knight e6. Just pin. Nothing extraordinary is needed here. Yeah, he goes rook d5. Go on live move. This is the live move. Rook d5 has been played right now. And I believe, yeah, king a7 played by Vidit. Because if you take, what's his idea? He's just surviving right now. It's more like survival. It's not much. He knows that it's over. Do you keep fighting? Rook d8 check played. Rook d8 check, no, only rook d8. Rook d8 played. Yeah, thank you, Arjun. Thank you. No, this is amazing. We are able to witness something historic. If I don't know, of course, as we having this emotions, we would love if Gukesh wins candidates. It would be such an amazing thing. It would be like icing on the cake, because I think the cake was 5 Indians in candidates and 3 in men. But here we have the result updated. Rook takes d8, Vidit resigns. Caruana beats Vidit, an important score for him. Today, in fact, in the third last round, we had seen 3 decisive results. Yeah, definitely feel bad for Vidit, because after yesterday and today, it's going to be a little hard. But I'm sure that he will come back and just play your best chess. Yeah, that's the most thing. We don't want anybody to just be very sad, because sometimes when there is so much following, it can create pressure. So today's results, let's quickly go with first board, Prague versus Nepo. The game ended in draw. They had exchange French. Slowly and steadily, Nepo was solidly over there. So not much was there. There were little moments where Prague could have put some more pressure on Nepo, but still, we are talking about with those slight, very marginal chances where Nepo mostly also could have defended, because this is the form he's in. Hikaru versus Alireza was completely crazy game. Lots of ups and downs, and Hikaru was winning, but then at some point it was a draw, and then finally a shocking move, shocking blunder by Alireza here, g5. Otherwise this game also could have ended in a draw, but Hikaru managed to win, and Hikaru, hats off, third win in a row, hat trick by Hikaru. So just completely brilliant play. Then we go to Gukesh versus Nijat. Nijat loses with the white pieces for the first time in candidates. Very heartbreaking and unfortunate for Nijat. But for the Indian fans, Gukesh going to joint lead. Nothing can be better than that. Gukesh shares his joint lead with Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi. Vidit, of course, a loss here. Vidit, for the Indian fans, definitely a little bit of a sad thing today. But nevertheless, one thing has been cleared. Like, one clarity I think is, if anyone has a chance, it's Gukesh now, because after Vidit's loss today, Vidit yesterday after he lost, his chances were gone, and Prag after today's draw, I guess his chances are gone. So Gukesh is the only one, and he cannot lose. So last two rounds would be the most crucial rounds. High chances of this going into tie breaks, absolute high, because it's only the number of points which matter, nothing else. Yeah, VD still the great. I love that attitude, Yogesh. Completely amazing. In the girls section, we had a very positive and a happy news that Vaishali had a hat trick today by beating Anna Muzychuk. So last three rounds she won. She was on the lowest score in the tournament, like really low, and then three games back to back winning yesterday against Goryachkina, by the way, who is not easy to beat. And today against Anna with some insanely amazing preparation on the board. So Vaishali wins today with Anna Muzychuk. And Humpy also Humpy had a, at this end we had to see how she was winning, but she was clearly better. And in that last position they repeated. I'm sure it was not found by any of them, and it was a draw. So by in the other board, Stan Zongi was losing to Nurgul Salimova, but finally it ended in a draw. And Tingjie and Kateryna Lagno, I think it also ended in a draw. So let's look at the rankings for quick. Maybe, sorry, not here. Maybe your leaderboard. I'll just quickly get current updated rankings. It's not seen, so maybe I just put this on our yeah, over here, so that you all can see it and read it. Array. I don't know if you are able to read it, guys. Are you able to read it? Then बड़ा नहीं हो रहा है, ठीक है. So these are the rankings. Sorry for the very bad looking this thing, but at least Hikaru, Nepo, Gukesh on 7.5. Caruana is like, मैं पीछे पीछे आ ही रहा हूँ. I'm not leaving you guys. Prag on 6, Vidit on 5, Firouzja on 4.5, and Nijat on 3. These are the men's rankings. And for the women's rankings, Tan Zongi on 8, Lei Tingjie on 7.5. So Tan Zongi is the sole leader. Lei Tingjie on 7.5. Goryachkina on 6. Humpy on 6. Humpy is on 4th place. Lagno on 6. Vaishali on 5.5. Anna Muzychuk on 4.5. And Nurgul Salimova on 4.5. So last two rounds, no chance of Humpy or Vaishali winning the candidates, but definitely a good chance for them to be somewhere in the top if they are able to play well. And as we know, the first 4 places also get FIDE circuit points, but Tan Zongi for now is the sole leader. So that's about the rankings there. Guys, how was your day today? How did you feel about what do you feel about Gukesh's win? What do you feel about in general about today? Tomorrow is the rest day. Were you able to recover? Many of you were here yesterday and a little heartbroken in the morning. It was tough. I also couldn't sleep. Actually, it was very difficult. Sometimes you have to try to stay detached, but yes, emotions get you, so it's hard. So how was it today? I think one important result happened, because if Gukesh would have drawn his game, which was also very likely, then we would have had a it would be like Naka on 7.5, Nepo on 7.5, Gukesh on 7, Caruana on 7, you know. So he would have been pushed to third place. So it's a big thing to have a joint leader. I think it's a big thing. Earthling says, got all my predictions right except for Vidit game. I thought it would be a draw. Oh, very nice, Gen Xers. You're watching from Pakistan and you are awake and rooting for the players. Samay Bhai fan. Kya baat hai? Yes, Vidit. I like that. Rooting for Vidit, but he's still our champion. So happy for you, neighbors. Venkat says incredible win for Gukesh. Venkat, were you there today also in the tournament hall or around it? How is it? Or are you watching from generally wherever you watch from? Thank you, Shubhankar. Nepo plays Hikaru and Fabiano. Mostly 2 draws there. Yeah, Nepo versus Hikaru. What's the prediction, guys? Shall we do a prediction? Let's do a poll. Nepo versus Hikaru. Who is white, by the way, in that pairing? If I must show you the pairing, Nepo is white, Hikaru is black. So the poll will be that for E4, Nepo wins. For E5, Hikaru wins. And B3, draw. So E4, Hikaru wins. Oops, no, wait. Let's just go to their round 13. Yeah, Nepo will be white. So what's the prediction here? E4 for Nepo wins, E5 for Naka win, and B3 for a draw. सबका कर लेते हैं. Let's do it for all of them. Ranjan says, what's the reason for that? Vidit, who used to end up with numerous draws, is off late ending up with decisive matches. Is this good or bad? You know, Ranjan, actually, if you see this way, or many of you, in fact, if you look at it in this way, that why is he even in candidates? It's because he was able to win in Isle of Man, which where he played a lot of decisive games, where he was having this kind of a, you know, fearlessness attitude. Even in World Cup before that, he played some really brilliant chess, beat Nepo, he lost with Nijat, that was another thing. But that has led him to be in candidates. So sometimes things work out, sometimes things just don't work out. Yeah, let's just see what the chat has to say. B3 draw. Clear cut prediction that Nepo versus Hikaru will be a draw, which means according to chat they will reach 8 points. ठीक है, draw हो गया तो. So Gukesh versus Alireza, I'm not even asking you the prediction because let's say we all predicting that Gukesh wins. And if if Nepo versus Hikaru draw and Gukesh wins, Gukesh will become the sole leader. Did you realize that? And if Fabi also wins, once again we have to check who is Fabi playing with. If Fabi also, no, Fabi is playing with Prag. Prag is not going to let that happen because Prag is white. So it's not easy to beat Prag with the black pieces. So most probably, if Gukesh wins with Alireza, Gukesh can become a sole leader. And then last round pairing will matter because Nakamura will play with Gukesh. Okay. Imagine they draw the game. Gukesh is black. So let's likely just say it will be a draw. And then Nepo will be in a must-win situation. Because if Nepo draws, then Gukesh is the winner. So Nepo will be in a must-win situation. And then that last round pairing he's going to play with Caruana with the black pieces. So guys, if you realize it, great chance. If tomorrow this guy wins, if Gukesh wins, and if these two guys draw, and if Caruana also draws, we actually have a very good chance that this might even not go in tie breaks. ये भी हो सकता है यार, कुछ भी हो सकता है. Are we going to get Sagar Shah as well? रुकेंगे तो सही अपन, बट ये हो सकता है आई हैड नॉट रियलाइज दैट. So this is a great calculation. We can keep calculating, no, whatever is still the best way for our guys. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Nepo and Naka, I think they both will also have this somewhere. There is also this fear, right? You don't want to lose. रंजन सेज मैं भी जेई से पहले ऐसे ही खुद को जिता लेता था अमृता जी. You would say कि okay, I will get, if I get these many marks, then I will, then ifs and buts. Yeah. गुकेश फॉर द विन. यस, अपने को ट्विटर पे गुकेश #GukeshFTW विल बी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. वो कर ही लेंगे लास्ट कल के लिए, टुमारो एंड डे आफ्टर के लिए. यस, विल डू दैट. That was that's a nice way to support them. Samay had got that for Vidit. ये कर ही लेंगे. क्या प्लान है गाइज? व्हाट्स योर प्लान टुडे, टुमारो एंड टुडे? परितो सेज भाई मैं तो उठा हूं अभी और देख के शॉक्ड हो गया. फैबी इज इन टेबल टॉप, इनसेन. बट प्रग, you mean Gukesh? Yeah, because Gukesh is joint leader. But Prag has been playing very solid, yeah, in this tournament. It was a little unfortunate that day, yesterday he lost. I think that was something, that one draw would have also been ठीक है, चलो कोई नहीं. Maharshi says hiking a mountain tomorrow. Arey, how great it sounds. Mast. Ruki says train and train. I believe training chess, right? Winter says biology पढ़ना है कल. Okay. Joint leader means you're not the only leader. There are many more on the same points. Many, or how many, I don't know. Mok says I'm 17 and plan to reach their level but still don't have rating. Nice. I don't know whether you're writing it as a funny thing or you seriously mean. But because seriously you can keep practicing and who knows. Earthling says this is a great introduction to playing candidates for the first time. Totally. 26th को JEE है, says Ishan. This should help you to practice. Imagine 17-year-old Gukesh is the joint leader. How many year old you are? All of you. I don't know, maybe some of you are 20, 24, 18, 17. You should be able to study, yeah? Side by side. If you are studying, I mean. I'm not saying you should study. If you don't like it, it's not the case. But you are only choosing, no, that you want to study. Then you should be able to focus. First round watching at 5 in the morning, says Kiran. Like, did you see the full round? Kya baat hai? What's the probability of Gukesh winning? Actually, highest probability, I would say, of Gukesh winning. Super highest. Guys, by the way, I wanted to show you something. I wanted to show you a joke. This joke. I really like this joke. Can I show you? Are you interested to see a joke? Look at this. Rubik had written this joke. White pieces celebrating party of... King asked, did you drink at a party? Knight said, no. King, prove me by walking in a straight line. Knight is like, bruh. This is so funny. Is it funny? It's one of the shortlisted ones for our joke contest. There was another one. Wait a second, let me show. Which one was it? Ah, this one was also funny. Everyone, life is like a chess game. Me. Makes sense why I'm currently working in my 17th company. I keep resigning. Arey bhai, jokes. Yeah, finally getting. I wanted to show you this, but we have been having such intense days. Maybe I'll show you more. I don't know. How is this one, guys? The feeling when you cross a rating barrier such as 1200, 1300, 1400 is like going ahead of Magnus Carlsen's ELO. मतलब इतनी खुशी होती है. Is this funny? Himank is like सभी hashtag chess joke CBI hashtag देके post करते रहो. Yes. Yes, guys, I understand today many of you are feeling sad, but I'm going to tell you my feeling today is just about happiness because that one guy is the joint leader. I don't think we could have had all three guys on joint. Like, it would have been absolutely a dream, but practically very difficult. So, I am going to be happy because there is one guy on the joint lead. So, I'm definitely going to be happy because we could have had like zero guys there if Gukesh would have lost today or even a draw. So I want to be happy for him, really happy for him. That's all I know for now. But this one, I really loved this one. Harsh Bafna. This one was very good. Yeah, I didn't understand only initially, and then I like thinking and thinking. बहुत सही था ये. There are two ways a chess player can lose on time. Running out of running out of time on clock, running out of seconds. So Himank has Himank is the one who would be shortlisting some jokes, and he's written a very nice article. Maybe Himank, why don't you share the link of the article so that people also get to know more that what is the prize. And I don't know if Sagar is there, he would also show the board, the mini chess set, because uh this one, guys, this one, it's very small. It's a super small chess set. We're now going to launch two more chess sets, mini chess set and chesspa chess set. And yeah, you just, for the sake of comparison, you get to know this. So yeah, that's autograph from candidates will get. Oh, I forgot to show you today one nice image, by the way. This was in 2018 when we had gone to Ramesh's house. Because a nice thing about Ramesh's house is just, can you see something? Can you spot something over here? This is Ramesh's house, and can you spot something here? Arre Mox, that is so fast. Are you an architect or what? Or interior designer? सही है. कितने लोग फटाक से देख लिया यार. Yeah, the ceiling. You can see this is Ramesh's house, and the ceiling is a chessboard. It's so beautiful, no? Yeah, this was in Sagar with more hair, says Mayur. Beth Harmon would have a field day here. Actually, it's a nice joke, Himang. So this one was there, and in 2018 we had gone to their place. We were on a 1 year journey where we were traveling. We had put our luggage in the warehouse, and that was the last one. Our last stop was Chennai. So we'd gone to Ramesh's house. We had this interview. Sagar had this interview. It was very nice. Forgot to show that today, but yeah, let's coming back here again. What's people saying in the chat? Abhilash has super chatted for the first time. Says, thank you for bringing us non-stop coverage, Amrita. It is great to have seen your growth over the years. You're a much better player than Samay. Arey, thank you. Important super chat. Have to save this one. Mayur says, this one is funny. The one about seconds. Yeah, you like. Are you enjoying looking at the jokes? I have a few more. Maybe I can just show them to you. If we're waiting for Sagar, I'm just messaging him one more time that are you going to join? Not are you. You will have to join. Can we do that, guys? I'll tell him the chat is saying you have to join. Should I say that? Chat is saying you have to join. Agree, na? Chat, you're saying that Sagar should join right now. Yes, yes. So chat is saying, yeah, Parito says you have to join. ठीक है, proof हो गया. So supportive. You guys are so supportive. मजा आ रहा है. I want to do something like ऐसे ही time pass तुम लोगों के साथ ऐसे आराम से. ये बहुत candidates and all is very intense and definitely little like stressful in the sense I'm not talking about stress which you don't enjoy, a good stress, but it's definitely intense. So once that's over, show jokes. Yes, I'm showing. Let me. Is this over here? Oops, not here. Ah, yes. Here is the article Himang had shared on the where you can also submit if you want to. Funny. So wait a second. Yeah, this one I showed you. This Harsh one. Then there was this, based on this Nakamura game. I don't know. This one also was a nice meme. Vidit says, अब से ते को sacrifice नहीं करूँगा. Bishop बोलता है, खा मेरी कसम. Vidit बोलता है, मार जाएगा तू. This one was nice. I liked it. I mean, if you've seen the movie and if you remember the game and if you remember Vidit's move, Bishop G4, then only it makes sense. Me during the candidates, pretending that I understand what's going on. Somebody said no in the chat. I'm a beginner and don't know what's going on. This one is also nice. क्यों हिकारू भैया क्या सोचे थे? King sack कर देंगे. It's because of the illegal move, I think. This one was nice. What will happen if alcoholic people play chess? They'll play Scotch Gambit. Okay, so there are some nice jokes in here. Also, there's some Harry Potter reference joke. A few of them I read. The only place where I can qualify as a candidate is an interview room. That one was good. यश ने बोल के बनाया था वो. Okay, so you can check this out. This is a nice time pass thing. Just read the article Himang. Maybe you can post it one last time on the chat so that 3 people on 7.5 it's going to go down to the wire. How awesome. Yes, Ramit, but what we have calculated is, our calculation is that Hikaru and Nepo draw in their next game. Gukesh beats Alireza. So then Gukesh becomes the sole leader. Then last round, Gukesh and Nakamura draw. And Nepo also draws his game. So Gukesh remains the sole leader, which means by that time he will remain the champion. So that's... guys, refresh होने नहीं वाला है because chess results पे update हुआ नहीं अभी तक. Has chess results updated it? Himang says I predict playoffs. Okay, let's do a YouTube पे poll इधर. What is ये क्या था? Playoff. Tiebreakers or no tiebreakers? Or no tiebreaker? Yeah, there's the poll there for you guys. Another incentive for Hikaru to win at least one game is how close he is to 2800 rating. Whoa, that is how close he is actually. Let's have a look at. Let's have a quick look also over there, because this is updated rating. Nepo on 2769. He's gained 11 points from this event. Hikaru has gained 6.4 and he's 2795. Wow. In fact, in the last 3 games, oh, I could have got from the live 2700. Last 3 games, he beat Nijat, Praggnanandhaa, and Alireza. All 3 youngsters he's beaten, and plus 6.4. So Caruana is 280, and high chances, because if Caruana, loses a game, Naka wins, that would be a big change over there. But I think Caruana is playing solidly only. It's not so easy. And Nepo on 2769. Then we have Arjun here. Gukesh. Gukesh has become, wow, Arjun and Gukesh. Gukesh is on 8th spot. He's gained 14.6 points and he's now 2757.6. This is also very huge. I think 8 for the first time is, this is highest world ranking, I believe, in live ratings. And then we have, yeah, Prag's rating has not got impacted, which is good. Alireza has lost 17.5 points. My god. In fact, he got here through rating spot. So this is a big loss for him. And what about Nijat? Or is, what is Nijat's rating currently? Not seeing him here. Not sure. Maybe in top 100 I go here and... I don't know. I can't find him. Himang says his highest live rating was 2761. Whose highest live rating? Gukesh's. Not in top 100. Oh, that's why I cannot find him. Still amazing that, he just qualified. It's amazing. Keur, you got FIDE rating. Kya baat hai? Congrats. Okay, what is the poll saying on our YouTube? How many of you are predicting tiebreakers? 60%, 61% for tiebreakers, and 40% for no tiebreakers. But yeah, maybe we should do this poll again later. Tomorrow we have a stream I had seen, and which by mistake today I started exactly. In fact, I started 1 minute before, and I was so proud. Oh, wow, karke. And then I'm like, stream is started, इधर तो go live दबाया पूरा मुझे दिख रहा है. What's the problem? Why can't I see it on the mobile? I just couldn't understand. And then I call Abhidaya, and then he realizes, oh, that stream had started which Sagar had scheduled, and then same stream key and all that. So he quickly did something, and I don't know what he did, but he just told me, now you go live, and I'm like, okay, thank you. So it worked. So yeah, so like that, 5-6 minutes were gone. Also, Shatranj Ka Kamal Gana we didn't play then. It's okay. Biggest gainers in men Gukesh, in women Tan Zongi. How much has Tan Zongi gained? Yes, he is only Gukesh now. All the hopes only on Gukesh. What do you think are you going to be doing after candidates, by the way, guys? After candidates, because many of you were watching from day one, if I believe, many of you, not all of you. Though not fully, but at least in some clips or something like that. So after it ends on 21st, if we go in tie breaks in 22nd, sleep. Aryan says sleep. Pranay says sleep. Harmony says I'll sleep more. Working hopefully during the afternoon, says Ramit. how is it like actually you're able to work while watching the stream? If you have to calculate, then maybe it's difficult. But yeah, if you just have to keep a glance on it, what's happening, then it should be very fine. It's more like I don't know, some people hear music while working and that slows them down, but at the same time, it also helps in some, it's relaxed working because it doesn't consume you. Neha says I had tickets for the candidates but got COVID. Oh, that is so sad, Neha. Very sorry. Hope you recover very quickly. When will Sagar hold meetup? Meetup is planned, Yash. It was announced today. I believe it is at 11 o'clock on some day. Which day? Maybe 20th. I believe it was 20th. 27 से Sigmund start है. Do follow. Arjun, Nodirbeck, Ju Enjun, Peter Swidler are some of the top names. Wow, Himang. That's a big tournament then. Arjun, and for Arjun, after is in top 10, first one, no? Because this is live rating. So I think his rating will not, that means it may not be published or published, we'll get to know only towards the end of it. Only towards the end of it. Yes, Harmony, we had got sweets. Maybe that was you or what last day. Amazing. Thank you so much. I just remember that. I don't remember any more details, but I just remember that mithai ka dabba. कसं काय ताई? मस्त रे, खूप मस्त. चेसबेस इंडिया मराठी आलंय, चेसबेस इंडिया गुजराती आलंय, चेसबेस इंडिया आय थिंक अजून पण आलेले आहेत काय 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 भाषा. निखिलेश हिंदी कैसा था गाइस? वर यू एबल टू go to Hindi today for say hi to Nick. He's going to be going to Italy for a tournament. So Neha says instead of Trinity Park, hold a meetup in High Park. We'll make a great vlog with cherry blossoms. Oh, you're now making me feel I'm missing that, Neha. I'll try to suggest that if I remember, because I didn't remember even Trinity Park. So High Park, is that it? I'll let him know. Vantika is back in top 50 women's. Okay. Yes, we have World Juniors, which are, by the way, happening in India in Gandhinagar. Isn't that cool? Anyone from Gandhinagar or around there? Because one of the World Juniors was in Delhi at that point of time. Prag was playing. I remember we were there. He just won the World Youth Championship under 18, and he was very young, and still he won the under 18 World Championship. That was in Mumbai. So I think some very nice photos of that tournament. गोकू से इज डिस्कॉर्ड डिस्कॉर्ड वगैरह ज़्यादा समझता नहीं मेरे को, बट कुछ है. चेसबेस इंडिया डिस्कॉर्ड है. आई एम नॉट रियली I never sign in on Discord much. Yes, Hans was in 2019 over there because there was also an interview. He's a very creative player. It would be very nice to have clubs all over the country, place. I mean, it need not have been only ChessBase India. Whoever is doing it's amazing. The basic idea is that we all know the benefits of playing chess. That has to be something which I mean, I remember in Mumbai Mayor's Cup when we had met somebody. There's an interview also. He was fighting Alzheimer's and how chess helped him. So it's a lot more than just a game for us. You can drop in a mail, Keyur, I think in our contact us page, but currently it's all very busy. I'm not sure if you'll get the reply, but you can put in there at some point, whenever it is like you decide to look into that, then you go back to checking some past emails and all that. So that would be good. No, I don't come to the office much. I work from home. Yeah, G Rohit left chess. It was sudden, all of sudden, I don't know. Then maybe he went into studies, I guess. It's very smart, very intelligent guy. So yeah, is Sagar joining or not? Because Sagar, imagine Sagar doesn't join till tomorrow, and then I am here, and you guys are here. Okay, let's try a call and it's 6 a.m. We have started the stream at 11:55. It's been 6 hours. Well, how long should we wait? Let's decide. Neha asks, are there some bright talents who are orphans? I would like to support through help chess. Very kind of you. No, I'm not 100% sure about that. Uh, just just drop in a mail to us, Neha, for sure, and we will definitely 10 seconds, 15 minutes more, 5 minutes. Okay, I can wait for 5 to 10 minutes can be good. Maybe 6:15 max to max, max to max. But if you guys are making it interesting for me, I want to read something interesting. Anything, but something interesting. Anything about anything related with chess stories you have of yours, or anything related with any interesting stories during the candidates, or maybe kuch bhi. Something you think I will feel like reading the most interesting comments. Only 24 hours will be more than enough. Bullet. Bullet is a good idea. If because it feels a little adhura to just end it ritually. We used to have in the end many times Sagar, sometimes Samay. So bullet. I can play with you guys. You guys might be right now in the maximum chess preparation. Itna chess from candidates can be a good idea. Yeah, maybe. Please wait for Sagar for at least one lifetime, Amruta. Bhagwan आदमी है वो. I like that. I like that joke. One lifetime से कुछ नहीं होता रे. All lifetimes. It's not 7 lifetime भी नहीं, 1 भी नहीं. It's like all. बेचारा ट्रैप हो गया है. It's a lock. Lock में फंस गया है. Sagar might be busy with the interviews. Yeah, but if you see last May, who finished in the but also maybe not just interviews, but many people also towards the end of it. Usually when we are at tournaments towards the end of it, like, many guests also come, many people come. It's completely insane. Margot says, I won Mumbai subdivisional under 19 and it's gonna help me in board marks. I started because of Samay Raina. क्या बात है, Samay OP. मुझे लगा स्ट्रीम फिनिश होगी. अरे नहीं हो जाएगी. Wow, Dwight says my mother is Indian and my father was Honduran. We have been rooting for my daughter for Gukesh here in Honduras. Wonderful stream. Oh, that's amazing. Divides. Okay, divides. आप स्टिल ऑनलाइन हो? हाँ, मैं टाइम पास नहीं कर रही हूँ। सबसे बात कर रही हूँ। टाइम पास कर रही हूँ अभी तो। कॉल सागर। ओके, प्ले बुलेट। चलो, विल प्ले वन बुलेट। आई कॉल सागर फर्स्ट। नहीं, कॉल नहीं करना है यार, बिकॉज इंटरव्यू ले रहा रहेगा तो फिर आई डोंट वांट टू डिस्टर्ब। वी हैव 7 minutes ना, 6:15 तक है। लास्ट का 5 minutes आई ट्राई टू कीप इट maybe one game with any of you. Earthling says, I learned yesterday the power of compound interest in investing money. Amazing. I have heard of compound interest, but I don't know what it is. शायद वो ऐड होते जाता रहेगा, but ठीक है. I don't want to get into it. Amazing. Aren't you tired? I don't think of it that way. Waiting for Sagar before going to a tea joint, says Srinivas. Arey, nice. सुबह सुबह टपरी की चाय, कटिंग चाय, क्या ही मज़ा. That's one thing maybe I've missed many times because I'm generally a late wake upper. I wake up late. But maybe after this candidates, what I'm thinking is if I could change my lifestyle so much, then I will start waking up. I was trying it a little bit earlier, but I'll now definitely do it in a more focused way to get up early. Uh, married to a CA. That's true. But that doesn't mean I have to know everything about being a CA. Wow, you've reached 2300 on leeches. Mainly from Sagar's imbalance theory lectures. Wow. That's a great information. I have an exam from 9:45 Winter Flower. You have to go right now and take some rest. What are you doing? Earthling says there's Tim Hortons in Mumbai too. So if Sagar is having coffee in Canada, you can have same year udhar se. Acha, that's a very romantic suggestion. Normally we only stare at the same moon. But yeah, I'm not getting out of my house. So I have not got out of my house in terms of like, going out somewhere. So yeah, been many days. I've not gone out. 1,000+ people watching even now. Salman asks, crazy. Exactly, guys. Can't believe. No, I think maybe many of them must have fallen asleep. Yeah, Dhananjay, that's what you do when you have had 5.5 years of long distance relationship before getting married. Aditya says we are in US. Memorable vacation. No, vacation. We've done very few, but in general, we used to go to Europe to travel for tournaments. And at the end of Europe, the places where we used to go for tournaments would be very unusual places. Like if you have to plan a touristic thing, you would never go to those kind of places like Trieste or Teplice or Dechin and things like that. So I had this. Kind of liking for finding some unusual places where we could travel, which would be nearby, because generally when the tournament ended, let's say surrounding it, if something nearby is nice, uh, if you're in Mumbai, like how you will go to Lonavala, that kind of a thing. So that was, I think we did d- discover many such places in Europe. We used to be there 3 months, 3 months in 6 months. That was the visa almost, and then another few tournaments. So in a way, yeah, it was great. It was our most. It used to be our most memorable experience. staying in an Airbnb. We visited Lithuania. It was Vilnius. Then we also visited. Oh, do I have to take him in? We also visited. Uh, there's a place called as Gdansk in Poland. Sopot. Very different kind of places. So it was fun. Rakshit is saying, Amrita, you should sleep. It's 6 a.m. But Rakshit, why are you not sleeping? Yeah, hidden spots kind of. Like Dechin was a place which was so beautiful that we had a trek. Like in the morning we went and we were climbing that place for a long time. It was the biggest sandstone arc of Europe or something like that. Like if you talk about millions of years ago, it was all underwater. So even when you're climbing there, there is so much sand, but that was beautiful. And then we had this Airbnb. Uh, there was a lake nearby, and it was just generally it was be like one room Airbnb because we like this very small kind of places where in that same room there's some very small kitchen and there is a table and there is a bed, everything, like, really love those kind of cozy places. By the way, I have a super chat by Aditya. He says, thank you for conducting the stream late at night for the candidates. I have been watching every stream this week. And that's a third super chat as well. Thank you so much, Aditya. All of you are watching. Iske liye to we are all enjoying. And it's been 6:30 in Sagar. We were going to wait for you for another 2 minutes. Yo, CA buddies. Chat mein, I think so many CAs are CA. Earlier, we had the same for Sagar to be the first grandmaster who is a CA. And then he became IM, and I was still proud, like he's the first CA who is an IM, because he became a CA first and then international master. Then in Singapore, there is this guy Kevin. So he became a CA, he became a grandmaster, which is amazing. I think he might be the only one in the world currently. So Rakshit says, I decided to skip sleep because I skipped work. I had to finish. So I need to finish it. At least 10 hours of work. Arey Rakshit, इतना काम क्यों कर रहे हो? Himang says, guys, CBI social media follow karte raho for all the updates. Yes, guys, do follow that CBI social media. Poll डालो, are you awake? Let's see कितने votes आते हैं. Salman, do you think everyone who is awake is going to vote that I am awake? There is going to be right now so lazy. Riya says, hi Amritadi, I am Prajakta. Never been in chat because thought that no one will see my DM. Watching the candidates from night. Want to thank both of you, Sagar sir and you, because you guys are awesome. Thank Prajakta, that's amazing. Keep writing more. We will read. If there are good comments, then why not? Himang says there's only one other IM who is a CA. Who is that, Himang? I want him to become a GM. Is he planning to pursue GM title someday, Dhananjay? As of now, we don't know, and if for that someday, only that someday we'll know. सीए तो हो जाएगा, आईएम नहीं हो पाएगा, शेष चिराग. ठीक है, एफएम कर लो, चलता है गाइस. टाइटल वाइटल में कुछ कहाँ रखा है? वैसे भी डिग्रिया, टाइटल्स, ऑल ऑफ इट इज ज़्यादा भाव नहीं देने का उसको. आई डोंट नो, एटलीस्ट मैं तो नहीं देती उसको ज़्यादा भाव. PhD plus GM हो सकता है, या मे बी that there might be. कुछ बोलो प्रोजेक्ट आइडिया फॉर चेस और चेस विद इंडिया related. My exam is on 28th and after that I'm free for 2 months. Yes, Rakshit, by the way, you had lost a bet with me because in one of the games you had mentioned that Prag will end, that game will end in draw. I said Prag will win. So I have been thinking about a few ideas. I think in a day or two I remind me because you have lost the bet and you will have to code something. Don't you forget that. Bullet khelo. Max, you had a PhD in math, says Maharshi. Nice. Also, did Spielman had any PhD? And I remember this John Nunn. John Nunn. He also has PhD, right? If I'm not wrong. बस अब बस आइडिया भेज देना, काम हो जाएगा. क्या बात है, क्या बात है. आज सागर बिल्कुल ही नहीं किडनैप्ड लग रहा है. लास्ट बुलेट खेल देता है. मन नहीं कर रहा है जाने को. जॉन नन इज द जीनियस ऑफ द हाईएस्ट ऑर्डर. कंप्लीटली अग्री. 2 मिनट्स हो गए. चलो बुलेट खेलते हैं एक. आप लोग हो सुबह सुबह बुलेट खेलने के लिए? आर यू देयर? Okay. First game, I think I'll have to let go because I'll have to adjust the screen. Actually, सुबह अभी कितने ब्लंडर होंगे ये it would be great to know because it's been 6 hours and wait, I want the vertical. Yeah. वर्टिकल डाला है तो भी टाइमिंग क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? इनेबल वर्टिकल लेआउट. हाँ अभी आया. माइंड भी स्लो चल रहा है ना. ठीक है. ठीक है ना. सो वी विल play. Guys, you want to challenge me, then challenge me. I'm going to play a game. Let's try to see if at all. ऐसे नींद आ रही है कि नहीं पता भी नहीं है, कैसे लग रहा है पता भी नहीं है, सोचा ही नहीं है. सो विल सी हाउ टायर्ड आई एम. जेठालाल हैज चैलेंज्ड. जेठालाल तू है ना रक्षित या नहीं? ओके. I think I played with Jethalal, but let's मार दिया. ओके फुल टू अटैक कर लो बस. और क्या ही चाहिए अपने को. अरे प्रीमो नहीं करनी थी क्या? आर यू क्रेजी संचित? यू हैव नो फियर और व्हाट? डबल अटैक मिस कर दिया. मतलब आई वुड प्रेफर टू मीट यू बट ठीक है. रुक मिल रहा है फ्री में, खा ही लेते हैं. You're gonna get mated. F5 G5 कौन खेल सकता है यार? किंग के सामने के पॉन्स दे लाइक शेल्टर ऑफ योर हाउस. अरे तूने क्या खेला? मैं क्या बड़बड़ कर रही हूँ? मुझे लगा कि तेरा मुंह है. तू सोच रहा है. हो गया मेट. ठीक है. फर्स्ट गेम गुड. कैन वी डू हैट्रिक? जेठालाल तू है रक्षित. अच्छा ठीक है. मेरा नेक्स्ट गेम मित्सुकी, सम सुजुकी के साथ आई एम प्लेइंग. Knight c3 Scandinavian. Okay, let's go there. Bishop c4. क्या खेलोगे? Knight f6, Knight e2 with a little bit of a Prag style there. f3, and I'm gonna go Knight g3, castle. अभी क्लियर है. 4 f5 ब्रेक कर दो. f5. What's a plan? Hey man, what's a plan? Hey man, what's a plan? ए, मैं 2 मिनट का क्यों एक्सेप्ट किया? मेरे को लगा बुलेट है. ऐसे नहीं कर सकता यार. शिट, अभी मैं बोला इतना स्लो. ठीक है, अभी क्या किया तो किया. छोड़ तो नहीं सकते यार. ऐसे मत करो. बुलेट चैलेंज करो यार. इतना विश्वास से चल रहा है सब. ये मारू तो ये मारू. 2 मिनट का गेम है रे. हाँ, थोड़ा ये हुआ, गलत हो गया. चल कोई नहीं, फिनिश करते हैं अपन फटाफट. फिनिश इट वेरी वेरी क्विकली. पीसअप हूँ ना मैं. टेंशन काय को लेने का. सही बोलता है, सही बोलता है. यू फील दैट ब्लंडर वॉज इंटेंशनल. ब्लंडर कोई इंटेंशनल क्यों करेगा, बता मेरे को. ओके, लेट्स गो रूक t1. ओपन फाइल. ज़्यादा सोचने का नहीं. बिशप c3. Two knights very much dependent on each other. He's just simply castled. You're a piece up. Just have to play fast. You 1 minute. Take. भैया तो बहुत मटेरियल दे रहे. दरिया दिल है. दरिया दिल, दरिया दिल. मारो, इसको भी मारो. रिज़ाइन करने का मन हो रहा है तुमको तो कर लो. ये मैं तो कुछ मटेरियल नहीं दे रही हूँ. भाई रिज़ाइन कर ले. ठीक है, भैया सुन नहीं रहे. फाइन, नो प्रॉब्लम. चेक. नाइट c4. खा लो. ये खाओ, वो खाओ. सब खाओ, सब खाओ. ये भी खाओ. बस देते ही जा रहे, देते ही जा रहे. सुबह सुबह उनको यही मन कर रहा है. पॉन पुश, पॉन पुश, पॉन पुश. रूक e2. कोई नहीं, किंग को लेके आओ. किंग इज़ अ पीस इन द एंड गेम. अपने लाइफ में और कुछ नहीं है इम्पोर्टेंट. रूक d2. हाँ ठीक है, c3. सिर्फ एक ब्लंडर नहीं करनी है मेरे को. बस b5. तू एन पर्सन भूल गया और दे रहे हो मेरे को. रुक एक्सचेंज. तू देते ही जा, देते ही जा. भाई रिज़ाइन कर दिया. बहुत अच्छा लगा, थैंक यू. अच्छा खेला तूने. थोड़ा सा ऐसा. और कौन है? पीएमजी ने चैलेंज किया है. चिराग ने चैलेंज किया है. चलो चिराग के साथ खेलते हैं. d4 nf6. लंडन सिस्टम ऑन द बोर्ड. ओपनिंग ओपनिंग तो अपने को आता नहीं है खेलने का बिंदास्त वैसे भी. Wait, you wanna block, block, block. Super closed position over here. And long castle, short castle. Now that's a war. Can I try to get some play over here? Bishop d7, the knight is like, oh, I had a different plan, but it's okay. It's completely okay. Wait a second. I have knight h5. अरे सोच क्या रही है यार? Knight g3. G3. Should I really save this guy or not even needed? Okay, save कर लो. चल रहने दे, save कर ले. तू मार बिंदास्त. तुझे अंदाजा भी नहीं है कि क्या प्लान में है अभी. मेट नहीं हो रही क्या? हो रही है. मेट हो रही है. क्वीन वन. व्हाट अ सैक. सॉलिड. Second game, third game I've won and dragon. मे बी कैंडिडेट से लेवल थोड़ा इम्प्रूव हो गया लग रहा है. अबे कितना वाइट आएगा? हाँ अभी ब्लैक आया था. e4. लेट्स ट्राई. ओ आई हैव क्रॉस्ड 1900. वापस कैंडिडेट. इतना फेमस है क्या ये ओपनिंग? पता नहीं, बट बिशप को अंदर रखना अच्छी बात है. इट्स गुड. Alright, I love my bishops over here. What's your plan? Bishop goes back. 95. खेले क्या? Takes. Yes, why not? Why not? We have a double bishop there. Queen h5. You dare take my knight? Ah, alright. Never mind. In any case, you can't really get that guy. I think I had a better move, but it's okay. Not much time there. Didn't like this move at all. Oh, what did he play? I didn't realize. God, shifted man. कितना सारा अटैक था और क्या किया? क्या कर दिया यार? हाँ, टाइम वॉज मोर. इट वॉज अ वेरी बैड. 1+1 क्यों भेजा किसी ने? ये भी 1+1 था. अरे मैं क्या कर रही हूँ यार? देख के लेना. शासन, जेठालाल, रक्षित, चल खेलते हैं गेम. Okay, let's see. After so many bars, what's the plan? Pelican. Okay, no, not pelican. Diamond. Got it. Bishop b4, bishop d2. नहीं, doesn't matter. Go here. खा ले जी ले अपनी जिंदगी रक्षित. कोडिंग करेगा, ये करेगा, वो करेगा, बट सिर्फ उससे नहीं होने. अरे तू क्या खेला? कैसल. ये मेरा गलत ही हो रहा है. नॉट अंडरस्टैंडिंग इफ द मूव इज बीइंग प्लेड. व्हाट द हेल. 30 सेकेंड्स. ठीक है, फिर भी हराने का है. चल, फिर भी हराने का है. Rook e8, c4. What a blunder. Shit, always. There were 25 seconds I just missed. I thought you were thinking and thinking. मैंने बोला क्या ही. Oh god. मस्त था ये गेम. मजा आया. Like this was the game. ऐसा लगता है कि like अभी और नहीं खेलना है ना guys. अभी सागर नहीं आ रहा है. अभी और नहीं खेलना है. 2 seconds on the clock. Oh my god. पैसिव खेला ताकि अमृता दी को अच्छा लगे एंड शी स्लीप्स. थैंक यू सो मच. यू आर सच ए काइंड हार्टेड पर्सन.
हेलो अमृता.
नेक्स्ट टाइम हेमांग खेलेंगे. सो आई थिंक विल टेक
हेलो अमृता.
इस बार एक फोन करके तो देखती हूँ. फाइनल कॉल एंड ऑडियो भी सुनने मिला तो देखते हैं. अरे हाँ, वेयर. हेलो, वेट, लाइव स्ट्रीम पे है.
Stream already. Check your earphones.
व्हाट?
हेलो अमृता.
हाँ, तू किधर
हाय.
है?
मैं इधर आधे घंटे से खड़ा हूँ.
आधा घंटा हो ही नहीं सकता. चैट इज लाइक वी आर लाइक विल वेट फॉर सागर एंड दिस एंड दैट ऑल ऑफ दैट. तो इसके लिए हम लोग रुके हुए हैं. वोटिंग हुआ, कब तक वेट करने का. 6:15 टाइम वाज डिसाइडेड. देन फाइनली इट्स लाइक ओके, रिचुअल नॉट फीलिंग गुड, बुला ही लेते हैं उसको. ऐसे करके बुला ही लिया तुमको. कब
थैंक यू
आए?
फॉर वेटिंग एंड वेरी वेरी काइंड ऑफ ऑल द चैट में लोग एंड ऑल्सो ऑफ माई सेल्फ. आई मीन वेटिंग. I mean, sorry, Amrita, you waiting and also the chat
Also
waiting.
thank you myself for me waiting for myself. And what are you drinking there?
I'm drinking Tim Hortons.
Are you a coffee addict now? Who's there?
No, not chocolate.
हाँ, एडम्स आ रहा है यार. माइकल एडम्स.
Congrats, congrats. Yo, bye.
यो कांग्रेट्स का. एग्जैक्टली सोया है या जागा है ये, या नींद में
Just
है?
उठा मैं just उठा.
रियली तू सो गया था
Yeah.
रात को?
Yeah. अरे
यार
यार
यू आर माई इंस्पिरेशन यार. समय, अगर तुम सो जाओगे तो फिर क्या ही होएगा. फिर मैं कैसे करूँ चीजें ऐसे इधर ऐसे.
मैं just नहीं उठा. मैं कल 10:30 बजे रात के सो गया था. जल्दी सो गया था.
Wow, Samay slept from
मैं
10:30 to 6:30. This is insane.
मैं नींद से उठा और मेरा पहला था कि भाई मेरे को रिजल्ट देखना है. मैं आया ChessBase इंडिया पे. यहाँ कुछ अलग ही चल रहा था. अमृता कुछ तो खेल रही थी शायद.
एग्जैक्टली. अरे
मैं वो गेम देखा और मुझे वहां पे लगा कि गलती से अगर ये गुकेश की गेम है तो गया गुकेश. फिर मैंने देखा ChessCom पे तो कोई जीत गया भाई अपना बंदा.
हाँ ना, गुकेश जॉइंट लीडर. इट्स अमेजिंग. 3 लोग. और
क्रेजी. और अब कल तो अलीरेजा है ना.
कल अलीरेजा है और ऊपर से सागर. द
कल rest day.
कैलकुलेशन Sagar, the calculation sun, Samay, clear calculation. Tomorrow, Nepo and Hikaru draw their game. So they go on 8. Gukesh beats Alireza, so he goes on 8.5, becomes sole leader. Then Naka and Gukesh draw their game, last wala. So Gukesh remains the sole leader yet, and Nepo also draws his game because he's playing last round with Caruana. So Gukesh remains the sole leader and becomes the champion without
क्या लगता
tiebreaks.
है
ऐसा
सागर
है.
भाई?
ये है
मुझे तो
प्रेडिक्शन.
बहुत हेवी चांस लग रहा है भाई, मुझे जेन्युइनली बहुत हेवी चांस लग रहा है.
Today I met Gukesh after the game, and he was asked a question कि भाई are you tired, like 12 round हो गए. तो वो बोला no, I'm feeling
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, because he's used to playing so many tournaments back to back कि 5 दिन का भी break उसको अच्छा नहीं लगता.
उसको कुछ भी नहीं फर्क पड़ रहा है. He is very much here, and also कल rest day है, so it's a good thing I feel, like for Gukesh also, and for
No, for other,
just
no,
to
for Gukesh is happy to play, maybe.
Hmm. But white against Firouzja is a very big chance, because also today, if you looked at Firouzja's game against Hikaru, he played well. Then he got almost to a draw. Like first, Hikaru was winning, then again, draw, and then he again blundered. So he's making mistakes.
Shocking blunder था वो.
Today, the way in which Gukesh won was also a bit surprising, right? Because Abasov could have just taken on G6, Bishop से और एक H6, and it was a draw, right? Gukesh को मैंने ये बोला line, and he was like, yeah, I knew it's a draw. Yeah, I think he was very happy कि
Correct.
Abasov ने वो नहीं खेला वो move, and then he
Correct.
won.
Exactly. I
So
mean, in a way, we are lucky that he is at the top. Otherwise, it could also
yeah,
have been draw and then Caruana and Gukesh more pressure that way. So yeah, amazing.
what is the mood like? Like in general, I want to know from you, Amrita, Samay. Like Samay तो अभी उठा है, but in general chat and everyone, is it like very happy or everyone's a little bit like अभी 2 round बचे हैं, रुकते हैं, ऐसे type में क्या लग रहा है?
मेरा तो वही वाला हो गया है अभी, सेकंड वाला, कि मतलब
रुकते हैं.
I want to be fully, I want to shout on a mountain, but at the same time I'm hesitating also because I think anything can happen last 2 rounds.
Mostly and many times when we predict, it's unexpected things happen, right? That is one thing. But यहाँ पे काफी practical है. Chat was happy. Chat was also very sad for Vidit. Praggnanandhaa का भी chance अभी खत्म हो गया. So that way. But at the end of it today, I'm like last 2 rounds है यार, and right now we can only be happy for Gukesh being the joint leader. Nothing else matters because
Yeah,
we
it's a
cannot.
huge thing
Yeah,
actually.
it's
I mean,
something
if you think
big.
about it, 12 rounds के बाद to lead in candidate with Caruana, Nakamura and Nepo. Like Caruana is half a point behind, पर ये तीन तो everyone was saying they are the favorites, correct? So वो लोग है उधर top में, और आ गया एक बंदा घुस गया, not Firouzja, not anyone else, but
Yeah,
Gukesh. So
yeah.
भाई सोचो
insane.
यार, क्विज जीत गया कैंडिडेट से, यार क्या हो जाएगा यार सागर भाई.
और एक्चुअली द थिंग इज कि आज जब मतलब आई हैव टुडे, आज मुझे पता था कि आज गुकेश का गेम में, तो आज मैंने पूरा उसका शूटिंग किया था, लाइक फ्रॉम स्टार्ट. कैसे आता है, कैसे बैठता है, कैसे लिखता है, कैसे ऐसे मेडिटेट करता है, और एक सीन ऐसा है वो ऐसे बैठा है और फिर ऐसे आँख खोलता है, और मैंने ऐसे फुल ऐसे ऐसे आँख खोलता है, मतलब मैं वो लगाऊंगा. सो आई एम लाइक द फोकस विथ व्हिच ही सिट्स ऑन द बोर्ड इज जस्ट इनसेन. लाइक नो
इतना
नर्व्स,
फोकस
नो
अगर
नर्व्स.
समय अगर लाएगा उसके इंजीनियरिंग में या कि
No, actually, I feel the focus is lacking in all of us. Like it's not just Samay or you or me. सब लोग में नहीं है, मुकेश में है बंदा, इसके लिए तो वो अभी उधर है.
हाँ ना,
नहीं तो मैं
970
अभी,
पीपल आर
अरे
वाचिंग
और एक
स्ट्रीम,
जन,
उनके तो पक्का ही लैकिंग है. कंप्लीटली
और एक जन
डिस्ट्रैक्टेड.
में है. There is one more person who has the focus. Hikaru Nakamura.
अच्छा,
बंदे ने गेम खेला, लंबा इंटरव्यू दिया, जाके रिकैप करके पब्लिश भी कर दिया.
बट
यार
वो
हिकारू
बट
नाकामुरा ने आज
फोकस क्या,
क्या
बट
बोला
वो
पता
तो
है?
उसका मेन है ना करियर, तो ही इज गेटिंग डिस्ट्रैक्टेड बाय प्लेइंग
एग्जैक्टली,
चेस.
उसने आज क्या बोला पता है?
हाँ.
कि एक जन ने पूछा उसको कि भाई आज आप थक गए रहोगे, रिकैप आज नहीं करके कल रेस्ट डे तो करोगे क्या? वो बोला अगर मैं रिकैप नहीं कर पाया ना टाइम पे, तो मैं ये कैंडिडेट्स टूर्नामेंट खेलने ही नहीं आऊँ, मैं रिकैप करने ही आया हूँ.
हाँ. फिर
और मैं बोला क्या चल क्या रहा है भाई का. ही इज सो हैप्पी डूइंग द रिकैप्स, मतलब उसका वही मेन है काम.
और ऊपर से टूर्नामेंट इज अच्छा गोइंग.
मुझे तो लगता है वो जब जीतते रहता है ना तब वो सोचते रहता है मैं टाइटल क्या बनाऊंगा, थंबनेल क्या डालूं.
ये अमृता एक गेम खेलेगी क्या?
हाँ
अरे
आजा,
भाई
अभी
भाई
है
भाई
फॉर्म है. चल बुलेट बुलेट है.
बुलेट नहीं रे,
बुलेट है यार. तू जब तक मेरे को
बुलेट
बुलेट में अभी सिर्फ बुलेट और कुछ
बुलेट
नहीं.
थोड़ी होता है चेस।
सिर्फ बुलेट. समय अगर बुलेट में जब तक तो मेरे को बुलेट में नहीं हरा पाएगा तब तक बुलेट में एक्चुअली तो हरा पाएगा. ठीक है 3 minutes + 2 seconds खेलते हैं फिर.
एक तो फोन से ऊपर से बुलेट खेलना है मेरे को।
ठीक है तो 3 minutes.
इस पे खेलना है मेरे को, बता चेस कॉम।
नहीं नहीं मैं इधर हूँ अभी. सब सेट किया हुआ है लीचेस पे.
किस पे?
लीचेस अमृता मोकल है मेरा नाम.
वो तो मेरे को पता है, गेम में भी है।
नहीं अमृता शाह नहीं है, अमृता मोकल है.
तूने चेंज नहीं किया शादी के बाद?
शादी के बाद क्यों कोई नाम चेंज करेगा बता मेरे को. कैमरा पे आ तेरे इमोशन देख के पता चलेगा ब्लंडर की कि नहीं. हाँ 1 minute क्योंकि सागर को भी जाना है. सागर पीपल आर आस्किंग फॉर मीटअप में. नेहा करके है उसने बोला कि इंस्टेड ऑफ ट्रिनिटी पार्क यू शुड हैव इन हाई पार्क जहाँ पे चेरी ब्लॉसम्स एंड एवरीथिंग इज वेरी ब्यूटीफुल. कांट हियर यू. चुप बैठ रहे हो तुम या नहीं. कांट हियर यू.
भेजा देखो,
क्या बोल रहे हो पता नहीं.
देखो लिंक भेजा भाई,
अच्छा तूने
1+0 का।
Sagar, if you are talking, then we can't hear you. Maharshi says moment of silence for those people who are waking up and just tuning in to see candidates. अबे मैं और समय खेलने वाले हैं. किधर भेजा तूने लिंक मेरे को?
हाँ व्हाट्सएप पे।
नहीं आया. Sagar, are you trying to talk to us or somebody else? हाँ अभी आया.
Amruta,
हाँ.
now that you both are playing, I
हाँ,
should
before-
also focus and I
Yes.
should do the recap.
You please focus. And which is today's game of course Gukesh. Game of the day.
Yes.
No doubt about it. ठीक है.
And
Sagar,
also Vaishali hat trick.
Vaishali hat trick. You know Nakamura also hat trick. Nakamura also hat trick today.
Oh.
Because I was saying that Vaishali can be the only one in the whole tournament, but Naka also had a hat trick.
Nakamura has 4 out of 5, I think. Except Vidit lost, he won 4 games.
Absolutely.
Epic stuff.
Absolutely. हाँ सही है सागर. So समय आ ना कैमरा पे. ऐसे
भेजा
नहीं
तो तेरे को लिंक पे।
हाँ पर तू
चल
कैमरा
अमृता
पे.
मैं
हाँ
भाई समय भाई
सागर.
सागर भाई
मैं जाता हूँ.
हाँ
हाँ
बाय
भाई
सागर.
भाई कल आज मैं आपको बाद में मैसेज करूंगा, ठीक है?
क्या
Bye.
क्या क्या कल का क्या बाद में क्या मैसेज करोगे तू उसको.
नहीं, tomorrow I have a stream with Anish on candidates deep dive, so I will then
अरे
discuss
उसमें
कि
वापस सेकंड्स वैकेंड्स करोगे तुम लोग यार, तुम करो तुम लोग। मेरे को लीस्ट इंटरेस्ट है मेरे को सेकंड्स में अभी इस पॉइंट पे। उधर आके फिर वो कुछ तो बोल भी नहीं सकते कुछ, फिर वो डिसरिस्पेक्टिंग जीएम हो जाता है, वरना मैं इतनी गालियां
भाई
देने
आप
करता हूं सेकंड्स
भाई
में।
आप अभी now you have earned the right to disrespect any GM, especially जो
वही
अपने बंदे.
बार बार वही एकदम यहाँ वहाँ की बात, सीधे बात करो भाई, कौन जीत रहा है कौन हारेगा भाई। Well, actually, I saw there was this पता नहीं कोई तो नाम, कोई मोहम्मद यादव is here with Dokit Rao and Dikat Rao is here with Chika Gori. And what do you think Chika Gori will? अबे चुप करो भाई, पीका गोरी कर रहा है मेरे को भी सुबह उठ के, कुछ उल्टा बोल भी नहीं सकते उधर।
Oh my god.
चलो भाई आजा।
सुबह. Oh god. Sagar, before you go, one thing. Richie asked meetup location और time बता दो.
भाई गोरियाचकीना कोच ने चीका गोरी क्यों बोला मेरे
जो
को
भी
समझ.
भाई, गोरियाचकीना कालियाचकीना जो भी है भाई, वो चीना है जो भी, मेरे को क्या करना है उस चीना से भाई। मेरे को बताओ कि भाई गुकेश कैसा खेल रहा है, वो जीत रहा है कि नहीं भाई।
भाई अच्छा अमृता, on Saturday 11 a.m. meet up in this park here, Trinity Bellwoods यहाँ पे.
अच्छा okay.
And we will ask Gukesh to come before his crucial round over there.
Yeah.
Sorry guys.
And
Maybe that won't happen.
Krishna said thank you Sagar bhai for the shout out video. My girlfriend loved it. She's so happy. Krishna Jangid. Maybe he
अरे
waiting.
भाई actually this guy came to me with the phone and said, I have a girlfriend, can you send a message? So I said, what is the proof she's your girlfriend? Are you trying to make her your girlfriend or she's already? तो बोला she's my wife. Wife ही बना दिया डायरेक्ट. फिर मैंने मैसेज में बोला कि भाई आर यू वाइफ और नॉट, आई डोंट नो, बट आई एम सेंडिंग यू अ मैसेज हाई करके ऐसे.
वाइफ के लिए भेजा आपने, लेकिन गर्लफ्रेंड के लिए नहीं भेजा आपने उसकी.
ठीक है,
Oh
पर
God.
टुडे इतने लोग बाहर खड़े थे, अनबिलीवेबल.
हाँ.
लाइक आई एम गोइंग टू पुट द वीडियो. लाइक देयर वर सो मेनी पीपल, इट वाज इनसेन.
Okay, मतलब कल परसों तो गॉन ही है. Last 2 days would be crazy
Oh,
and
last
last
2
day
days
would
will
be
be
तो like
crazy and Saturday, Sunday है. मतलब you can imagine कैसा है पता है. The pavement is only like ऐसे 5 meters space, 5 meters का है. And बाद में पूरे गाड़ियां वगैरह जा रही है, मेन रोड है. So I'm expecting like full भर जाएगा and जो player निकलेगा बाहर वो निकल ही नहीं पाएगा, दरवाजा ही नहीं खुलेगा, ऐसे सब होने वाला है.
we might see
Bro,
some
just
boxing.
2 more days.
हाँ ना,
And if
Samay, don't
Gukesh
you
will,
feel like going to Canada? आ जा,
So I
किधर
feel
गए
I
वापस?
feel like shouting from the top of a mountain, but I'm just gonna be waiting right now. We'll
no
wait
no
for one more
let's
round.
wait because
Yes,
because it's going to be a very कांटे का टक्कर. ये
yes.
सब लोग बहुत बड़े बड़े खिलाड़ी है, दिग्गज खिलाड़ी. करुआना, नाकामुरा, everyone. Let's hope that Gukesh does well.
Cool. सही है. So take rest,
चलो
Sagar.
फिर
Gukesh का game definitely for us whole
Gukesh का
India
game
because
right now
Indian
I have to
fans
do
are
recap.
waiting.
Okay, so I
No,
have this
you
aim
first
before
start with
sleeping.
Gukesh का game
I
because
have to do
that's
Gukesh game. I have to do recap. I have to do Gukesh vlog because I have this some footage that is very amazing.
but you
So
were
I
so
will do
tired
this.
in the stream. You were falling asleep.
I
You
was
know,
so tired.
you
You know
fell
what?
asleep. I
I fell
said the
asleep on
same
stream,
thing.
and
Yes.
after that, after I kept the call, I slept on that chair for 30 minutes. मैं ऐसे ही ये हो गया और सबने इतने सारे वीडियो फोटो, सब फोटोग्राफर आके मेरे को दिखा रही है, देख तू सो गया, तू सो गया. मैं बोला भाई क्या है, तुम लोग इतने सारे फोटो क्यों ले रहे हो? पूरा इट इज डॉक्यूमेंटेड, उधर कैंडिडेट्स कोई गया ही नहीं, सब मेरे ऊपर फोटोग्राफी कर रहे हैं.
सब बोल रहे
मैं सोया
कैंडिडेट
करके.
इतना बोरिंग है क्या कि तू सो गया करके.
And now I feel fresh, like this is the time, and I feel so good that I slept for some time. So guys, see you, and I'll work.
फिर
Thank you,
सही है.
Samay bhai,
Best.
and see you.
bye
Bye.
bye bro.
Bye
अच्छा
bye.
भाई,
हाँ
अगर आज रात 9:30 के आसपास फ्री हो गया, 8:30 नहीं 9 बजे,
आ- हाँ वही टाइम पे अनीश के साथ है आई थिंक.
आज IST.
हाँ वो उसके टाइम के आगे पीछे आई विल बी फ्री. सो इफ मैंने
मेरा
स्ट्रीम
तो नौ
ऑलरेडी
बजे है
शेड्यूल
भाई.
किया है. 9
वहां
बजे
पे
है.
सेकंड्स की बात कर रहे हो ये. मेरे यहाँ पे
भाई
पूनम
भाई
पांडे आ रही है भाई. अब आप डिसाइड
भाई
कर लो
भाई
आप
भाई
क्या करना
भाई मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, वो जो स्ट्रीम है मेरा, उसका 1 घंटे का गैप पे आप रखो ना, तो मैं भी आऊंगा ना,
भाई. अब
मेरे को
मैं
भी
क्या
खेलना
बोलूं
है
पूनम
चेस.
पांडे को, क्या बोलूं कि वहाँ अनीश गिरी और सागर शाह को बातें
कौन?
करनी है सेकंड्स
कौन?
के बारे में, तो बाद में आएंगे क्या, वैसे बोलूं
ठीक है
उसको.
भाई,
नहीं
मैं
कौन?
चेंज करता हूँ टाइम, मैं
ठीक है.
अनीश को बोलता हूँ.
नहीं कौन
हाँ,
पांडे?
अनीश को बोलो कोई.
चंकी
अनीश को
पांडे?
बोलो कोई.
मतलब
अनीश को
पांडे में
बोलो कोई
मुझे चंकी
सेकंड
पांडे
टाइमिंग
पता
होगी ना उसके पास.
है.
भाई अनीश गिरी को अगर अपन लेके आए तो वो स्ट्रीम में,
हाँ
भाई सोचो.
बेस्ट है. बेस्ट है.
भाई
कौन आ रहा
सोचो.
है बाय द वे?
भाई सिर्फ एक ही काम करना है, देखो अनीश गिरी, ही हैज मेड एन ओपनिंग कोर्स, ठीक है, तो वी हैव टू जस्ट से वन और
पूनम
टू
पांडे
लाइंस
हैज
एंड देन
आल्सो.
रख रहा हूँ भाई.
स्ट्रीम.
आजा आजा
गया वो, सीरियसली गया वो.
आजा आजा. अमृता अकेले.
हाँ तू वीडियो चाहिए यार मेरे को तेरा.
हाँ, अरे कैसे आएगी वीडियो मेरी, अभी मैं
तू
गेम
तू
पे जा
रे
रहा हूँ तो.
इसमें. हाँ जूम पे तू आ जा. हाँ चल
अरे
अभी
मैं जूम पे
भाई
अगर आ
लिंक.
गया तो
हाँ अबे
मैं.
आना भाई, सबको देखना
अरे
है
तो
तेरे को
सुनती
सुबह.
क्यों नहीं, तेरे को बस बोलते ही रहते, तो सुन तो ले एक बार मैं
हाँ.
क्या बोल रहा हूँ. मैं लीचेस पे जा रहा हूँ तो मेरा कैमरा बंद हो जा रहा है ना भाई.
ओ.
अभी ऐसे हूँ, पर
हाँ.
जैसे मैं लीचेस पे गया तो बंद हो जाता है वो आ
अच्छा.
रहे हैं साइड में.
ओके ओके.
ऐसे छोटा नहीं हो रहा है वो.
ठीक है तो फिर तो कुछ ऑप्शन नहीं है, मतलब तेरा कैमरा बंद ही होएगा.
हाँ ना यार.
तो अभी चैलेंज कर एक गेम. कितना टाइम का
भेजा
है
ना तेरे
चल.
को मैंने लिंक भेजा
चलेगा
ना
ना वो
लीचेस पे.
अभी भी फिर ठीक है.
हाँ अभी भी चलेगा वो.
हम्म, चल
आई
जाता
होप
हूँ.
वाइट आता है मेरे को.
लिंक लिंक.
आया क्या तेरे को.
हाँ ब्लिट्स 3+0 वाइट कैजुअल.
अच्छा, तेरे को वाइट है.
क्या पता तेरे को है वाइट.
मेरे को
चल
white.
बढ़िया.
चल.
E4. A3. ओके, नया कुछ लेके आया है समय.
क्या रे अमृता? क्या रे अमृता, चुप क्यों है? बोलना, कुछ कर देना कमेंट्री.
क्या तू किधर से कौन सा नया अभी क्या ये गैम्बिट, इसका नाम क्या है पता है क्या तेरे को?
अमृता मोकल को हराने वाला गेम.
हराएगा तो तू नहीं यार इतनी जल्दी, थोड़ा टाइम तो लगेगा. तेरा लाइट स्क्वायर बिशप ही नहीं है. हाँ तो बढ़िया, बेस्ट, ऑसम. चल कोई नहीं, नाइट C6 खेल दे. बिशप E7 पे रख दे फटाफट. कैसल तूने किया, कैसल मैंने किया, तो पॉन डाउन है. कभी भूलना मत इसको.
मैं पॉन डाउन तो क्या हो गया भाई? सेंटर देख रही है मेरा.
सेंटर में क्या है? कुछ भी तो नहीं रखा है.
वो भी सही बात है भाई.
हम्म. एक बढ़िया मूव मिल गई, बढ़िया. D6. तू क्या कर रहा है? तू ऐसे कैंडिडेट जैसे सॉलिड खेलने की कोशिश कर रहा है, बराबर है ना?
नहीं नहीं, मैं तो बस तेरे को ओपनिंग से निकाल रहा हूँ. मैंने देखा है तुम वो
मेरा
प्रोफेशनल
ओपनिंग
प्लेयर का
घटिया है.
एक ही चीज रहता है कि एक ओपनिंग रट्टा मार के आते हो तुम लोग, उसके
हाँ.
बाद निकाल दिया तो कुछ आता नहीं फिर.
अच्छा, ये है
तो
तेरा
मैंने कहा
स्टाइल.
उसका ही फायदा उठाते हैं.
इम्प्रूव तो हो गया है तू थोड़ा. अच्छा, मैं तो टाइम को देखा नहीं. फास्ट खेल रहा है तू सुबह सुबह. रात को नींद अच्छी लगी क्या तेरे को? खाना
हाँ
क्या
मस्त
खाया
हुआ है.
तूने?
मैंने बहुत कुछ खाया कल.
लाइक.
अब कल बताता हूँ, अभी तो तेरी रेटिंग खाने आया हूँ मैं.
रेटिंग कोशिश करते रहे.
हटा हटा बिशप, हटा, वापस ले जा बिशप.
तेरा नाइट तो डेवलप हो नहीं रहा है.
हो जाएगा. मेरा नाइट बोकारो की तरह है, कभी ना कभी डेवलप हो
कौन?
ही जाएगा. एक एक शहर है, मेरा दोस्त रहता है वो.
C4 तेरे लाइफ में कभी नहीं आएगा पता है.
मेरे को चाहिए भी नहीं सी वो.
तुझे पता ही नहीं तुझे लाइफ में क्या चाहिए.
C4 तो नहीं चाहिए, ये पता है मेरे को. तेरे को क्या लग रहा है, तू बिशप पेयर लागेगा ऐसे क्रेजी करेगी क्या कुछ?
बिशप पेयर प्रॉब्लम तो बोलता है ना, वही है. प्रॉब्लम हो गया मेरा. तेरे को एडवांटेज मिल रहा है, ले ले. डबल करके उधर क्या है बैटरी? ओपन फाइल दिखी नहीं कि आ गए. अरे अरे, मैंने क्या ही मिस किया. ठीक है चल कोई नहीं, मार दो इसको. वेट नहीं है. तेरे को रिजाइन करने का मन करेगा तो बता देना बस. और सुबह सुबह बुरा मत लगाना कोई चीज़ का. आई मीट क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? हम्म.
दिल की नजर गई तुझ पे उतर, मैं बेखबर मैं
अभी
बेसबर,
खत्म बस.
you're the one for me. Thank you. आइए ना खो जाइए हमको यूं ना तड़पाइए। और बेटे मौज कर दी।
Oh God, I can't believe what
क्यों
I've
भाई
done.
अमृता, क्या हो गया भाई
Oh my
दोस्तों?
goodness.
चेस इंडिया क्लिप्स
No.
बेटे।
नहीं 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 नहीं, ये नहीं
शर्म
हो
आनी चाहिए
सकता,
तेरे को
ये
अमृता,
नहीं,
शर्म।
ये नहीं हो सकता.
इन्फीरियर ओपनिंग खेल के आ रहा है तेरे को आज यार।
Can't believe
दोस्तों
it.
देखिए, हेंस प्रूव्ड, एक टाइटल प्लेयर को ओपनिंग से बाहर निकाल दो, उसे कुछ नहीं आता उसके बाद।
क्या यार, आई जस्ट कांट
क्या
बिलीव. तू
शर्म आ रही है क्या?
कौन था? लाइक पूरा मतलब ऐसे वैसे करके हर जगह से तू गया था. क्या किया
कितनी बार
है?
हराऊं तेरे को अमृता यार।
अच्छी नींद आने वाली थी आज. गुकेश
सुन
ज्वाइन
अमृता,
लीडर
मैं
पे.
कोर्स बना रहा हूँ ओपनिंग्स का और वो बेसिक्स का, तो वो सीख लेना अमृता, ठीक है?